Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 13 of the series. Chapter 968 People of the Divine Domain. Anda. At this moment, Anda and two young men beside him came over. Lin Xiu didn't look at Anda, but at the man beside him. That man gave Lin Xiu a very strange feeling. Lin Xiu couldn't describe this strange feeling. But what is certain is that this man's strength is very strong. Interesting. Originally, he didn't kill Anda, just to give Wang Kang a chance to take revenge himself. Unexpectedly, now he himself came knocking. Anda. At this moment, looking at Anda standing in front of him, Wang Kang clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were full of anger. What? Do you want to hit me? Anda approached, looked at Wang Kang and sneered. And you? I will take revenge. Anda looked at Lin Xiu again, and there was a savage look in his eyes. Let's go. Without waiting for Wang Kang to make a move. At the next moment, he and the young man beside him left. He should be going to the Sage Warrior space. At this moment, Wang Kang gritted his teeth and said, N. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. The next battle. The group 1300. Lin Xiu. Wang Kang. Against group 610 Huang Fu Lin. Huang Fu Tan. HM. Hearing the names of the opponents, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise his brows. Huang Fu? There were very few people with this surname. Lin Xiu couldn't help but think of Huang Fu Lin of Divine Domain. Master. These two people are said to be from the Divine Domain. At this time, Wang Kang and Lin Xiu said aloud while walking on the stage. Divine Domain Huh. Divine Domain is a very powerful organization. They are all over the world, and there are many warriors at the Sage Warrior level within the organization. Wang Kang thought that Lin Xiu didn't know the Divine Domain, so he explained at this time. I see. As Lin Xiu stepped onto the battlefield, he saw two warriors in uniform on the opposite side of the battlefield. Sure enough, he was right. It turned out to be warriors of the Divine Domain, and also their surname was Huang Fu. Do they have anything to do with Huang Fu Lin? Are all people in the Divine Domain surnamed Huang Fu? Lin Xiu said to Wang Kang. It is said that the high-level personnel inside, including the children of high-level personnel, are all from the Huang Fu family. Wang Kang nodded, then said, Lin Xiu. Wang Kang. I have watched your game. Huang Fu Lin glanced at Wang Kang and Lin Xiu, and then said lightly, You are not our opponents. We'll give you a chance. Get out. If you don't get out, you won't have a chance. Huang Fu Tan also followed Huang Fu Lin's words at this time. Although the two are arrogant, they had the right to be arrogant. Peak-level respected warrior. Lin Xiu used the analytic eye, so could feel their strength. Wang Kang. You go down. You don't have to participate in this battle. Yes, Master. Wang Kang, although a little puzzled, nodded and jumped off the stage. What does he mean? The surrounding warriors all whispered at this moment. Looking at Wang Kang's actions, he was puzzled. You guys want to forfeit? The referee frowned when he saw the scene. No. Lin Xiu shook his head. According to the rules, as long as I am the last person standing, then we will all advance too. Right. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the referee was also stunned. Who are you? You want to challenge the other two alone? That's right. Lin Xiu said lightly. 50 out of 100 warriors would belong to the final battle. The location was on the huge battle platform in the middle. The sound on the stage was transmitted to the surrounding area. Arrogant. This person must be crazy. His opponents are young talents from Divine Domain. He's definitely going to lose. What a piece of shit. You want a two-son fight. You're sick of living, huh? At this time, the surrounding warriors were all in an uproar. They all thought Lin Xiu was crazy. Haha. Are you joking? Huang Fu Lin and Huang Fu Tan also burst into laughter at this time. To them, Lin Xiu was simply joking. Although your strength in the previous battle was okay, those warriors who were defeated by you were not on the same level as us. Huang Fu Tan sneered, looking at Lin Xiu. His eyes were full of ridicule. I know. So in this game, only I will deal with you guys. Lin Xiu nodded, still looking very indifferent. Referee, let's get started. I'd like to see if you are as good as you claim to be. Huang Fulan spoke to the referee at this time. Begin. The referee nodded, and then directly announced the start of the game. As soon as he finished speaking, at this moment, Huan Fulin and Huan Futan attacked Lin Xiu directly. Both of them were holding swords as weapons. The moment they rushed towards Lin Xiu, the swords they held in their hands immediately waved into the air. Whoosh whoosh. There was whooshing sounds in the air, and terrifying sword auras burst out at this moment. It charged toward Lin Xiu. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiu moved his hands and directly blocked those terrifying sword auras. Go to hell. Huang Fulin rushed to Lin Xiu first. The sword in his hand was chopped straight down from top to bottom. Dang. But at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. A long spear with a dark body and a subtle fireward source mark appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. The body of the spear directly blocked his attack. Crackling. And at this moment, the entire spear body burst out with a lot of lightning. This lightning bolt was directly transmitted to his sword, and then covered his body. What? A wailing came from Huang Fulin's mouth instantly. The lightning came so suddenly that he couldn't block it at all. Sky Strike. At this time, Huan Fusion attacked from the other side. With his roar, the slash he slashed over instantly transformed into a huge blade, slashing towards Lin Xiu from the air. Lin Xiu raised his foot and kicked Huan Fulin out. Then he instantly disappeared. Huan Fulin. Huan Futan ignored where Lin Xiu was and ran towards Huang Fulin. Don't help. Huang Fulin roared loudly and immediately stood up, because he had just endured the power of lightning released by Lin Xiu. A trace of white smoke was still coming out of his hair at this moment. His hair has been burnt. Just this bit of strength. Chapter 969 The Incomparably Powerful Lin Xiu. Chapter 969 The Incomparably Powerful Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu's figure appeared on the other side, Lin Xiu's words were passed on. Courting death. Huang Fulin roared angrily. Originally, he wanted to kill Lin Xiu directly, but he did not expect that he was teased by Lin Xiu instead. How did the weapon in his hand appear? At this time, Wu Hao stared at the weapon Lin Xiu was holding on the battlefield. His eyes were full of disbelief. Just now, he clearly did not see that Lin Xiu had a weapon in his hand, but this weapon appeared out of thin air in Lin Xiu's hands. This was unbelievable. We didn't see it clearly either. The four respected warrior-level warriors beside Wu Hao also shook their heads. Just now, they really didn't see how Lin Xiu appear with this weapon. This weapon is not simple. One of the warriors stared at the dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand and said, Go together. At this time, Huan Futan saw that Huan Fulin wanted to rush over to continue attacking Lin Xiu and said suddenly, because of the strength Lin Xiu showed just now, they don't dare to be careless now. Both of them are top warriors of respected warrior and they are only one step away from reaching the level of sage warrior. As they got serious, Lin Xiu didn't dare to relax at all. This divine domain is truly quite powerful and it could actually train such young and powerful warriors. But, unfortunately, today, they are going to die here. At this moment, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. With the release of the body's source strength, it was transmitted to the dark edge spear and the entire dark edge spear seemed to tremble slightly. And the body of the dark edge spear, those source marks inscribed with the essence of fire, lit up. As the power source mark lit up, Lin Xiu's body suddenly felt a powerful force over him. Next was the speed source mark, which made Lin Xiu's body feel lighter. Watching them attack, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. The dark edge spear held in his hand swung directly into the air. Boom boom boom. As the dark edge spear swung, the flame source mark inscribed on the spear also lit up. Awe of the Phoenix. A flaming bird burst out from the spear in an instant. And because of the power of the flame source mark, the power of these released flaming birds has become even stronger. It's so hot. Those warriors who were watching the battle near the battle platform felt like their bodies were in a melting pot and let out a loud cry. They kept retreating. The air above the battle platform seemed to be distorted. Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan originally wanted to attack Lin Xiu. At this time, looking at the flaming bird coming toward them, their eyes were full of fear. The scorching temperature made them feel like their skin was about to melt away. There was no way. At this time, they stopped attacking and dodged directly. They wanted to dodge the attacks of those flaming birds. But what frightened them was that these flaming birds would track them and continued to pursue them. Boom boom boom. And as Lin Xiu kept waving the dark-edged spear in his hand, more and more flaming birds appeared in the air. These flaming birds were constantly flying, charging towards the two of them. Sphere. Finally, they felt that they couldn't get rid of the attacks of those flaming birds. They roared and unfolded their sphere. Boom boom boom. Those flaming birds directly hit their sphere. Fortunately, they were the top powerhouses of respected warrior. Although the temperature of these flaming birds was terrifyingly powerful, they still haven't melted their spheres. Not bad. Lin Xiu looked at this scene and said lightly. As the flaming birds disappeared, they slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was not far away, they couldn't help but have a hint of fear. Master is so strong. Wang Kang, who was under the battlefield, clenched his hands with excitement when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to learn Awe of the Phoenix, but for him, this skill was too difficult, because he had to have a strong resistance to flames. Otherwise, before the released flames could attack others, he wouldn't be able to stand it anymore. This kid, what kind of skill are you using? Seeing the skills released by Lin Xiu, Wu Hao also had sweat dripping down his forehead. The stronger the flame-type skill, the stronger the warrior's resistance to flames. When cultivating, the pain he endured was very powerful. As for Lin Xiu, in addition to the flames, the skills that Lin Xiu displayed also included ice, snow and lightning. Then it means that Lin Xiu has extremely high resistance to flames. Ice and snow and lightning. He's almost like a humanoid tank. Perverted. Wu Hao couldn't help but cursed inwardly. How much pain did he have to endure to cultivate his physical strength to this level? He couldn't imagine. I have to admit that you do have some strength. Huan Fu Tan looked at Lin Xiu over there and said aloud. But this kind of large-scale skill, I don't think you can use it all the time. Next, you have to die. He roared angrily, held the sword and continued to charge in Lin Xiu's direction. In his opinion, the Awe of the Phoenix skill used by Lin Xiu already belongs to a large-scale skill. Although this large-scale skill is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy for the warrior. Lin Xiu rashly used such a skill and did not kill them. It was definitely a good situation for them. Humph. Huan Fu Lin also snorted coldly at this time and continued to attack Lin Xiu. When the two human body skills were displayed, it was as if there were phantoms. Dang dang. Lin Xiu raised his brows, watching the cold light flashing in front of him. The spear in his hand also waved directly. The source mark on the dark-edged spear has been activated because of the transmission of his source strength. Every strike of Lin Xiu is filled with extreme power, and the body has become more agile. Whoosh whoosh. And because of the attribute influence brought by the warrior title, Lin Xiu's attack was an attack with the wind attribute. At the same time that Huan Fu Lin, Huan Fu Tan and Lin Xiu were fighting, they felt a wave of wind blades coming. There were also many wounds on their arms and cheeks. Although the wound was not big, there was blood flowing out. For them, the situation is very unfavorable. At this time, as the battle continued, not only was Lin Xiu's source strength not reduced, but because of the power brought by the title of warrior, he was constantly absorbing some of their lost source strength. At the next moment, after the rage on the system interface was full, Lin Xiu clenched the spear in both hands. Power up. Strike. Chapter 970 God Descend. Chapter 970 God Descend. As Lin Xiu roared, the dark-edged spear in his hand burst out with a dazzling light. The power-up strike increased the power of Lin Xiu's next shot to the extreme. As the long spear drew an arc, a powerful and terrifying force burst out. The air seemed to be rippling like water waves. Boom! With a loud explosion, two figures fell directly from the sky. Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Yu, like falling comets, fell directly on the battle platform below. The entire battlefield shook at this time. PFFD. The two people who fell to the ground from the air vomited blood and opened their eyes wide, trying hard to get up. The people from the divine domain only have this little strength, huh? Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the air, looked down at this moment and said lightly. When the surrounding warriors saw the scene, their eyes widened. Originally, most warriors thought that when Lin Xiu was arrogant, he delusionally wanted to challenge two such powerful warriors at the level of respected warrior, but they didn't expect that Lin Xiu not only defeated them, but also defeated them in an overwhelming way. Too strong. This kid. He can't be a sage warrior, can he? Wu Hao couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, if Lin Xiu was a sage warrior, it would be even more beneficial for Wu Hao. This time, when he goes to the sage warrior space, it is very likely that he will get the angel's tears back. Thinking of this, Wu Hao clenched his hands a little excitedly. His time is running out. He must get the angel's tears as soon as possible. This time is the last chance. We will not lose. Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan slowly got up at this time, as if muttering to themselves. And at this moment, some murmuring sounds came from their mouths. Nobody knew what they were talking about. What is going on? Lin Xiu, who was in the air, could not help frowning when he heard them muttering to themselves like they were chanting scriptures. Boom boom boom. Soon, the entire sky seemed to begin to darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. And at this time, there was a strong wind. In the sky, there is also thunder and lightning. What is going on? When the people around saw this scene, the expressions in their eyes also changed greatly, because what's happening now is really weird. Taking a closer look, Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan stood up straight. As they muttered to themselves and chanted some weird words, white rays of light burst out from their bodies. Whizzing. Lin Xiu looked up at the high altitude and saw two white light clusters that flew down from the sky and directly hit their bodies. Boom! The whole ground shook once again. And at this moment, Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan, who were hit by the two light clusters respectively, roared loudly, as if suffering some kind of pain. God descend. A respected warrior standing beside Wu Hao seemed to know something. His eyes widened and he said subconsciously, what is God descend? When the respected warrior heard his words, he was stunned and said subconsciously, Master, you know that the power of divine domain has always been one of the most powerful forces on the planet Namir. That respected warrior said. Of course I know that. Wu Hao nodded. The power of divine domain spread all over the planet. This is something that all warriors know. Why hasn't the power of divine domain weakened in the slightest for so many years? Instead it has grown stronger. That's because, in their divine domain, there really is a God. This respected warrior said in a deep voice at this time. Really? When Wu Hao heard his words, he was shocked. Well, this is the information I got somewhere previously. The creator of divine domain is a warrior god. And in the world of the warrior god, they can use part of their power to descend on the bodies of people in the divine domain through a special secret method. This method is called God's Descend. It's just that I didn't expect to see it here. Speaking of which, this respected warrior looked a little excited. The power of the warrior god. Wu Hao stared blankly at Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan in that scene. Now the two people's bodies are covered with a faint golden light, and it looks like the gods have descended. Ha ha ha, I haven't been to this planet for a long time. At this time, Huan Fu Lin laughed loudly. But his voice has obviously changed from before. You had to call us here, did you meet an enemy? Huan Fu Tan looked up into the sky and said lightly. Lin Xiu looked down and used the analytic eye directly. Under the inspection of the analytic eye, Lin Xiu could clearly find out. The current strength of these two people has suddenly skyrocketed to the level of sage warrior. How can that be? Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu's eyes were also full of shock. There is a boy at the level of respected warrior who we can't deal with it. How could the power of our divine domain become so weak? Huan Fu Lin said coldly at this time. The voices of these two were not what they used to be. Even the temperament seems to have undergone significant changes. Combining these aspects, Lin Xiu thought of a possibility. These two people, through some secret techniques, made even more powerful warriors enter their bodies. Even a sage warrior cannot transmit his physical strength to these warriors from such a long distance. Right. Could it be that? The warrior god. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help taking a deep breath, because he felt his guess was right. He. Stop talking nonsense. We don't have much time. Well, kill him. At this moment, Huan Fu Tan and Huan Fu Lin looked at Lin Xiu in the sky. In the next moment, they burst out with extremely strong power. Like two groups of white lights, they charged directly towards Lin Xiu in the sky. Very fast. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly, and just as his figure was about to move, he noticed the figure of Huan Fu Lin appeared in front of him. Boy, where are you going? He laughed wickedly, and in the next moment, a fist hit Lin Xiu's body. Boom! With a dull sound, Lin Xiu's body was directly knocked into the air. Goodbye. And Huan Fu Tan looked at Lin Xiu, who was knocked down from the air, folded his hands together, and suddenly golden energy gathered in the palms of his hands. A powerful and terrifying energy ray directly charged toward Lin Xiu, who was knocked down. Boom! Chapter 971 War God. Chapter 971 War God. As Lin Xiu fell under the battle platform below, the terrifying energy rays also impacted Lin Xiu's body. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The whole platform was shaken by this. Moreover, the platform was made of special materials and was said that it can't easily destroyed, but at the moment, there were a lot of cracks on it. Because of the terrifying impact, a lot of smoke and dust flew around. Ended. Huan Fu Tan and Huan Fu Lin, who were high in the sky, showed a faint smile. It seems that for them, dealing with this kind of warrior is simply an easy task. Master, Wang Kang saw the scene on the battlefield below. His eyes were red and he roared loudly. Although the time spent with Lin Xiu is not very long, but he really regarded Lin Xiu as his mentor. Looking at this scene now, he was extremely angry, but he could do nothing. Dead. Wu Hao also opened his eyes at this time. The scene in front of him was really shocking. Lin Xiu was so mysterious and powerful before. He never thought that he could not escape the fate of being killed in the end. It's a pity, Wu Hao sighed. If Lin Xiu wins, he will be able to help him find the angel's tears, and the people of Divine Domain probably would not cooperate with him. After all, the power of the warrior god is impossible to defeat. The respected warrior beside him said aloud at this time, looking at the sky. Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan, whose whole bodies exuded a faint golden light, also had a look of fear in their eyes. That kind of power was really too powerful. It's unattainable. Is this the power of the warrior god? And just when everyone thought that Lin Xiu was killed by that terrifying blow, a voice came from the place where the thick dust covered the battlefield. Taking a closer look, a figure slowly appeared. Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan, who were suspended in the air, frowned slightly at this time. They also clearly felt the breath of life below. Not only did Lin Xiu not die, but his power seemed to have grown stronger. Interesting. Huan Fu Lin sneered at this time. Master, Wang Kang, who was originally very angry and wanted to rush up, shouted excitedly when he saw that Lin Xiu seemed totally fine. At the same time, as the dust dissipated, Lin Xiu's figure was fully revealed. At this time, Lin Xiu's muscles tightened. Fury the skill was displayed and his power has skyrocketed exponentially. Because the sky suddenly darkened, the power of the stars also activated instantly. In the darkened sky, all of a sudden, stars appeared. The power of those bright stars all converged towards Lin Xiu below. He knows how to use the God Descend too. The warrior beside Wu Hao opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, this should be a skill. Although Wu Hao was a little unclear, it was obvious that Lin Xiu did not use the so-called God Descend. Soon, as the power of the stars poured into his body, a majestic sense of power made Lin Xiu exhale. Looking at Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan floating in the sky, his eyes were full of fighting intent. This kid is a little weird. Huan Fu Tan and Huan Fu Lin watched this scene and their eyes became obviously cautious. Kill him directly without hesitation. The moment Yuan Futan spoke, his whole body seemed to have turned into a ball of light, charging directly towards Lin Xiu below. Swoosh! Umph! Looking at Yuan Futan, who turned into a ball of light and instantly appeared in front of him, Lin Xiu snorted coldly and waved the dark edge spear with both hands. Boom boom boom! With the swinging of the dark edge spear, a burst of flaming birds burst forth. Yuan Futan originally wanted to attack Lin Xiu, but at this moment, he felt the extremely terrifying temperature from the flame bird and his expression changed slightly. He moved and dodged directly. Come here. Yuan Fulin, who was in the air, looked at the warriors around him at this time, and stretched out his right hand. The long swords in the warriors' hands suddenly trembled uncontrollably. What is going on? Some warriors felt this strange thing and their expressions suddenly changed. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, no matter how hard they gripped, the long swords in their hands flew directly into the air. Go! As Yuan Fulin waved his hand again, a large number of long swords instantly gathered in the sky, all charging toward Lin Xiu. What a terrifying skill! The surrounding warriors exclaimed in surprise. Freezing the distance, Lin Xiu shouted coldly. The dark edge spear in his hand burst out with white light. The Heart of Frost activated and the surrounding air became frozen in an instant. A lot of snowflakes fell from the sky. Moreover, the ice and snow source mark was inscribed on the dark edge spear. When releasing ice and snow skill, the skill power became stronger. Clack clack. With a clear and crisp sound, the entire battlefield was sealed by ice, and the thousands of long swords combined and charged like a giant dragon, were all frozen in an instant, like an ice and snow bridge hanging across the sky. On the ground, Yuan Futan's entire body also turned into an ice sculpture. But soon, a lot of cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. Slap! With a clear sound, the entire ice sculpture burst in an instant. The figure of Yuan Futan rushed out again. Damn boy, Yuan Futan said breathlessly. Obviously, he was not feeling well after being blocked by ice just now. You old fellow, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to do it anymore. You actually got hit with this kid's skill. Yuan Fulin said coldly in the air. HMPH. If it wasn't for this body being too weak and unable to handle our strength, I would have killed this kid long ago. Yuan Futan's face also turned gloomy. To be frank, you guys' strength is a little weak. At this moment, because of the influence of the power of the stars, Lin Xiu, whose whole body was exuding white light, spoke to them indifferently. This kid, really arrogant. Hearing Lin Xiu's insults, Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Courting death. The expressions of Yuan Fulin and Yuan Futan changed drastically at this time. If their bodies were on this planet, they would be able to directly destroy all the warriors on this planet. How could they be ridiculed by Lin Xiu? They roared angrily and the strength of their whole body burst out and they were about to kill Lin Xiu directly. Chapter 972 Absorb the Power of the Warrior God. Chapter 972 Absorb the Power of the Warrior God. As the power of Yuan Fulin and Yuan Futan erupted, they were emitting golden rays of light at this time. Destroy the sky. The two of them roared at the same time. The strength of their whole bodies gathered on their fists. Then they flew toward Lin Xiu. Boom! A pair of fists formed by huge golden energy smashed directly at Lin Xiu. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Xiu's body disappeared directly in place. That pair of huge golden fists slammed directly on the battlefield. The entire battlefield was instantly shattered. Some of the warriors around were blown away by the shock. Impossible. Yuan Fulin and Yuan Futan had their eyes wide open at this time and full of disbelief. Their skill were not ordinary ones. The speed at which the skill impacted was extremely fast. In this situation, there was absolutely no way to dodge. But this kid actually dodged. And they didn't know where he went. Damn. Yuan Fulin's face became extremely ugly. Over there. Yuan Futan seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his eyes to look high in the sky. You can clearly see that Lin Xiu's figure has appeared in the air. And at this time, Lin Xiu was holding a dark-edged spear and the source mark on the spear burst out with dazzling light. Even if you're a god, go to hell. With the volley of the spear in Lin Xiu's hand, a terrifying force burst out directly from the spear. The surrounding space was directly pierced by Lin Xiu's spear, and a huge hole was directly pierced towards Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Chan. Heaven-breaking strike. The skill of the Yi family. Huan Fu Lin seemed to have sensed something, and the expression in his eyes changed drastically. The current Lin Xiu's own strength is about to break through to become a sage warrior. In addition to that, with fury, power of the stars and the source mark on the dark-edged spear, his overall strength has reached the extreme. Dodge. Huan Fu Tan said humiliatingly. For a warrior of their level, to dodge is a very humiliating word. But there was no way. The skill power that Lin Xiu unleashed was simply too powerful. If they don't dodge now, they will be killed directly. Where are you guys going? And at this moment, a loud shout continued. A black light bloomed on Lin Xiu's forehead, and a black source mark instantly appeared on his forehead. Whizzing. The two matrices directly frame the bodies of Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan inside. At this moment, there is absolutely no way for them to break through. Boom! And that terrifying force of skill has already attacked. With a loud noise, their bodies, like a space that was torn apart, were directly torn apart by the terrifying power of skill. What a terrifying skill! Wu Hao watched this scene from a distance, and his body trembled slightly. A huge hole was opened in the entire sky because of the skill that Lin Xiu unleashed. This is too scary. At this time, Lin Xiu, who was high in the sky, looked at Huan Fu Tan and Huan Fu Lin, who were torn apart by the skill power that he released. In their bodies, there are two light golden light groups, which seem to be about to fly high into the sky. Where are you guys going? When Lin Xiu saw the scene, his thoughts were triggered and his body instantly flew toward the two groups of light. Now the fury time was not over yet. Lin Xiu's flying speed was very fast. In an instant, he rushed to one of the light groups. He opened his mouth wide and directly absorbed the light groups into his body. Courting death. There seemed to be a voice coming from the light group, but Lin Xiu didn't care at all and continued to absorb the other group of light. Lin Xiu could feel the extremely powerful energy the light groups contained. This powerful energy made Lin Xiu excited. Just after absorbing them all into the body, the two groups of light seemed to be madly running around in his body. But at this moment, the engulf skill was automatically used, and if you look closely, the engulf skill has been upgraded to LV 15. Level 15 engulf skill. The icon of the engulf skill appeared at 0. 1 at this time, then quickly changed to 0. 5. Then changed to 1. This engulf skill quickly absorbed these two energy groups. Let me go. Let us out. At this moment, the voices of those two people just now came out from Lin Xiu's body. Sure enough, he guessed it right. Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Tan use special methods to transfer the power of the others to their own bodies. And these two people, most likely, are the energy clones of the legendary warrior god. Let you guys out. Do you think it's possible? Lin Xiu sneered, then continued to endure the severe pain in his body, while frantically operating cultivation technique to absorb this energy. The engulf system was also in constant operation. The engulf skill that has been upgraded to level 15 was also very fast in devouring energy. Soon, Lin Xiu felt that his body gradually became more and more full of power because he absorbed the energy. The pain disappeared at this time. Damn. Meanwhile, on another planet, the two old men in very weird costumes opened their eyes at the same time and blood spit out from their mouths. Our strength was swallowed up by that kid. One of the old men said with a grim expression at this time. Kill him. We must kill him. The other old man also looked extremely ugly at this time. But Planet Namir is sealed and there is no way for a warrior of our level to pass now. The old man who had just started speaking said with a gloomy expression. Because of the special sealing rules, people of their level have no way to set foot on the planet Namir. He can only use a special secret technique to directly transmit part of his power to that planet as before. But what they didn't expect was that they suffered a defeat. then break the seal? Sooner or later, our divine domain will unify those lowly planets. And that kid, he must die. At the moment, Lin Ziyu was still in the air, closing his eyes, madly absorbing those powerful energies, not knowing what was going on the other side. Ding! At the next moment, a crisp sound from the system sounded. Chapter 973 Becoming a Sage Warrior. Chapter 973 Becoming a Sage Warrior. Congratulations to the Master for successfully upgrading. The current level is 6 to 5. Congratulations to the Master for successfully advancing to the rank of Sage Warrior. Congratulations, Master. A series of system prompts rang out continuously in his mind. At this moment, Lin Ziyu's whole body seemed to be radiating white light. Enveloped by that white light. Comfortable. Really comfortable. At this moment, those dark clouds in the sky began to disperse. The whole sky instantly cleared up. And Lin Ziyu, who was enveloped in white light, was suspended in the sky like the sun. What a dazzling light. The warriors below all subconsciously blocked their eyes with their arms at this time. At this time, Lin Ziyu, who was wrapped in white light, had already entered his system page and checked his current attributes. Level 65. Experience points 7,751. Strength 7,751. 7,100. Physique 7,100. 2,830. Speed 2,830. Potential point 65. Skills, Analytic Eye Fury Disguise Engulf Mirror Image Heavenly Array Reset Power of the Stars Golden Body Immortality Exotic Summoning Sacrifice Skill Enhancement Source Strength Control. Title Respected Warrior Unused Titles Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 2 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. Rank 6 Warrior. Rank 7 Warrior. Rank 8 Warrior. Rank 9 Warrior. Master Warrior. Respected Warrior. Sage Warrior. Dia Rage Build-Up Vimanvnyo. Sage Warrior. He has finally reached the Sage Warrior level now. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyu became excited. Check out the power attached to the title of Sage Warrior. Title of Sage Warrior. Build up when attacked. Rage increases faster. Shield when attacked. There is a 30 chance that one can resist 50 of the incoming damage. Fatal 1 chance to directly kill a warrior of the same level. Bloodthirsty 1 of damage dealt to the enemy will restore one's own strength. Source Strength Absorption. Attacking the opponent can absorb 5 of the opponent's lost energy and convert it into one's own. Attribute Attack. Your attack will cause an attack with wind attribute, with a 10 chance to trigger wind-based skill. Corrosion. Your attack will have a 5 chance to cause corrosion to the enemy. There are so many passive skills. Lin Ziyu looked at the passive skills attached to the title of Sage Warrior and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Many of these passive skills were inherited from the previous title of Warrior, and the new passive skill was the Corrosion passive skill. However, Lin Ziyu didn't know what the specific effect would be. The new system skill is Source Strength Control. Source Strength Control. Control the source strength of the surrounding creatures. Cooldown 1 month. Damn. Looking at this new system skill, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but curse. The introduction of this system skill seems unclear, but the cooldown time is longer than all previous skills. It was as long as a month. Just when Lin Ziyu felt helpless, there was another system prompt in his mind. Gene Lock is unlocked. Gene Lock. Lin Ziyu was startled, then instinctively entered another system interface. He could clearly see that the rank 5 Gene Lock has been opened and unlocked. This is the last Gene Lock. After unlocking, I don't know what will happen. Lin Ziyu muttered to himself. Unlock success rate 10. As soon as he clicked the icon of the rank 5 Gene Lock, he saw this prompt. Consequences of failure: physical destruction. System, why are you messing with me? Lin Ziyu cursed secretly. The 10% chance of success was really too low for Lin Ziyu, who had only won the prize once when he bought a drink. This system was full of malicious intent. Forget it. I won't unlock it, Lin Ziyu said to himself helplessly. However, after reaching the Sage Warrior level, Lin Ziyu felt that his whole person was different, and the light that just appeared seemed to baptize his body. The whole body is filled with an incomparably comfortable feeling. Comfortable? Really comfortable? At this time, Lin Xiu came to his senses and realized that he was still suspended in the air. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, he returned to reality. The white light on his body dissipated and Lin Xiu's figure slowly descended from the sky. I won this battle. Right. Lin Xiu's eyes turned to the referee who had retreated to the back, then said lightly. At this time, the battle platform was broken and Lin Xiu's body was suspended in the air. Yes. Yes. The referee came to his senses after hearing Lin Xiu's words, and quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Xiu's battle just now was really exciting and shocking. At this time, he was not only shocked by Lin Xiu's strength, but also fearful. Group 1300 wins. As he let out a loud roar, the surrounding warriors also applauded. Immediately there was a burst of applause. Lin Xiu flew off the stage at this time and Wang Kang ran up excitedly. Master, you are too strong. Wang Kang knew that Lin Xiu was strong, but he never thought that Lin Xiu would be so strong. In the battle just now, Lin Xiu was like a god descending. Train well and you will reach this level, Lin Xiu said lightly. Yes. This kid. Where did he come from? Wu Hao on the other side also opened his eyes wide and said subconsciously. He didn't even know when the electronic cigarette in his hand fell on the ground. Even God descend can't kill him. The respected warrior, who was beside Wu Hao, also opened his eyes wide at this time, as if he was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. But it seems that I, Wu Hao, have finally found the right person. Wu Hao laughed out loud. The stronger Lin Xiu's strength, the higher the success rate of finding Angel's tears. I feel that trouble is coming for him. Another warrior spoke to himself like he was talking to himself. After all, the one Lin Xiu just killed were warriors from Divine Domain and the two of them were able to reach the peak of respected warrior's strength at such a young age. Obviously, they were the people who were groomed by Divine Domain. These people obviously had an extraordinary status in the Divine Domain. What did you say? Huang Fu Lin and Huang Fu Tan were killed in the competition, just as the warrior thought. The news that Huang Fu Lin and Huang Fu Tan were killed was quickly passed to the headquarters of Divine Domain. At this time, all the higher-ups in the Divine Domain were shaken. Those two people were trained as new leaders. Otherwise how could they possess such strength at such a young age? They sent them to win in the Tianjiao competition, so that they can go to the Sage Warrior space to break through and become Sage Warriors, but they didn't expect that both of them would die. Chapter 1974 The Meeting in the Divine Domain. Chapter 1974 The Meeting in the Divine Domain. Who did this? In one of the conference rooms of the Divine Domain, an old man threw a punch onto the table and instantly broke the table. Get the 5 elders here. The old man screamed at the crowd. Soon, the 5 elders who were stationed all over the world teleported back to the Divine Domain. Huang Fuling and Huang Fuxian are dead. Who is the one who's trying to fight the Divine Domain? The old man looked at the 5 elders of the Divine Domain who had just arrived. From his point of view, Huang Fuling and Huang Fuxian's abilities were well beyond the others. They should be undefeatable. Since the Tianjiao competition has a selected age group, could it be that there was a more powerful person who had disguised as a young man in order to join the competition and ended up killing them? One of them aside. This may be possible. The other elders nodded their heads as they agreed as well. Although they have people scattered all over the planet, they still had lots of enemies. They have just sent us the recordings of what happened. Let's take a look. One of the elders who sat at the back suggested. If Lin Xiu was here, he would have noticed that one of the men here was Huang Fuling. Elder Lin, please play the recording. The old man nodded his head and was trying his best to suppress the anger inside him. Huang Fuling nodded his head and played the recording from the Min computer. A bright light came from one end of the computer and projected it onto one of the walls opposite to it. They could all see what had happened during the fight. It's him. Huang Fuling's pupil shrank when he saw the recording. This was because he could clearly see that the man that Huang Fuling and Huang Fuxian were fighting was the one that had disappeared after the fight that had severely injured him. It was Lin Xiu. Elder Lin, do you know him? The other elder turned towards Huang Fuling. Yes. He's the one that I have been trying to hunt down after he took away the odd crystal of the Beast Saint. Huang Fuelin looked embarrassed as he said that out loud. There was a spot on his chest that still hurt until today. Back then, when he was fighting Lin Xiu, his injuries from that match were still aching. He has not fully recovered yet. Huang Fuelin, you are really getting old. You can't even defeat this young man. One of the 4 elders looked at him and asked in a sarcastic tone. He got away with his dirty tricks. After hearing what he said, Huang Fuelin's face turned dark. Let's just take a look to see how he killed Huang Fueling and Huang Fusion. The old man interrupted them. With the old man's words, all of them kept their mouths shut. Then, they continued with watching the recordings. Soon, they watched the part where Huang Fueling and Huang Fusion had used the God Descend. They couldn't kill him with our ancestors' help. Some of the elders have lost it when they saw what happened. They didn't think that Huang Fueling and Huang Fusion had chosen to use this skill. But, they died. This meant that the God Descend had failed as well. All of them had their eyes locked onto the projection. As they finished the recordings, all of them looked extremely pissed, especially for Huang Fuelin. He didn't think that Lin Xiu would grow to be so powerful after disappearing that day. By using God Descend, the ancestors of the Divine Domain would descend into their body. This meant that Huang Fueling and Huang Fusion were sage warriors when they fought Lin Xiu. However, they still couldn't kill him. Instead, all of the power that their ancestors had given to them during the fight have all been absorbed by Lin Xiu. Huang Fuelin, you know this young man. The old man was looking frustrated. This was definitely a blow to the Divine Domain. I know a thing or two. Huang Fuelin hesitated before nodding his head. Great. Bring some of them to the Sage Warrior space and kill him. The old man gave his commands. The Sage Warrior space. Those people wouldn't allow us in there. Huang Fuelin was stunned and answered subconsciously. I will talk to them about this. The old man answered coldly. This brat has to die. His eyes were still locked onto Lin Xiu's figure that was on the recording as he said in a vicious tone. We will be able to enter the Sage Warrior space tomorrow morning. On the other side, Wang Kang spoke to Lin Xiu. I will be taking a break now. You should take a good rest too. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Yes, master. As Wang Kang left the room, Lin Xiu laid down on his bed. This was a hotel that was near to the place where the competition was held. The hotel was gorgeous, and it had everything in it. It's hitting me now. The aftermath of using rage was finally hitting him, and Lin Xiu felt fatigue. He didn't even want to move his fingers. If anyone were to attack Lin Xiu now, he would be in grave danger. But, after what he had shown in the competition today, would there still be anyone who would try to fight Lin Xiu? After sleeping for the entire night, the next morning came. Wang Kang and Lin Xiu started walking to the destination that they were told. They could see that there were already lots of warriors gathered at the same place. There were about 100 warriors that had gathered at the spot. Amongst the 100 warriors here, most of them were respected warriors. In order to get into the Sage Warrior space, most of the stronger, younger warriors were here today. You're Lin Xiu. That's when a group of warriors walked up to Lin Xiu. The man who led the gang looked at Lin Xiu before asking, Let me introduce myself. I am Ma Jin, the best in the western part. He was arrogant and confident as he spoke to Lin Xiu. I heard that you were the one who brought the stage last night. The man looked at Lin Xiu as he continued speaking. But, from what I can see now, you aren't as powerful as the rumors had told. Could it possibly be that you aren't as scary as you think? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. This man was trying to provoke him. He was now a sage warrior, but since he was using disguise, his strength now was indeed ordinary. The warriors around him could only detect the amount of strength that he was willing to show. What does that mean? Wang Kang was unhappy with what Ma Jin had just said to them. Nothing. I just wanted to see if he is actually that great. Chapter 975 Steel. Chapter 975 Steel. Ma Jin stared at Lin Xiu as he continued trying to provoke Lin Xiu. If you're done, you can leave now. Lin Xiu completely ignored what Ma Jin had said before and told him to leave. What do you mean? Ma Jin frowned and the look on his face had changed completely. Suddenly, All of the warriors who were standing behind him started gathering around Lin Xiu. Are you looking down on me? Ma Jin gave a cold laugh. Don't think that you're great just because you defeat 2 people from the divine domain. Xiu. Before he could finish what he started, Lin Xiu was already standing right in front of him. At the same time, Lin Xiu raised his right hand and had his index finger placed next to Ma Jin's temples. There was a bright light at the tip of the finger, and it was because of the source energy that was gathered at the tip. Do you have a death wish? Lin Xiu asked bluntly. With one snap, he would be able to pierce through his brain. Ma Jin's body started shaking tremendously. He could now clearly feel that Lin Xiu was much stronger than he had expected. Plus, the light that was gathered at the tip of the finger may look small, but the energy coming from it was much scarier than it is to the eyes. Let's go. Lin Xiu looked at Wang Kang before taking away his hands. They were about to enter the Sage Warrior space, and it didn't seem nice to be killing anyone now. And Wang Kang looked at Ma Jin, whose body was now shaking tremendously. As he walked away with Lin Xiu, he's so strong. Ma Jin was no longer arrogant like he was before. His body was shaking uncontrollably as he mumbled to himself. The strength that was coming from Lin Xiu earlier was enough to break his soul. How are you so arrogant? Lin Xiu and Wang Kang were walking away when 2 of the warriors had rushed forward with weapons in their hands, ready to attack Lin Xiu. They weren't standing close to Lin Xiu earlier, which was why they couldn't feel how horrifying Lin Xiu actually was. Plus, they were respected warriors. They had transferred all of their source energy onto their weapons, and they were now glowing brightly. Leave. However, Lin Xiu had only raised his hands in the air, and both the men's bodies were then stuck in midair. Boom! With a loud explosion, the bodies of the men who tried to attack Lin Xiu immediately exploded in the air. Ma Jin was shocked when he saw what happened and took a huge gulp. He was first in the western part of the planet. If he did attack Lin Xiu, he would be dead by now. As he thought about it, there were chills running down his spine. At the same time, all of the warriors around were looking at Lin Xiu with fear. Now, no one else dared to stop Lin Xiu. Anyone who saw them would subconsciously move out of the way. Who's stirring up trouble here? A loud voice came from another side. As they turned around, there was an elder dressed in a customized combat suit walking towards them. It's Elder Yi. When the warriors saw who it was, all of them started whispering to each other. This elder was responsible for opening the portal to the Sage Warrior space, and he was someone respectable. They murdered 2 warriors. Some of the warriors who were friends with the 2 victims earlier pointed at Lin Xiu and screamed out loud. They were the ones who attacked us first. Wang Kang got anxious and quickly rebutted after hearing what the other warriors were saying. They were the ones who were at fault. Do you know what the consequences are for killing warriors in the top 100? Elder Yi looked at Lin Xiu and asked in a cold tone. It was merely self-defense. Lin Xiu answered calmly. Plus, there must be drones around that caught what happened earlier. Just take a look at it. Those men who wanted to accuse Lin Xiu of murdering another warrior started looking worried. They have completely forgotten that there were drones flying above their heads. The drones would have captured everything that had happened earlier. Are you sure that he was the one who started it? Elder Yi turned towards those who were making the complaints earlier. Those who were extremely confident earlier when saying that Lin Xiu was the murderer suddenly kept quiet. HMPH rubbish. Elder Yi sighed and left. We will be meeting soon. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors from earlier and said to them softly. In their current situation, it would be best to avoid any confrontation or conflict since he wanted to get into the Sage Warrior space. Initially, he wanted to enter the space so that he could become a Sage Warriors, but he no longer needed it now. His goal now was to find the Angel's Tears so that he can exchange it for the Orchid of Heaven. Most of the top 100 warriors from the Tianjiao competition had arrived, and one of the staff led them to another place. It was an empty ground that seemed to be abandoned. There were a large amount of skulls seen all over the ground. There were weapons that were rusty and damaged from the wear and tear after being here for a long time. Welcome, Sage Warrior Chang Yu. Welcome, Sage Warrior Yi Changkan. Welcome, Sage Warrior Xing Wan. Then, there was a loud, clear voice that came from one corner. Lin Xiu looked over to the place where the voice was coming from, and he could see that there were sage warriors that had arrived like meteors. There were a total of 10 sage warriors that arrived. Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes as he looked at what was happening before him. There were 10 sage warriors here. You are the top 100 warriors from the Tianjiao competition. Before entering the space, please place your hand on this Tianjiao stele. Yi Changkong, who was also known as Yi Changkong, stood in the center amongst the sage warriors, and he looked at the warriors standing before him. After hearing what he said, all of them had subconsciously turned towards the thing that was right beside his leg. They could all see that it was a huge stone stele. As Yi Changkong waved his right hand, he wiped away all of the dust that had accumulated on the stele. That's when the stele gave out a bright white glow. Whenever I call your names, come over here and touch the stele. Zhang Yu, Sun Hu. As Yi Changkong read out the names of the warriors from a long list, those who were called had walked forward and placed their hands on the stele. With their hands on the stele, their names immediately appeared on it. Chapter 976 Entering the Sage Warrior Space. Chapter 976 Entering the Sage Warrior Space. Something like this actually existed. Lin Xiu was a little surprised when he saw what was happening. Lin Xiu. Soon, Lin Xiu heard his name being called by Yi Changkong. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and directly walked towards the stele. Yi Changkong also noticed that it was Lin Xiu, and he kept staring at Lin Xiu. From the first time that he saw Lin Xiu, he had a clear feeling that he was different from the rest. As for what it specifically was, he couldn't tell. Lin Xiu placed his hand on the stele, and his name slowly appeared on the stele. At the same time, there was a bright light that came from the stele slowly enveloped Lin Xiu's body. Soon, Lin Xiu's name was moving upwards on the stele. His name appeared on the upper half of the stele. You're good, Yi Changkong said flatly. Head over there. Lin Xiu nodded his head and joined the others who were already in line to enter the space. He could clearly feel a sense of energy around him. This energy seemed to be testing the energy inside his body. If the energy detected in him was stronger, his name would be higher up on the stele. Wangqiang. Soon, as each of the warriors were called to the front, their names soon appeared on the stele. As you enter the Sage Warrior space, those whose name remain on the top of the stele will be listed as the first on the Tianjiao rank. Yi Changkong looked at the warriors before explaining it to them. Now, look at your right hand. Yi Changkong waved his hand and the source mark on his head was lit up. There were rays of bright light that headed towards the warrior's right hand. Soon, there was a bright ray of light that appeared on their wrist. This is a source ring. Once you enter the space, you can snatch it from anyone that you like. In the end, other than your names on the stele, the warrior with the most number of rings would be rewarded as well. Extra rewards. The warriors around started whispering after hearing what Yi Changkong said. Ready! Yi Changkong screamed. With that loud command, the sage warriors that were gathered around him raised their arms and let out the energy from their bodies. Boom! Their source energy gathered together and there was a bright white light that was seen. Then, the ground beneath them started shaking. Some of the warriors were also gasping in shock. There were a few who used levitation and placed themselves in the air so that they wouldn't be affected by the shaking grounds. As the movement on the ground became stronger, they couldn't help but feel as if the entire planet was shaking. Boom! They heard another loud explosion and suddenly, a bright light pierced into their eyes. Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes as well. Soon, he noticed that there was an oval shape opening right above them. From the opening, most of them peered into it and they could clearly see that there was a large green luscious ground. Is that the Sage Warrior space? After seeing what was right in front of him, Lin Xiu was surprised. From what he has read previously, the Sage Warrior space was a place built by a group of Sage Warriors. Inside this space, not only were there warrior skills available, there were also godly weapons found. In you go. 5 days later, you will be teleported out of the space. With that, all of the warriors rushed into the opening that would lead them to the Sage Warrior space. Let's go, Lin Xiu said to Wangqiang, who was standing next to him. Wangqiang nodded his head and he was getting excited. This was the legendary Sage Warrior space. It was something that every warrior had dreamt of. Plus, most of them who had entered the Sage Warrior space would usually become Sage Warriors when they return. As Lin Xiu flew into the Sage Warrior space, he noticed that everything before him turned white. After some time, Lin Xiu felt his feet landing on the ground and his vision slowly came back. He was now standing in the middle of a grass field. The air is good in here. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. So, this was what they referred to as the Sage Warrior space. The air was fresh. Lin Xiu immediately laid on the ground and took a nap. As the wind blew, Lin Xiu was feeling incredibly comfortable. This space was much different from what Lin Xiu had imagined. He thought that this space would be an abandoned area, but he didn't think that it would look like this. If he was right, all of them would be teleported on to different parts of the Sage Warrior space. As Lin Xiu was resting on the grass field, the black figures that were in hiding finally stood up. Hey, finally there's someone here now. Crack. It was followed by a peculiar noise. The shadow that was previously on the grow suddenly stood up, looking like an actual human. Ziu. Then, these figures started rushing towards Lin Xiu from all directions. They were about to attack Lin Xiu. Boom! But, when they got close to Lin Xiu, a dark blue light suddenly appeared and Lin Xiu's sphere appeared around him. The figures crashed onto Lin Xiu's sphere and it was a loud crash. All of them exploded on the spot. Robots. When Lin Xiu opened his eyes, he looked at the things that had fallen around him and mumbled to himself. Most of them were parts of artificial intelligence robots. However, as they crashed onto Lin Xiu's sphere, all of them were destroyed. Damn it. From a distance, there was a person hiding behind a tree who was gritting his teeth. You can bring robots here, Lin Xiu asked him. The man was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu talking to him. Lin Xiu had found him. He slowly peeked around, but noticed that Lin Xiu wasn't looking in his direction. Lin Xiu was still playing around with the parts that were on the ground as if he was trying to find something. Behind the tree, when he let out a breath of relief as he thought that Lin Xiu had not noticed him, he suddenly heard Lin Xiu speak of where he was. His pupil shrunk and he stopped moving. How did you find me? The man walked out of his hiding spot with a machete in his arm as he asked Lin Xiu. Chapter 977 10 years. Chapter 977 10 years. He was a tall man. The man was dressed in a very unique-looking combat suit. He had a machete in his hands and it was giving out a dim blue light. He looked like a powerful warrior, with the analytical eyes. Lin Xiu easily found out that this man was at the peak of a respected warrior. He was only one step away from being a sage warrior. Before I came here, you were able to hide in order to ambush me. So, this means that you have stayed in this space for a long time. Lin Xiu did not answer him. Instead, he looked back at the man and asked calmly. The look on the warrior's face changed after hearing what Lin Xiu was saying. Lin Xiu was right. He was from the previous batch. With some help, he was able to stay here longer than the others. He did this because he wanted to find a way of becoming a sage warrior. However, he didn't expect that after such a long time, he still remained at the same progress. As long as I kill you, your source ring will be mine. Then, his eyes were looking at Lin Xiu's source ring in greed. This source ring would get you out of here. Lin Xiu asked the man as he took a look at his source ring. Shut up. The man turned furious as Lin Xiu guessed everything that was going on in his head. He roared in rage and the next moment, he dashed towards Lin Xiu and started attacking him. Xiu. The way that he moved was odd and even his steps were awkward before he got close to Lin Xiu. He tightened his grip around the machete and swung it towards Lin Xiu. Xiu. As he moved his machete, there were continuous sounds of explosion. Although every swing of his were powerful and strong, none of them were able to hit Lin Xiu. Plus, the most shocking thing was when he realized that Lin Xiu was not moving at all. He was also slight tilting his body to dodge the attacks. Micro-dodges. The man was extremely shocked. He never thought that Lin Xiu would have learnt such moves. This move would require great reflexes and body physique in order for it to succeed. If he made any slight mistake, he would be killed instantly. But, no matter how hard the man tried to kill Lin Xiu, his machete did not touch him at all. It was horrifying, terribly horrifying. Boom! He was trying to activate the source energy from his source mark, and that's when Lin Xiu grabbed onto his machete. You can stop now, Lin Xiu said to the warrior bluntly after grabbing his machete. The man's pupil shrank when he saw Lin Xiu was able to hold his machete with only one hand, but then he realized that he couldn't pull out his weapon from Lin Xiu's grip. He wanted to warn Lin Xiu, but that's when he heard a crackling sound coming from his weapon. The man looked at his machete and for him, his weapon was indestructible, but now, there were cracks on his weapon. Crack! With a blink of an eye, the entire machete broke into pieces. The warrior was dumbfounded. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead by now. Lin Xiu gathered his energy together and showed it to the man. It was a tough, overpowering source energy, and the man could clearly feel it as he was standing close to Lin Xiu. It was indeed terrifying. The man suddenly felt helpless and immediately fell to his knees. Just kill me. The man gave a bitter laugh. The weapon that he was most proud of has been destroyed by this man single-handedly. How strong was this man to be able to do so? He was sure that none of the respected warriors would be able to do so. This man may possibly be. Wait. No. This man was definitely a sage warrior. Lin Xiu slowly walked toward the man. When he heard the footsteps, he quickly closed his eyes. However, the pain that he had expected did not come. Why should I kill you? When he heard Lin Xiu talking to him, the man quickly opened his eyes and stared at Lin Xiu in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Lin Xiu didn't kill him when he was a failure. I'm giving you a chance now. Lin Xiu looked at him and told him the truth. The man was stunned, as it was a lie if he said that he wasn't afraid of dying. He had no other choice since Lin Xiu was much more powerful than he was. If he had a chance to live, he could definitely hold on to it. I'll tell you. What do you want to know? The man quickly answered. You have been here for 10 years. Lin Xiu asked a question. The Tianjiao competition happened once in every decade, which means that the portal would only happen once in every 10 years. That's right. The man paused for a moment before answering. It has been 10 years and he still hasn't become a sage warrior. In return, he was stuck in this place and he couldn't leave. Tell me everything that you know, Lin Xiu said to the man. The man was a little hesitant, but he still told Lin Xiu everything that he knew. His name was Duan Jian, one of the top 100 warriors 10 years ago. While he was in space for 5 days, he didn't find what he wanted and he never became a sage warrior either. In order to stay here longer, he gave his source ring to a friend and found a spot where he could hide from the warriors detecting those left behind in space. That's how he stayed inside the space all these years. He was stuck here for 10 years. He came in as a young warrior in his 20s, and he was now a middle-aged man in his 30s. I bought these robots in the city. S-grade robots, each for 100 gold coins. The man looked a little heartbroken as he mentioned the robots. He had 5 of them who had skills similar to a respected warrior, and he didn't think that they would be destroyed so easily. When he thought of how Lin Xiu had a sphere that was offensive instead of just a defensive one, he was still surprised. Gold coins. You use gold coins here. Lin Xiu has only seen this grass field and a wooden house nearby. He could imagine that this sage warrior space was like a world on its own. It's a little difficult to get them. Duan Yanj nodded his head. Do you have a map of this place? Yes. With that, Duan Yanj pressed onto one of the buttons on the watch on his wrist and a projection came out of it. This is the mini computer that all of us have to get in this sage warrior space. As Duan Yanj explained it to Lin Xiu, he slowly moved the projection and it showed a map of the space. There was a tiny dot on the map which pinned his location. Chapter 978 Similar to a gaming world. Chapter 978 Similar to a gaming world. The map was divided into 5 parts. The grass field, the desert, the hills, the ancient and the ocean. All 5 pieces joined together to form the little world inside the sage warrior space. On this map, there are 5 parts here and each part has a hidden energy rock. It is said that once you find these rocks, you would be able to get the ultimate inheritance from the sage warrior. Duan Jian pointed at one of the buttons on the projection as he mentioned it to Lin Xiu. There were 5 empty windows that appeared on the projection. I have stayed here for 10 years and I didn't find any of it. Duan Jian said helplessly towards Lin Xiu. This place feels like a gaming world. Lin Xiu said to Duan Jian. You are not wrong. It is similar. Duan Jian nodded his head. Plus, this little thing has an analytical function as well. With that said, he clicked onto another button that was on the projection. The entire screen turned into an analytical mode. He turned his wrist around and aimed it towards the robots that were attacking Lin Xiu earlier. Target S-grade robots. Status damaged, unable to repair. Look here. Dian pointed at the projection. This is interesting. The corner of Lin Xiu's lips deviated upwards. Before he became a sage warrior, Lin Xiu was indeed curious to see what this place has. But, when he became a sage warrior, he felt that the things that he could get from this space wouldn't be as useful anymore. Now that he has learned all this, he has started to get interested again. Since this space was created by some of the strongest warriors from a long time ago, there must be incredible things hidden in this space. There were 5 areas here with 5 different energy source stone. This is the grass field. Is there a town here? Yes. Duan Yanj quickly nodded his head. Bring me there. Sure. With Duan Jian leading the way, Lin Xiu followed behind him. Everything around here looked similar to the real world. There were only some birds and little animals that were surprising to Lin Xiu. These little animals were actually robots. They were just made to look very similar to a real one. Hello. When Lin Xiu and Duan Jian got to the town, one of the men standing by the gates greeted Lin Xiu. This is a robot too. Lin Xiu looked at the robot standing before him that looked exactly like a real human and asked Duan Jian. And, other than those who enter into this space, most of the things here are robots. Duan Jian explained it to Lin Xiu. Oh, you should buy a watch like mine. It's very useful to have it in this place. As they continued walking, Duan Jian pointed at one of the shops and told Lin Xiu about the watch. Hello. What would you like to buy? Lin Xiu had just walked into the shop and there was already a salesperson greeting him. He'll take a look on my own. Alright. When Lin Xiu answered, the salesperson nodded his head and left. There were multiple artificial intelligence robots walking around the shop in sync. It does feel like the real world. Lin Xiu took a good look at his surroundings and he was quite surprised. The shop sold everything that was needed. There are food, clothes and daily necessities. This is why you could survive here for so long. Lin Xiu asked Duan Jian. Duan Jian awkwardly nodded his head. He has been here for 10 years. Not only has he failed to improve his skills, he didn't even find the ultimate inheritance. Hello. This would cost 10 gold coins. Lin Xiu picked up a watch and walked over to the counter. The robot by th counter then asked for 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Is that a lot? Lin Xiu asked Duan Jian. It's alright. Duan Jian didn't say much, but from the look on his face, he was a little heartbroken. These gold coins looked weird. There's a card inside it. Lin Xiu looked at one of the gold coins and said, This is why no one is able to make gold coins on their own. Duan Jian said helplessly. No matter how much money in the outside world, it couldn't be used in this world. How do you get gold coins? Lin Xiu asked as they were walking out of the store. At the mission center. Just complete the mission and you'll be rewarded with gold coins. Usually, one mission would be rewarded with 1 gold coin. Only S-grade missions would give up to 30 gold coins. As Duan Yanj was talking about the gold coins, he felt heartbroken once again. The robots that were destroyed earlier cost him half of the savings that he had. Lin Xiu was now busy experimenting with his new watch and soon, he managed to enter all of his information. After turning it on, he managed to turn on the projection to see the options and functions available on the watch. There were only 3 functions that included the map, scanning and collect. When he clicked on collect, there were 5 empty windows. Lin Xiu guessed that these windows were designed for the energy source stone. Everyone must have this when they are here. Lin Xiu shook the watch that was now on his wrist as he asked Duan Yanj. Yes. Without it, it would be difficult to complete certain missions. Duan Yanj nodded his head. By the way, you've been here for years but you never figured out how to get these stones. Lin Xiu asked Duan Yanj. Nope. Not a clue. Duan Yanj then gave another bitter smile. Let's take a look. Lin Xiu stopped walking. This was because the building standing before him was the mission center. Hello, adventurer. What mission would you like to take today? As Lin Xiu walked into the building, there was a bearded man by the counter that asked Lin Xiu and Du Jian. He waved his hands while greeting them, and there was a projection that could be seen next to it. There was a list that was projected onto the wall. Missions of C grade were at the lowest and S grade were the highest. Missions with C grade would reward only 1 gold coin, and some of them have no rewards too. With your abilities, you should be able to easily complete an S grade mission. Du Jian spoke to Lin Xiu. Which of these missions have you completed? Lin Xiu looked at the list of missions and asked Du Jian. In the beginning, I've only done 2 C grade missions and I slowly accepted missions that were harder. The best one that I've done would be the S grade mission since it would give me 30 gold coins, but they will only refresh it once every year. Du Jian explained to Lin Xiu. Have you not done all these missions even once? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Chapter 979 Treasure. Chapter 979 Treasure. I have not. Du Jian shook his head. Most of the missions in the C grade weren't as easy as he thought. There were some very annoying characters involved. Some were washing the dishes or moving bricks that may give 1 gold coin, but the rest would not be rewarded. I want one of the C grade missions. Alright, please show me your watch. After picking one of the C grade missions, the bearded man asked for Lin Xiu's watch. The robot scanned Lin Xiu's watch and he read through Lin Xiu's information before giving Lin Xiu the mission. If they were here for the first time, what can they do without the watch? Lin Xiu asked Du Jian. You can take a loan from here in order to get a watch, but that will cost 20 gold coins instead. Du Jian answered helplessly. This meant that every single one of them who entered the Sage Warrior space would be forced to buy one of these. Without the watch, they would not be able to carry out any mission. Without the mission, they would not be able to earn gold coins in order to survive. They only have 5 days inside this space, which also meant that they only had 5 days to search for the energy source stone. Alright, I'm going to do my mission now. Lin Xiu walked right out of the door. That's when Du Jian caught a glimpse of Lin Xiu's mission to wash dishes. The reward of it would be a bottle of water. This was a mission that would only be done by silly men like Lin Xiu. Since Lin Xiu had left already, does this mean that he could run as well? That's what he wanted initially, but Du Jian hesitated. He wanted to see what Lin Xiu was up to. Time passed by quickly and Lin Xiu managed to do almost all of the missions available. The missions from grade A to C were fairly easy, but they were time-consuming with low rewards. S-grade missions might be difficult, but with him around, it was much easier to complete them. It's unfortunate that these missions would only refresh themselves after 1 week. After today, you won't get any more missions. When Lin Xiu headed back to the center after the last mission, Du Jian reminded Lin Xiu, I don't need to do these missions anymore. Lin Xiu answered flatly before entering the mission center. I found the bones of the dragon. Lin Xiu took out a little box and placed it on the counter. Alright. Seeing how Lin Xiu had already found the material required by the mission, the robot took a look at it and said, Very well, adventurer. This is your reward. He took the material off the table and gave a bag of gold coins to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts and suddenly the bag of gold coins had disappeared. Du Jian was utterly shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. What on earth? How did it disappear? Du Jian was beyond curious, but he didn't have the guts to ask Lin Xiu. Congratulations on completing all the missions. We have acknowledged your abilities. Huh? When Du Jian heard what the robot was saying, he got confused. The robot has never said such things to him. This is the map that will lead you to the treasure. With you abilities, you should be able to find it. While talking to Lin Xiu, the robot bent down and took out a map made out of lambskin. Thank you. Lin Xiu thanked the robot before taking the map. Du Jian, on the other hand, was speechless. Treasure. Why was there treasure? As expected. Once all the missions have been completed, there will be a hidden mission. Lin Xiu held onto the map and told Du Jian. How did you know? Du Jian's jaw was on the ground as he asked. You don't play video games much. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders. When Lin Xiu learnt about how this world was similar to the gaming world, he had a few assumptions. Then, when he saw the missions, he thought that something different might happen once he finished all the missions. Since this was the only town in the entire grassfield and there was only one mission center. But, I still have to take you for helping me with the S-grade missions. If he did it on his own, it would be quite impossible for him to do so within one day. However, Duan Zhayan has been here for a decade and he has completed all the S-grade missions. So, he already knew all the details of the mission which allowed Lin Xiu to complete it quickly. If I'm right, the first energy source stone should be right here. Lin Xiu looked at the map before saying it to Duan Yanj. Really? Duan Yanj was shocked when he heard what Lin Xiu said. He has been wasting so much time here and he did not figure out how to get the energy source stone. He was aware of how important these energy source stones might be in the Sage Warrior space. There was a function on the watch that was specifically designed to store these stones. As they walked out of the building, they noticed that there were a few warriors that were gathering by the door. All of them were looking at Lin Xiu and Duan Yanj. Hee. We heard everything. The leader of the gang stared at the map that was in Lin Xiu's hands. We never thought that there would be treasures here. That place would hold the secret to becoming a sage warrior. Right. As one of the men continued, they were looking at the map in greed. Lin Xiu took a good look at all of them, and all of them had their source ring. It was without a doubt that these warriors were of the same batch as Lin Xiu. Duan Zhayan couldn't help but frown. Those who are allowed to enter here were warriors beyond the ordinary. There were 5 to 6 warriors around them and all of them were respected warriors. This was getting out of hand. He turned towards Lin Xiu and noticed that he was still looking very calm. That's when he realized that the map was gone. How did it disappear? Let's go, Lin Xiu said calmly to Duan Yanj, completely ignoring the other men. Alright. Duan Yanj thought about it before nodding his head. Stop right there. When Lin Xiu was about to leave, the other warriors got furious. Lin Xiu's actions were provoking them and he was being too arrogant. The man, who was the leader of the group, was the first one to attack Lin Xiu. He had a dagger in his hand as he rushed towards Lin Xiu. His dagger wasn't an ordinary one. As he transferred his source energy into it, there was a dim blue light that appeared on the dagger. Chapter 980 Mechanism. Chapter 980 Mechanism. Go to hell, he roared in his heart, and the moment he rushed over, his figure flashed again and he appeared behind Lin Xiu, holding the dagger emitting a blue light. He was about to stab Lin Xiu's head. Boom! But at this moment, a terrifying dark blue flame appeared, forming a sphere to resist the man's attack. The moment the tip of his sharp blade hit the sphere, it was immediately blocked by the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded. What? He roared and the strength of his whole body continued to explode. He continued to stab with his dagger to try to pierce through Lin Xiu's sphere. But at this moment, he felt a terrifying burning sensation on his dagger. His hands were so hot that he couldn't even hold the dagger anymore. As a last resort, he let go of the dagger and stepped back. At this moment, his dagger melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then it fell to the ground. The man who retreated to the back looked at his palm and found that it was completely red. There was also blood spilling out. He widened his eyes and they were full of disbelief. Just now, the source strength of his whole body was mobilized. Then it covered his body. Although this defensive effect was not as good as using sphere directly, it was still very strong. Not only was he injured, but his weapon was also melted away. This kid, what the hell is going on? He looks towards the front and he could clearly see the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded seemed like it formed by a dark blue flame. If you get lost now, I don't need to kill you guys. Lin Xiu glanced at them, then said lightly, crazy. The man roared angrily just now, and the source mark on his forehead lit up. And the other few warriors also rushed towards Lin Xiu in an instant. Duan Zhayan watched this scene and the expression in his eyes also changed. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the source mark on the man's forehead and at the same time, with a thought, the black source mark appeared on his forehead. As Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered, in the next moment, a translucent matrix instantly covered the man's body. Not only this man, but the men who leaped and attacked were also framed inside. Just now, the man who wanted to use this source mark power was framed in the matrix and found that his source mark power could not be used at all. And what's even more terrifying is that his source strength seems to be bound by strange forces and can't function. Goodbye, Lin Xiu said lightly, then snapped his fingers. Snapped. With a clear sound, all the warriors who were bound in the matrix suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, those warriors were all wiped out. All of their source rings flew towards Lin Xiu's arm. There were a total of 6 source rings, plus Lin Xiu's original source ring. There are 7 origin rings. All dead. Duan Ziyan rubbed his eyes at this time. His eyes were full of shock. He didn't expect that these 6 top-level respected warrior-level warriors would be killed by Lin Xiu just like that. At this moment, Lin Xiu's mind heard system prompts that he gained experience. But for Lin Xiu, the experience gained was too little. From the experience bar, it only increased by 0.01. Want to take a look? Lin Xiu said lightly as he walked forward. Duan Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and followed Lin Xiu to the front. He also wanted to see what this so-called treasure actually had. As Lin Xiu walked, with the triggering of his thoughts, in the next moment, the parchment map appeared in Lin Xiu's hand from the expansion space. According to the location marked on the map, Lin Xiu walked out of the town and walked on the endless grassland outside. Looking up at the sky, he could see a full moon in the sky. The moonlight shone on Lin Xiu's body, making the moon-shaped jade pendant around Lin Xiu's neck look dazzling. Lin Xiu looked down at the moon-shaped jade pendant, as if a falling moon appeared in front of him. Wait for me. Lin Xiu quickened his pace while speaking as if he was talking to himself. After walking for some time, according to the sign on the map and looking at the iconic boulder, Lin Xiu stopped. Right here, Duan Ziyan said curiously at this time. Should be. While Lin Xiu said lightly, he pressed the smart watch. As the smart watch projected the screen, Lin Xiu clicked the scan button. Di-di-di. Ordinary rock. Duan Ziyan also started the smartwatch at this time and scanned the rocks over there. Same display, ordinary rock. Is it really here? Duan Ziyan said a little suspiciously. According to his experience of completing tasks here, if there is really any mechanism here, they should be able to scan the information. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, directly activated the analytic eye in his system. With the continuous increase of his level, the ability of analytic eye has also become stronger and stronger. Many things could be analyzed. Mechanism rock. Cover the rock with both hands and pour source strength in to activate the mechanism. As Lin Xiu used the analytic eye, in the next moment, some textual information appeared in his mind. I see. Lin Xiu put away the parchment map and put his hands on the rock. With the triggering of Lin Xiu's thoughts, the source strength in his body was transferred into this rock. Duan Ziyan looked at Lin Xiu's movements and his eyes were full of doubts. This rock was obviously just an ordinary rock. What was he trying to do? Just when he was puzzled, he saw that a faint white light began to appear on the body of the rock. And this light has changed from a weak light to a dazzling light. At this time, as Lin Xiu continued to pour the source strength into it, the rock seemed to swell up. Lin Xiu clearly felt something was wrong and the pupils in his eyes constricted. Boom! At the next moment, as the rock continued to expand, a huge explosion occurred in an instant. The surrounding ground trembled wildly. At the location of the rock just now, a huge ray of light bloomed. The entire grassland seemed to turn into a vast expanse of white in an instant. Chapter 981 The Source Stone of Electricity. Chapter 981 The Source Stone of Electricity. Whoosh! Duan Ziyan was out of breath at this moment and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Although he has a sphere unfolded now, his entire body has been knocked away for quite some distance. Taking a closer look, there were quite a few cracks on his sphere. The explosion just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for his quick reaction to unfold the sphere, he would have died just now. He looked around and found that the surrounding grass was a vast expanse of white, which looked very strange. And Lin Xiu's figure seemed to be still in front of him. I see. After the rock exploded, Lin Xiu could clearly see that there was an underground passage under the rock. The explosion just now was terrifying to Duan Ziyan, but nothing to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who unfolded the sphere, just resisted all the shocks. Lin Xiu looked down, then walked directly down the passage. The walls around this passage all radiated white light. The whole channel looks very white and bright. Lin Xiu quickly walked down and he could clearly see everything around him, and it became very empty. This is a very empty hall. In the middle of the hall, there is a prismatic stone that emits white light, suspended in the air. This is the energy source stone. Right. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. They had traveled far and wide looking for SDH, only to find it right there in front of them. This Duan Ziyan, who stayed here for 10 years and didn't find it. But Lin Xiu came here and found it on the first day. Lin Xiu was looking forward to what he would get by collecting these 5 source stones. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu walked directly to the middle. Lin Xiu, be careful. At this time, when Lin Xiu was about to walk towards the front, Duan Ziyan's figure appeared in the back and he said aloud, Lin Xiu looked back and immediately raised his brows. Have you seen the bottom? There are ultra-high voltage wires underground. As soon as you step on them, you will be electrocuted by those terrifying electricity. Duan Ziyan, who had just come down, looked at the bright floor on the ground and said suddenly. He had seen this kind of thing when he completed the mission before. At that time, he was almost electrocuted to death, and when he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel scared for a while. Is it just electricity? Lin Xiu said lightly. That's easy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu walked over directly. Duan Ziyan's eyes widened, as if he could see Lin Xiu being smashed to pieces by those terrifying lightning bolts. Boom! Sure enough. As Lin Xiu walked over, a terrifying electric current burst out. As the current burst out, the surrounding air exuded a burnt smell. Those electric currents were transmitted to Lin Xiu's body, causing Lin Xiu's entire body to be wrapped in this terrifying electric current. Are you okay? But what was unbelievable to Duan Ziyan was that Lin Xiu, surrounded by that terrifying electric current, seemed totally fine. It hurts a bit, Lin Xiu said aloud like he was talking to himself. This electric current was indeed very powerful and terrifying, even more terrifying than the electric current released by Lin Xiu. But even so, for Lin Xiu, it didn't cause too much damage. The skin on the body felt like it was about to be torn by the electric current. Lin Xiu didn't have so much scruples now and continued to walk towards the middle of the place. Duan Ziyan's eyes are wide open now, as if he's been frightened, because Lin Xiu's whole body was surrounded by terrifying electric currents at this moment. But even so, he walked forward as if nothing was wrong. How strong is this body's resistance to electricity to be able to do this? As Lin Xiu walked to the front of the energy source stone, as soon as he stretched out his hand, the energy source stone suddenly burst into a white light. In the next moment, this energy source stone turned into a white light and entered Lin Xiu's smartwatch. The surrounding current also disappeared at this moment. Congratulations, the source stone of electricity has been obtained. At this moment, a loud noise came. It sounded in the entire Sage Warrior space. You got it. Duan Ziyan, who had been watching the scene in front of him, became excited at this time. He has been here for so long without looking for any news about this so-called energy source stone. But Lin Xiu just came here on the first day and found it. Didi. As Lin Xiu activated the smartwatch, as the screen was projected, he clicked the collect button in the sky and he could clearly see that the white ray of energy source stone appeared in this collect in the interface. 4 more. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Grassland, wilderness, mountains, ancient ruins, ocean, the 5 major sections of this world. The source stone of electricity from the grasslands has been collected. Next, we will go to other sections. Lin Xiu opened the map interface to take a look. This grassland was adjacent to wilderness and mountains. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu was ready to leave for the wilderness. By the way, just now I heard the reminder that you have obtained the energy source stone. I think the grassland will be very dangerous tonight. Duan Ziyan did not hesitate at this time and spoke directly to Lin Xiu. Okay. I know. Lin Xiu nodded, then said lightly, just after he obtained the energy source stone. He had already heard the sound that seemed to be able to spread throughout the entire Sage Warrior space. This must be done deliberately by the Sage Warriors who created this Sage Warrior space. The purpose was to let the warriors snatch the energy source stone. Then the strongest warrior would be selected to obtain this energy source stone. While thinking about it, he heard footsteps coming out of the passage. There are people coming. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he knew that someone would come to snatch it, he didn't expect that there would be so many people. This energy source stone is here. As soon as some warriors walked in, they said loudly. Lin Xiu looked at the front and he could clearly see that there were more than a dozen warriors who had already walked over. They all have source rings on their hands and obviously they are the same batch of warriors who came in. You too. Who got the energy source stone? One of the warriors with a spear glanced at Lin Xiu and Duan Ziyan and said coldly. The rest of the people also held the weapons in their hands and looked at Lin Xiu and Duan Ziyan, their eyes filled with ill intent. Chapter 982 of Finger Snap. Chapter 982 of Finger Snap. Want my source stone? Lin Xiu looked at them. The corners of his mouth curled up and said lightly. Turning on the smartwatch, Lin Xiu tapped the source stone icon on the collection interface. In an instant, with a flash of white light, the source stone of electricity appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. When those people saw the source stone in Lin Xiu's hand, their eyes were full of greed. It has been a day since they came to this Sage Warrior space and most of the warriors were familiar with the situation inside. Looking at the collection interface of the smartwatch, almost all warriors knew that they needed to collect these 5 energy source stones. As soon as they heard the sound from the Sage Warrior space, they saw the bright spot in the grassland. They rushed over here quickly, just to find that Lin Xiu and Duan Ziyan were below. Boy, hand it over and I can spare your life. One of the muscular warriors clenched the battle axe in his hand, looked at Lin Xiu and said savagely, Wait, I seem to have seen this kid. Just as these people were approaching Lin Xiu step by step, one of the tall and thin warriors, looking at Lin Xiu, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said aloud, Lao Gao. There is nothing you can do if you know him, if he doesn't obediently hand over the source stone of electricity in his hand. While speaking, one of the men held his own weapon and made a killing gesture across his neck. Undoubtedly, if Lin Xiu didn't give it, they would kill him and take it away forcefully. No, he seems to be Lin Xiu. The man known as Lao Gao shook his head and continued to speak. It's the one who killed Huang Fu Lin and Huang Fu Tan of Divine Domain. When he said this, he looked at Lin Xiu with a look of fear in his eyes. Who's Huang Fu Lin and Huang Fuxian? What sort of strength did they possess? Yet they were both killed by Lin Xiu. The battle was very exciting and he even watched the battle video. Lin Xiu's strength on the field at that time was too shocking. At this time, the expressions of everyone who heard Lao Gao's words changed slightly. They have also heard of this battle. Huang Fu Tan and Huang Fu Lin were both very powerful and were defeated by one person. What are you afraid of? There are more than a dozen of us here and we are afraid that he would kill us. The warrior who spoke first before pointed at Lin Xiu with the longsword in his hand. And I saw at the moment I came into this Sage Warrior space. On the Tianjiao list, this Lin Xiu is only in the top 30 while I'm in the top 10. The man with the sword said proudly. The Tianjiao list was the stone tablet from before. When the names of all the people appear on it, they will be ranked according to the strength of each warrior. He was the last to come in. Before he came in, he saw the names on the tablet. There was absolutely no Lin Xiu in the top 10. In other words, Lin Xiu's strength is not even in the top 10. Boy, bring it here. Give it to me. I wouldn't be a disgrace to this energy source stone. This warrior named Pang Quan held a long sword at Lin Xiu with one hand and reached out with the other hand. He motioned Lin Xiu to give him the energy source stone. If you have the ability, come and get it. Lin Xiu looked at the energy source stone suspended in his hand and said lightly. He didn't know how this energy source stone is formed, but it can be directly stored in this smart watch and be taken out again, which makes Lin Xiu very curious. Courting death. Seeing that Lin Ziyu was still so ignorant, Peng Quan and the others immediately roared and attacked Lin Ziyu directly. Lao Gao's eyes changed a bit, and in the next moment, his body retreated directly to the back. He did not participate in the attack, because he was someone who had watched that match and knew Lin Ziyu's terrifying strength. This thing should be useful. Lin Ziyu looked at the source stone of electricity floating in his hand and said aloud like he was talking to himself. With Lin Ziyu's thoughts. At the same time as they rushed over, the source energy of their bodies poured into the source stone of electricity. Crackling. A strange sound resounded instantly. An incomparably terrifying electric current burst out from this source stone of electricity in an instant. Those warriors who had just attacked Lin Ziyu were all hit by these sudden currents. Boom boom boom. In the surrounding air, there seemed to be a sound like an explosion. These warriors were subjected to this terrifying electric current, and their eyes widened immediately. Some warriors' bodies exploded in their bodies directly because of the current. Blood splattered continuously from their bodies. Some warriors were even scorched black by the electricity. Peng Quan, who was extremely arrogant just now, quickly unfolded the sphere, but found that the terrifying lightning seemed to be able to penetrate into the sphere. What? Although the body has a certain degree of resistance, this current is much stronger than ordinary current. It made Peng Quan cry out. Lao Gao, who had fled to the other side of the passage, heard the mourning of the warriors just now, and his body could not help shaking. He was a little fortunate that he ran fast. A warrior of that level couldn't be dealt with just numbers. Judging from the battle at that time, he suspected that Lin Ziyu was a warrior at the level of Sage Warrior. Duan Ziyan stood not far behind Lin Ziyu. His whole person seemed to be frozen. Looking at the dozen or so warriors on the ground, almost all of them were directly electrocuted by the terrifying lightning. That is a warrior at the level of Wu Zun, so they all died. Is this the power of the source stone? Peng Quan half-knelt on the ground, his body trembling, and he said aloud. Until now, he did not believe that it was Lin Ziyu's own power. They thought it was mainly the power of the source stone that caused their miserable situation. Goodbye. As Lin Ziyu spoke, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly an incomparably thick lightning bolt slashed directly at his body. Boom! As the lightning struck, Lin Ziyu's mind also received system prompt of gaining experience. Lin Ziyu was also slightly surprised when he looked at the source stone of electricity suspended in his hand. When the source strength cooperates with the source stone of electricity and uses electric skill, it can make the current more powerful and terrifying. If only it could be absorbed. Lin Ziyu thought about it, and just when he wanted to use the system's engulf skill, he immediately shook his head. Not yet. We must find the remaining 4 source stones as soon as possible. With a thought, this source stone of electricity instantly turned into an energy body, as if it had entered the smartwatch. Lin Ziyu really admired the person who made this smartwatch. Duan Ziyan. Chapter 983 Draw Again. Chapter 983 Draw Again. Hearing Lin Ziyu calling him, Duan Ziyan was stunned and looked over to Lin Ziyu. Thinking of Lin Ziyu's terrifying power that was different from today's, he looked at Lin Ziyu with fear. When he recalled that he wanted to ambush Lin Ziyu before, he felt extremely regretful. Fortunately, Lin Ziyu did not kill him. You can go now, Lin Ziyu said lightly. Really? Really? Duan Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then said with a trembling voice. Today he wanted to escape several times, but he was afraid that Lin Ziyu would kill him. Hearing that Lin Ziyu wanted to let him go, it felt unreal. Lin Ziyu nodded slightly. Although this man wanted to ambush Lin Ziyu at first, he was able to complete those S-rank tasks so quickly afterward. So Lin Ziyu didn't want his life either. Duan Ziyan had a look of surprise on his face, but at this moment he seemed to have thought of something, and he became hesitant again. He seems a little afraid to speak out. If you have anything to say, just say it. At this time, with the death of Peng Quan and others, the source rings quickly flew to Lin Ziyu's hands. A total of 15 source rings appeared on Lin Ziyu's arm. In addition to the previous 7, there are now a total of 22 source marks. Please, can you give me a source ring? At this moment, Duan Ziyan plopped down on the ground and said to Lin Ziyu. He stayed here for 10 years, and finally opened this Sage Warrior space again, but after 5 days. Other than the contestants and the warriors with source rings in their hands, the rest of the warriors will not be summoned. If he wanted to go out, he needed a source ring. Although there were many warriors in this Sage Warrior space, he already had a shadow in his heart after the last time he ambushed Lin Xiu. If the rest of the warriors who came to the Sage Warrior space this time were also very strong, then his chances were very slim. I can trade it for anything. Duan Ziyan didn't hear Lin Xiu's voice, and hurriedly continued to speak. Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered, and with a wave of his right hand, one of the source rings flew towards Duan Ziyan. The source ring instantly appeared on his arm. "I'll give it to you," Lin Xiu said lightly, and then walked away, leaving behind Duan Ziyan, who seemed to be frozen. "Thanks." Duan Ziyan looked at the source ring on his wrist, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He was finally able to go out. As soon as he walked out, Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The first source stone was in his hand, and next, it was time to look for the second one. The second source stone, in the wilderness. That's where the angel's tears were at. This was based on the information Wu Hao gave him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiu started to walk. The grassland was huge, and Lin Xiu didn't know how long he had walked before slowly seeing the tall green grass around him disappear. In its place was a wasteland. In this barren area, there were still many human skeletons and the remains of various creatures on the ground. Phew! I'm a little tired. Lin Xiu yawned as he walked. It was midnight now, and it was pitch black all around. Although Lin Xiu has a certain night vision ability, it was still a bit difficult to see. After finding a random stone, Lin Xiu lay directly on this side, then closed his eyes and rested. It was very quiet all night, and the next day soon arrived. Squeak! Lin Xiu, who was sleeping soundly, was quickly awakened by the sound of a bird chirping. When he opened my eyes, he saw sunlight shining into my eyes. Some strange black birds were flying around, making a strange cry. Even birds are made of machines. Lin Xiu used his analytic eye to scan the birds, and he knew clearly that these were mechanical black birds, although they used robot birds. From the information obtained from the analytic eye, it can be known that these robot birds possess the same power as a king warrior. In other words, the power brought by such a small bird may destroy the earth, which only had rank 9 warriors previously. This is too nonsensical. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but say something to himself. After standing up and taking out some things from the expansion space to satisfy his hunger, Lin Xiu felt that his whole body was full of strength. Comfortable, very comfortable. Holding the dark edge spear, Lin Xiu started waving it. As his strength continued to grow, the spear art he learned before was obviously not suitable for him. Overlord's spear art was not bad, but it was the spear art that he had learned before, and he had already fully comprehended it. Although the hollow-level skill has heaven-breaking strike, this skill really consumes too much physical strength and cannot be used often. Oh right, let's see what can be drawn now. Lin Xiu thought of the lottery system. The monthly number of lottery draws was refreshed today, in addition to the number of lottery draws left over from previous upgrades. There should be quite a few. Right. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu directly entered the system interface, and then entered the lottery system. The number of times displayed below the number of draws is 3. How there are actually 3 lottery chances. Because it was not long after the last lottery draw, Lin Xiu thought that there were only 2 lottery chances at most, including the 1 chance of the lottery obtained by leveling up, and the monthly chance. 3 chances to draw a lottery. Let's draw. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu clicked to start the lottery, and soon entered the familiar big wheel interface. Seeing the familiar lottery interface, Lin Xiu looked carefully. The lottery interface this time is still similar to the last time, and the turntable is still divided into 10 grids. The 3 grids are skill cards. The 3 grids are odd crystals. The 3 grids are battle suits and weapons. And the last grid occupying a very small position is the grand prize. Doesn't seem to have anything special. Lin Xiu muttered to himself, a little depressed. Originally, he had reached the Sage Warrior level, so he should have refreshed something good. But now, it seems that there is not. Only the skill cards had changed from low-level skill cards to diamond skill cards. And there were mostly purple gold level skill cards. The battle uniforms were fine, but weapons were definitely not needed. With the continuous forging of the Dark Edge Spear, it was already very suitable for his use. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiu directly clicked on the lottery draw. This time, it was not drawn consecutively, but drawn one at a time. As Lin Xiu just clicked on the lottery window, the carousel started to spin like crazy. Seeing that the pointer was about to reach the grand prize, Lin Xiu hurriedly shouted, "Stop." Soon after Lin Xiu called out, the pointer of the turntable slowly stopped. "Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the odd crystal." Damn it. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse. Chapter 984 Grand Prize. Grand Prize again. Chapter 984 Grand Prize. Grand Prize again. With a flash of light, a Beast Emperor level odd crystal appeared in front of Lin Xiu. After exiting the system interface and returning to reality, Lin Xiu was a little helpless when he saw this odd crystal appearing in front of him. Now that he had reached the Sage Warrior level, it was simply too difficult to level up, unless it was an odd crystal of the Beast Saint level. This type of odd crystal will not have much effect on Lin Xiu. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, Lin Xiu directly put the Beast Emperor level odd crystal into his expansion space. There were two more chances. Lin Xiu entered the system interface again. As Lin Xiu clicked to start, the turntable turned again. "Give me a prize." Lin Xiu stared at the turntable with wide eyes. As the turntable turned frantically, Lin Xiu immediately called to stop when he saw the pointer go past the grand prize. At this time, the speed of the turntable has gradually slowed down from the original speed. It's almost at the grand prize. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu was excited. It's been a long time since he won a grand prize, and every time he got a grand prize, it was something good. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu became even more excited. The turntable was getting slower and slower, and it was about to stop at the grand prize slot. "Give me the grand prize." Just when Lin Xiu shouted excitedly, the turntable slid slightly and it slid to the slot next to grand prize. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for getting the Holy Light battle suit. Darn it. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Xiu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but cursed. This was too annoying. He thought it was a grand prize, but it turned out to be a battle suit. Lin Xiu was speechless. As a white light flickered in front of Lin Xiu, the battle suit appeared in the air. The battle suit was white with a pale gold pattern on it. It does look very nice. Take a closer look at the attributes of this Holy Light suit. Holy Light suit. Grade S grade. Additional skills: Holy Light can shine in the eyes of the enemy. Ha! Lin Xiu looked at the introduction and the corners of his mouth twitched. Black lines all over his head. To be able to shine the eyes of the enemy. What kind of lame skill? But this battle suit was actually S-class, which was beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. Now the battle suits and weapons obtained from the system were divided into grades, and the worst was C grade. The suits and boots that he obtained before were all a level, but he didn't expect that this time he got an S-level suit. S-rank suits were one level higher than A-rank suits. Without thinking much, Lin Xiu directly changed into this Holy Light battle suit. As soon as the battle suit was put on, Lin Xiu felt very light and bright. And this battle suit was very thin. He couldn't really feel any weight when he put it on. Comfortable, Lin Xiu said. This battle suit, although the accompanying skills were a bit funny, but it was much more comfortable to wear than the battle suits he had worn before. As his level continues to improve, the quality of things were also much better. When he won the grand prize previously, he got a Star Moon God armor, but compared to the current battle suit, it was lousier. There was one last chance to draw a lottery. Lin Xiu thought about it, hesitated for a while and decided to use it. He went on to click the lottery button in the middle of the carousel. This time, Lin Xiu's goal was to get a pair of skill cards or combat boots. Please don't give me an odd crystal. Lin Xiu knew that unless there was a grand prize, the odd crystal one could not be a Beast Saint-Level odd crystal. If it wasn't a Beast Saint-Level odd crystal, it wouldn't have much effect on him at all, except for an odd crystal. Anything will do. As the turntable turned frantically for a while, Lin Xiu clenched his hands excitedly. Stop, stop, stop. As soon as Lin Xiu's words came out, the speed of the turntable, which was turning frantically, began to slow down in the next moment. Soon, the pointer pointed to the square of the odd crystal. F. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, he couldn't help but uttered a vulgarity. The more you don't want something, the more it'll come to you. Lin Xiu was extremely depressed. In the 3 lottery chances, he didn't get anything he wanted. But just when Lin Xiu was extremely depressed, the turntable didn't seem to stop completely. Lin Xiu also found that there was no system prompt in his mind. At this time, he continued to look at the turntable and it was still turning slightly. At the next moment, the pointer on the turntable slowly pointed to the smallest grid. Congratulations to the master for winning the grand prize. A very pleasant voice sounded. The grand prize. I really won the grand prize. Congratulations, master. For winning the grand prize, assign a skill. You can choose any type of skill. Spear art. Can I choose spear art? At this time, Lin Xiu suppressed his excitement and said, yes. The electronically synthesized sound of the system came over again. Spear art. I want spear art. Lin Xiu hurriedly continued speaking. With a flash of light, in front of Lin Xiu's eyes, a skill card slowly appeared. Holy level. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide. Looking at the dazzling skill card, his eyes widened. Although he knew that the grand prize would definitely be the best, he didn't expect that it would be a holy level card. You must know that a holy level skill, even the sage warriors on this planet, were constantly vying for it. Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and held this skill card. Taking a closer look, it was indeed a skill card of the spear art type. Destiny Spear Art. Just by looking at the name, Lin Xiu felt that this spear art had terrifying feeling. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiu sat down with his legs crossed and placed the skill card on his forehead. After mobilizing the source strength of his body and communicating with the skill card, all the spear art information contained in the skill card was transmitted to Lin Xiu's mind. Spear art was the foundation of using a spear. As for spear art skill, it was equivalent to a skill. The use of skill requires source strength, while spear art sometimes requires source strength. But it was far less than skill. With a continuous flow of information on spear art into Lin Xiu's mind, a sense of pain struck, but still within the tolerable range. Not long after that, when Lin Xiu opened his eyes again, the spear art and skill card fell from his forehead. Because the skill information inside has been completely absorbed by Lin Xiu, so now it looks like it is just an ordinary skill card. Let's try it. Picking up the dark edge spear that fell on the ground, Lin Xiu waved it. Chapter 985 Sneak Attack. Chapter 985 Sneak Attack. Whoosh whoosh. As the dark edge spear swung, there were whooshing sounds. The sword art looked very sharp and there were all kinds of variations in every move. If he was fighting with the enemy, it was almost impossible for the opponent to decipher this kind of sword art. It's really amazing. According to the information in his mind, Lin Xiu continued to practice this destiny spear art. After practicing for about an hour, Lin Xiu put down the dark edge spear in his hand and was a little out of breath. Although the spear art was very strong, it was also very difficult to practice. After practicing like this for an hour, Lin Xiu felt that his body was a little overwhelmed. Sitting down cross-legged, he activated the cultivation technique to absorb the surrounding source power and replenish the consumed physical strength. There seems to be someone here. At the same time, some warriors came over from the other side. It was easy to spot Lin Xiu sitting cross-legged not far away. As soon as they walked over to Lin Xiu's side, they found that Lin Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged, had more than 20 source rings on his arms. Seeing this scene, the pupils in their eyes shrank slightly. He had more than 20 source rings, which means that Lin Xiu killed more than 20 warriors who came in. These warriors were all proud people. It was almost impossible to admit defeat and hand over the source ring. The only possibility was that Lin Xiu killed more than 20 warriors. The other warriors who figured this out all looked at one another. Luohu, are you sure? One of the warriors looked at the strong warrior beside him and said aloud. This warrior, known as Luohu, had a killing intent in his eyes at this time. There were also several source rings on his arms. Obviously, he also killed a lot of warriors, being able to obtain more than 20 source rings. It seems that this person is not ordinary. Luohu stared at Lin Xiu over there and said in a deep voice. But I think he's meditating over there now. He should have gotten injured while trying to get the source ring. So, we should have a chance. There were more than 20 source rings. As long as they managed to get them, it was very likely that their ranking would directly be at the top. Get ready. Let's go together. Luohu continued to speak. Wait. How do you divide the source rings? One of the warriors said aloud at this time. Luohu glanced at him, then said lightly. Just divide it equally amongst those present. The remaining few warriors nodded when they heard Luohu's voice. Now there are about 7 of them, and if the source rings were divided equally, each of them would get about 3. Enough. At this time, they continued to observe Lin Xiu and found that Lin Xiu was still sitting cross-legged, using the cultivation technique to absorb the surrounding source strength. Good chance. Let's go. As Luohu let out a low roar. At this moment, these warriors, using their body techniques at the same time, charged directly towards Lin Xiu. They clenched the weapons in their hands and transmitted their source strength onto them, causing these weapons to glow slightly. After all, Lin Xiu has more than 20 source rings in his hand and his strength was clearly extraordinary. At this time, they all unfolded their sphere. Good chance. Kill. Luohu held the long spear in his hand and looked at Lin Xiu, who still didn't react. With a ferocious look on his cheeks, the sharp point of the spear was about to stab Lin Xiu's head. Boom! But at this moment, a dark blue flame burst out from Lin Xiu's body. In the next moment, a dark blue sphere was formed. The attacks of these weapons were all blocked by this dark blue sphere. Damn! Seeing that his shot was going to pierce through Lin Xiu's head, he never thought that Lin Xiu had already opened a sphere. And this sphere was different from the ordinary sphere. The outer layer turned out to be a dark blue, incomparably terrifying flame. Luohu originally wanted to forcibly break through Lin Xiu's sphere, then pierce Lin Xiu's head. But the outer flame of this sphere was really terrifying. The incomparably hot temperature was transmitted to his spear. His hands felt the heat. It was as if his hands were about to melt away. There was no way. Luohu could only retreat to the backside. What? Some of the weapons of the other warriors fell directly to the ground and their hands were instantly blurred by the scalding heat. Sneak attack, huh, that's not nice. At this moment, Lin Xiu's voice came over, causing the surrounding warriors to turn pale in shock. Taking a closer look, the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded disappeared at this moment and Lin Xiu's figure, too, slowly appeared. The strength of these people is only at the level of respected warrior, so Lin Xiu sensed their arrival very easily. He glanced at the past and found that Luohu, who was holding a spear, had several source rings on his arms. Without using the analytic eye, Lin Xiu simply glanced at him and knew that Luohu was a peak respected warrior and was just one step away from sage warrior. Luohu stared at Lin Xiu, judging from his many years of battle between life and death. Lin Xiu was not easy. He clenched the long spear in his hand and the source strength of his body continued to explode. The rest of the warriors also retreated to the back. Staring at Lin Xiu, the weapons in the hands of some warriors fell to the ground when they attacked Lin Xiu, and at this time they directly released their own source mark power. He wanted to attack Lin Xiu from a distance, crackling, especially one of the warriors. As the purple source mark on his forehead appeared, a burst of purple lightning immediately charged towards Lin Xiu. Die! He shouted loudly and those lightning bolts directly covered Lin Xiu's body. But what shocked him was that with the lightning bursting out of his source mark power covering Lin Xiu's body, Lin Xiu still did not use the sphere to resist, but let the lightning strike his body. Nothing. Lin Xiu's body was totally fine. Those flashes of lightning that could scorch the ground had no effect on him at all. Let me do it. The rest of the warriors also used their own source mark powers in turn. Fire, frost. All sorts of attributes of source mark power rushed toward Lin Xiu. Rumbling. The surrounding ground shook wildly at this time. Due to the impact of those source mark power, the spot where Lin Xiu was standing had a huge explosion. In an instant, the entire ground was covered in dust. Chapter 986 Source Ring. Chapter 986 Source Ring. Dead. Luohu clenched the long spear in his hand and looked at the other side. The dust there was now slowly being blown away. Under the impact of the source mark power of so many warriors, Luohu believed that even if Lin Xiu had unfolded the sphere, there was no way to resist them. This person should be dead. Wait. But at this moment, Luohu seemed to sense something and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly, because he seemed to see a figure in the dust that was slowly dispersing. No. Not dead. Those warriors were a little out of breath after using the source mark power, and they also saw this scene at this time. Their eyes widened. No. Not only did he not die, but he was not injured at all. Luohu saw the truth at this time. The muscles in his body tightened and he tightly held the spear in his hand. You! Who the hell are you? As the dust completely dissipated, Lin Xiu's figure appeared again. At this time, everyone took a closer look. Lin Xiu's body did not have any injuries at all. For Lin Xiu, the source mark power, which was so powerful that even the surrounding ground was dented, had no effect at all. Strong. Too powerful. Luohu now has cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Xiu patted the dust on his battle suit. This holy light battle suit was indeed an S-rank battle suit. Although he has strong resistance to electricity, fire and ice attribute skill attacks, the battle suit also helped Lin Xiu resist a lot of attacks. And this battle suit, there is no sign of damage at all. This battle suit could block off all attacks below the Sage Warrior level. Those warriors who just used the source mark power were trembling when they watched this scene. How is it possible? How is this possible? Their three views were completely subverted at this time. Even the most powerful warriors can't ignore their source mark power like that. Right. Just when they wanted to retreat, Lin Xiu directly pulled out the dark edge spear he had inserted on the ground. Run! One of the warriors shouted that he was about to run away. Swoosh! Lin Xiu, who was holding the dark edge spear, directly volleyed an arc into the sky. A terrifying white light burst out instantly. It formed a huge crescent shape and charged towards them horizontally. Bang bang bang. At the next moment, as the bodies of these warriors who wanted to escape were hit, their bodies were all cut in half in an instant. Blood splattered. In Lin Xiu's mind, there were constant system prompts of gaining experience, and Luohu reacted quickly to unfold his sphere in the moment just now. But even so, he still endured a huge impact and the whole person flew to the backside, hitting the rocks behind him heavily. A mouthful of blood spit out. Taking a closer look, there are already a lot of cracks on his sphere. Whoosh whoosh. The source rings of the 6 warriors who were just killed flew towards Lin Xiu in the next moment. In addition to the 21 source rings he obtained before, Lin Xiu now has a total of 27 source rings. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, Lin Xiu walks towards Luohu. Looking at the dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand, Luohu's body trembled even more. The attack just now seemed very simple, but it directly killed all the warriors who came with him. Although he responded quickly and unfolded the sphere, he was still seriously injured. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Looking at Lin Xiu coming over, he said in a trembling voice. His eyes were full of fear. Why not? Lin Xiu said lightly. For those who want to kill him, Lin Xiu will not let them go. The grass grows again if you do not remove its roots. I know where the energy source stone is. Luohu's eyes changed and in the next moment, he said quickly. Oh. Lin Xiu raised his brows and the killing intent that burst out from his body also dissipated at this moment. Luohu, who clearly felt the situation, also heaved a sigh of relief at this time. He was really afraid that Lin Xiu would kill him. Now it seems that Lin Xiu is still interested in this energy source stone. Where? Lin Zia's thoughts were triggered, and the dark-edged spear in his hand was instantly put into the expansion space. Looking at this scene, Yuohu's eyes were full of shock. The weapon is gone. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly replied to Lin Zia's words, burial place. In the heart of the wilderness here. In this central area, there were many tombs around and there were bones everywhere. These corpses might be the skeletons of the warriors who came here before. Squeak. There were some black and withered trees around. There were so many black birds on the branches of these trees, making an ear-piercing sound. Right here, Lin Zia walked into this burial place. Looking around, the surrounding environment is very strange. It seems like a gloomy wind is blowing. Should be. Yuohu nodded. When he entered the sage warrior space, he was in this wilderness. By chance, he came across an intelligent robot whose appearance was very similar to a real person, and it happened that some hidden conditions were triggered, so he learned about this information. The place where the ancient beasts are buried is where the source stone is. This is what the intelligent robot like an NPC said. It should be this burial place. The Yuohu hurriedly told Lin Zia everything he knew. The current Yuohu was really frightened by Lin Zia's strength, and he didn't dare to hide anything. Source ring. Lin Zia glanced at him at this time and said lightly. Yuohu was startled. Then he gritted his teeth and with a thought. The 6 source rings on his arm flew towards Lin Zia in an instant. In this situation, life is more important. As the source rings danced on Lin Zia's arms, Lin Zia already had a total of 33 source rings. The entire arm exudes a dazzling light. 33 source rings. At the same time, in the world outside the sage warrior space, Yi Changkong looked at the 33 displayed next to Lin Zia's name on the stone tablet, with surprise in his eyes. Although Lin Zia has 33 source rings, Lin Zia's name on the stele is still ranked 30th. It doesn't make sense. A warrior with so many source rings should be very powerful. So why is he still ranked 30th? It's weird. It's really weird. Yi Changkong muttered to himself. Chapter 987 Divine Domains Moves. Chapter 987 Divine Domains Moves. Elder Yi, what's wrong? One of them walked over to Yi Changkong silently and said curiously. Look at the monument. Yi Changkong pointed to the stone tablet representing the Tanjiao ranking and said, He followed Yi Changkong's eyes to the stone tablet. Taking a closer look, he also saw 33 next to Lin Zia's name. Has this kid obtained 33 source rings? The eyes of this sage warrior were full of surprise. But Qian Zhang has 40 source rings. He looked at it with his eyes, then pointed to the number 1 warrior on the tablet and said aloud. He has 33 sources and ranks 33. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Yi Changkong said. Indeed, this guy didn't get them out of sheer luck. Right. The warrior also said out of curiosity. Yi Changkong looked at the list and felt a little weird. Logically speaking, after ordinary warriors touch the stone tablet, they will form a special source power mark on them. In the sage warrior space, this tablet can also feel their changes in strength and change their position ranking. Even if a warrior deliberately hides his strength, it is useless. It's really weird. Just when Yi Changkong felt extremely strange, there was a sound of footsteps from the other side. There are many people coming and there is a strong strength. Feeling all this, Yi Changkong's eyes changed slightly. Who is coming? At this moment, he roared angrily, like thunder rolling in the sky, and the surrounding ground shook. The rest of the sage warriors around here all looked to the back. At this time, a large group of warriors in uniforms came over from the other side. Elder Yi, long time no see. A white-haired old man walking in the front said aloud to Yi Changkong. Hu and Fu Bai. Looking at the white-haired old man walking at the forefront, Yi Changkong frowned slightly. The other sage warriors also stood beside Yi Changkong at this time. At this time, beside Hu and Fu Bai, there are Hu and Fu Lin and Hu and Fu Zhang. These 2 warriors who are also at the sage warrior level. And those warriors behind him are all top-level respected warrior-level warriors. There are as many as 100 people from the divine domain. What do you guys want? One of the warriors standing beside Yi Changkong also said coldly at this time. Sorry. We have no intention of conflicting with your 10 sages, Huanfu both said with a smile at this time. The 10 sage warriors headed by Yi Changkong are called the 10 sages by the world. They are the sage warrior level warriors who are responsible for the opening of the sage warrior space every year. They were very famous in the whole world. People in the divine domain don't dare to offend them easily. Stop talking nonsense. Now is the time to open the sage warrior space. What do you guys want? Yi Changkong glanced at them, then said lightly. The 3 elders of the divine domain came here. I'm afraid it's not as simple as coming to us to reminisce about the past and chit-chat. Right. Another sage warrior also looked at the people in the divine domain and said, we want to enter the sage warrior space. Huanfu Bai also restrained the smile on his face at this time, looked at Yi Changkong and others and said, no. Yi Changkong directly shook his head and said, according to the rules, only the top 100 warriors in the Tianjiao competition can enter. The rest of the warriors are not allowed to enter. The rest of the sage warriors also looked at the people in the divine domain and did not step back in the slightest. Elder Yi, don't be so inflexible. Huanfu Bai showed a smile, then took out a token from his arms and threw it to Yi Changkong. Yi Changkong snorted coldly, waved his right hand and caught the token, pressing the token and looking at it. The pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Huanfu is undefeated. Your divine domain. What are you going to do? Yi Changkong put away the token and said coldly, just looking for someone. Don't worry. We won't destroy this sage warrior space. Huanfu Bai said lightly. You can't destroy it either. Yi Changkong said coldly. He'll take back the token. This is the last time. As Yi Changkong spoke, he glanced at the other 9 sage warriors. These 9 sage warriors also knew what Yi Changkong meant. At the next moment, the 10 sage warriors headed by Yi Changkong simultaneously exerted their power. Boom! As their strength gathered together, there was a huge explosion sound in front of them. Immediately, the space in front was directly broken and a huge opening was opened. Very good. Let's go. Huanfu Bo looked at this scene at this time and nodded with satisfaction. With the triggering of his thoughts, his body flew in directly. Huanfu Lin, Huanfu Zhang and the warriors behind them all flew in at the same time. Huanfu Lin's eyes are now full of killing intent, thinking of the scene when Lin Xiu snatched the beast Saint-Oval Odd Crystal and later returned to Wildfire City to fight and severely injured him. His eyes were filled with infinite killing intent. This time, Lin Xiu must die. And Lin Xiu, who was in the burial place, didn't know all of this at this time. At this time, after Luo who gave this source ring to Lin Xiu, and when Lin Xiu didn't kill him, he quickly left. He didn't want to find anything to improve his strength in this sage warrior space now, and he didn't even want to stay here for another moment. This guy shouldn't be lying. But where is the entrance? Lin Xiu was walking on this burial place at this time and said aloud like he was talking to himself. Clap clap. As Lin Xiu walked on this burial ground, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The more and more gloomy wind burst out around, especially with this kind of strange sound. It gave one goosebumps. Boom! Just as a black figure rushed towards Lin Xiu from behind, Lin Xiu punched it directly. A white light burst out from the fist. Fist ray. Boom! With a sound that sounded like a space explosion, a skeleton was instantly smashed into countless pieces by Lin Xiu. Skeleton. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked around and saw the dirt of the surrounding tombs slowly slipping out. The wrists of some skeletons slowly stretched out from the soil on the ground. It was as if they were about to rush up from the ground. Clack clack. A lot of bone cracking sounded and more skeletons seemed to come alive. It seems that some hidden mechanism has been triggered. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu said thoughtfully, because this world was like a game world. Everything that happens here should be guessed with the logic of a game. Yuo Hu should have been here before, but this event was not triggered. Before Lin Xiu could continue to think about it, all these skeletons rushed toward Lin Xiu. Chapter 988 Skeleton Dragon. Chapter 988 Skeleton Dragon. Bang bang bang. Looking at the skeleton bones rushing over, Lin Xiu kept waving his fists, directly smashing those skeleton bones into slag. These skeletons are not threatening. They are just a bit large in number, and they seem to be constantly crawling out of the ground. Not only the skeletons, but even the skeletons of some evolved beasts seem to be alive and attacked Lin Xiu frantically. Lin Xiu frowned slightly. There were too many, even though he was able to kill all these things. The time taken was simply too long. There were still 4 days left in this Sage Warrior space. Within 4 days, he must find all the energy source stones in the 4 map sections. He took out the Dark Edge Spear in the expansion space again. Of the Phoenix. As he swung the spear in his hand, in the next moment, a burst of flaming birds flew out. These flaming birds rushed over, directly melting the surrounding skeletons and the bones of evolved beasts. Rumbling. As the flames continued to burst out, those endless skeletons gradually disappeared. Done. Lin Xiu raised his brows at this time, and looked around, and it was true that no other skeletons appeared. But the source stone didn't appear either. Was I wrong? Lin Xiu was a little suspicious of his own guess at this time. Just now, Lin Xiu used his analytic eye, but he didn't find anything unusual. If he used it now, after hesitating for a while, Lin Xiu continued to activate his analytic eye and glanced at everything around him. Tombstone. Ordinary skeletons. As the analytic eye glanced over, there were also some word prompts under the interface, but still nothing unusual was found. Tombstone abnormal energy fluctuations. Just as he continued to scan around with the analytic eye, in one of the tombstones, Lin Xiu suddenly saw some words displayed. Lin Xiu was instantly overjoyed. The tombstone in front of him looked the same as the previous tombstone. Who knew there was an anomaly in this? This kind of place the analytic eye is like a bug. Lin Xiu smiled and walked over to the tombstone. As soon as he walked over to this tombstone, Lin Xiu felt as if he had stepped on something and the entire ground started to cave in. Damn it. Lin Xiu was startled and subconsciously used the levitation technique to levitate his body. Rumbling. The surrounding ground began to vibrate. The ground. Slowly. The surrounding ground. All collapsed. Under the tombstone just now, a huge skeleton suddenly appeared. Lizard. Looking at this huge skeleton, Lin Xiu couldn't help frowning. Clack. In the next moment, this huge skeleton began to move. No, it's a bit like what is said in the Western world of Earth. Skeleton dragon. Looking at this scene at this time, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes could not help shrinking. This huge skeleton dragon seems to be awake now. The pair of huge skeletal wings began to wave at this time. Soon, its huge sound was suspended in the air. Roar. Although it was a skeleton dragon, it made a huge roar. Lin Xiu couldn't help covering his ears. The sound of this skeleton dragon's cry was too strange, as if it was a special kind of sound wave and it shook directly into his mind. PFFD. At this moment, Lin Xiu saw darkness in front of his eyes, a pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. What exactly is going on? Originally it was dark just now, but in the next moment, the original vision was restored. But at this time, Lin Xiu was still full of shock. At that moment, what happened? Before Lin Xiu could think about it, in the next moment, the skeleton dragon opened his mouth wide and charged toward him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu dodged directly. Roar! A pair of huge bone wings of this skeleton dragon waved and the surrounding wind was gusting. Holding a dark edge spear, Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the air, looked at the skeleton dragon at this time and suddenly found something. The pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. In the middle of the skeleton dragon's head, there seems to be a black light. Energy source stone. Black energy source stone. It turned out to be in the head of this skeleton dragon. At this time, the skeleton dragon opened its mouth wide and a large number of black energy substances gathered in its mouth, formed a huge black energy cluster. If Lin Xiu guessed correctly, this was a dark-type energy source stone. It's really weird. At the next moment, that terrifying dark attribute energy cluster charged directly towards Lin Xiu. Boom! With the impact of this dark attribute energy cluster, the entire space seemed to have a huge sound. The speed of this terrifying dark energy cluster was extremely fast. Because of this extremely fast speed, The friction caused a large number of cracks on the surrounding space. At this time, Lin Xiu directly unfolded his sphere. This ball of dark energy was too fast, and there was no way to dodge it. As soon as Lin Xiu unfolded the sphere, this terrifying dark energy ball hit Lin Xiu's sphere. The terrifying energy was madly impacting Lin Xiu's sphere. The sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded seemed to have sunk down because of the impact of the sphere. The whole sphere was about to be broken through by this dark attribute energy cluster. Damn it! Lin Xiu gritted his teeth at this time. It was the first time that his sphere felt like it was about to be destroyed. The energy of this dark attribute is too strange. Scram! At this moment, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, and the source energy of his whole body burst out. It is directly passed to the sphere. That terrifying dark attribute energy cluster was directly bounced off. He rushed directly towards the skeleton dragon's hand bone. Boom! The huge hand bone of the skeleton dragon was directly annihilated after being hit by the energy of the dark attribute. Roar! The skeleton dragon let out a loud roar at this moment, and a pair of huge bone wings flapped and rushed towards Lin Xiu. Damn it! Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu cursed, but still reacted quickly with the dark edge spear to resist. Bang bang bang. The long spear collided with the claws that it swiped, and suddenly there was a loud noise after another. Even if the skeleton dragon has only one claw, its strength is extremely tyrannical. Chapter 989 The Source Stone of Darkness. Chapter 989 The Source Stone of Darkness. Bang bang bang. At this time, Lin Xiu frantically waved the spear in his hand. With the use of the Destiny Spear Art, Lin Xiu's spear art attack became more severe than before. The spearhead of the spear frantically hit the bones of the skeleton dragon, but there was no way to smash its bones to pieces. Lin Xiu's eyes became more cautious at this time. After distancing himself from it, Lin Xiu continued to wave the dark edge spear in his hand. Rumbling. At the next moment, dark blue flaming birds burst out from the dark edge spear in an instant. As soon as the flames came out, the surrounding air became distorted in an instant. One after another, the flaming birds charged directly towards the skeleton dragon. In an instant, this huge skeleton dragon was all enveloped in flames. Can it be killed? Lin Xiu stared at the skeleton dragon covered in flames. Roar! But at the next moment, the skeleton dragon broke free from the flame and flew out, and the huge white claws swiped toward Lin Xiu's body. Although Lin Xiu reacted quickly and unfolded the sphere, the terrifying claws directly slapped Lin Xiu and he flew out. Boom! Lin Xiu's entire body was sent flying and hit the ground. The whole ground seemed to be shaking. Damn! Lin Xiu quickly got up from the ground. As soon as he got up, Lin Xiu felt a pain in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood spat out was black in color. He looked at his hands and there were black spots. What is happening? Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Is it because of the influence of the dark energy of this skeleton dragon? Curse! Before Lin Xiu could think about it, the huge skeleton dragon flew down again and attacked Lin Xiu. Although one of its claws just now was smashed, but with only one claw, it was still extremely strong. Swoosh! Flashing Souls the body skill was activated, and Lin Xiu's body instantly disappeared in place. Boom! Its huge claws hit the ground and the whole ground made a huge sound, and at the same time, a huge pit was blasted out. At this time, Lin Xiu's body appeared high in the sky. Looking at the dark energy source stone in the head of the skeleton dragon, his brows could not help wrinkling. This dark energy source stone is really weird, and this skeleton dragon seems to be extremely resistant to elemental attacks. Not even the hellfire could do any damage to it. What should he do? It was as if the skeleton dragon had eyes on its back. At this time, it suddenly turned around and a black energy ray was released from its mouth and charged toward Lin Xiu in the air. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank slightly and he kept dodging in the air. This dark energy ray was too terrifying. Even if the sphere is unfolded, Lin Xiu did not dare to directly resist it, freezing the distance. At the next moment, Lin Xiu waved the dark edge spear in his hand. The heart of frost revolved and the surrounding air instantly dropped below Yeo. Crash! As a burst of ice and snow blew past, the entire ground was covered with a layer of frost. The skeleton dragon that was fluttering with huge bone wings and flying in the air was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. It fell directly to the ground, making a loud noise. Break! At this moment, Lin Xiu, who was holding the dark edge spear, rushed down from top. He was akin to a huge tiger. Tiger descends the mountain. Boom! As Lin Xiu's blow hit the skeleton dragon's body that turned into an ice sculpture, the ice sculpture exploded directly, and the skeleton dragon's body instantly shattered. Dead. Lin Xiu was a little out of breath now. During the battle just now, too much stamina and source strength was used. Ka. Just when Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and was about to take the dark attribute energy source stone out of the skeleton dragon's head, the bones seemed to start shaking. What's going on? Seeing that the broken bones were shaking again, Lin Xiu's eyes changed slightly. Not dead yet. The next moment, the head of this skeleton dragon flew straight up and bit towards Lin Xiu. Oh no! Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that this skeleton dragon could still move after it was broken like this. And at this critical moment, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Xiu's body. Originally, it was about to bite Lin Xiu, but it was instantly annihilated by the dazzling light. The dark energy source stone seemed to have dimmed because of the dazzling light. Phew! Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and sat directly on the ground, feeling his whole body relaxed. I really didn't expect that this darn skill would be useful. Lin Xiu said aloud like he was talking to himself. Just at the critical moment, Lin Xiu was not using any powerful skills. It was the Holy Light skill given by the newly acquired Holy Light battle suit. Looking at the skill introduction, this was a skill that shines in the eyes of the enemy. Light attributes restrain dark attributes. It seems that my guess was right, Lin Xiu said to himself. Because from the very beginning, the small world of the Sage Warrior space was like a real game world. So Lin Xiu also relied on gaming strategies to think about countermeasures. The light attribute restrains the dark attribute, which has always been the setting in games. At this time, the surrounding bones have all turned into powder. The dark energy stone fell to the ground. After Lin Xiu regained his strength, he walked over to the dark energy stone. Picking up the dark energy stone, the dark spots on Lin Xiu's body just now were absorbed by the dark energy stone. That uncomfortable feeling disappeared instantly. Pressing his smartwatch, Lin Xiu clicked on the collection window as the screen projected. In the next moment, the dark energy stone immediately disappeared, then appeared in one of the windows on the screen. Now, out of the 5 windows, 2 energy source stones have been collected. There were energy source stone of electricity and energy source stone of darkness. There were 3 more. He still had 3 days. It should be enough. Next, I should go there. Lin Xiu stood up and said to himself. Ancient ruin. In this place, there are angel tears that Wu Hao wants to find by himself. As long as he finds angel's tears, he can exchange it for news of the Orchid of Heaven, and the next energy source stone is also on this ancient ruin. Chapter 990 Ancient Ruins. Chapter 990 Ancient Ruins. The source stone of darkness has been acquired in the wilderness. At this moment, a loud voice resounded. This sound seemed to be transmitted to the entire Sage Warrior space. Lin Xiu was a little speechless at this moment. The founder of the Sage Warrior space was simply deliberately leading people to fight. But now it seems that there are no other warriors in the wilderness. Lin Xiu continued to walk ahead. Along the way, there are many evolved beasts. But these evolved beasts are all mechanical evolved beasts. They looked just like the real thing. With Lin Xiu waving the dark edge spear in his hand, he could easily kill them all. Finally here. He wasn't sure how long it took, but Lin Xiu looked at the front and he could clearly see a large building in the distance. These buildings were very tall and connected. It looked like a huge ancient city. The ancient ruins should be here. After walking forward for a while, he reached the gate of this ancient city. The gate was very huge. Standing in front of it, you would feel really insignificantly small. After putting the dark edge spear into the expansion space, Lin Xiu stood at the gate. After taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on both sides of the door. He pushed hard and in the next moment, an extremely strong force erupted. "Open for me!" Lin Ziyu roared in his heart, and the strength of his whole body burst out directly. Rumbling, rumbling. As Lin Ziyu's power erupted, the door was slowly opened. Damn, it's really heavy. Now Lin Ziyu is a warrior at the Sage Warrior level and his strength attribute is very high. But he didn't expect that it would be so hard to open the door. As the door was completely pushed open, Lin Ziyu ran in directly. The energy source stone of earth has been obtained in the mountains. As soon as he entered this ancient ruin, Lin Ziyu heard this voice as if it came from the sky. The source stone of the earth has been obtained. Lin Ziyu couldn't help frowning when he heard this. He originally thought that only he could obtain the energy source stone so quickly, but he didn't expect that there were other warriors who also obtained the energy source stone. I must be quick, Lin Ziyu said aloud to himself. After walking into the ancient ruins, he found that his current position was a dark passage. In the passage, there were only some candles for lighting. According to the information Wu Hao gave him, this angel's tears exists somewhere in this ancient ruins. He not only had to find this location, but also to defeat the ancient evolved beast that guards the angel's tears. That's right. According to the information given by Wu Hao, this angel's tears is guarded by a real ancient evolved beast. Moreover, this evolved beast was Hala level. Almost all the warriors who found the angel's tears died there. The surviving warriors were disabled. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, Lin Ziyu just walked in and suddenly heard a whooshing sound breaking through the air. Thousands of arrows suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, shooting directly at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu's eyes remained unchanged and the sphere unfolded directly. Immediately, the dark blue sphere unfolded. Those rain of arrows were all blocked. Continuing to walk forward. After the rain of arrows disappeared, terrifying laser rays shot out in an instant. However, it was still completely blocked by Lin Ziyu's sphere. These mechanisms had no effect on Lin Ziyu at all. After continuing to walk forward for a certain distance, he could see that there was a wide hall in front of him. Clap clap. At the same time, a round of applause came from the front. Lin Ziyu frowned and looked forward, only to find that there were 5 warriors standing there in the front hall. It seems that another accomplice has come. One of the women who looked coquettishly dressed said with a smile, "Whether he's an accomplice or not, we'll need to test him." Another man who looked a little tall and thin said with a cold snort. The other 3 men stared at Lin Ziyu, but their expressions didn't change much. As Lin Ziyu walked over, the tall and thin man's body flashed and disappeared directly in place. In the next moment, as his figure appeared again, he found that he had appeared in front of Lin Ziyu. He raised his hand and attacked Lin Ziyu's head. Boom! But at this moment, Lin Ziyu also raised his arm lightly and grabbed his fist directly. The man looked at his fist that was caught and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. Just when he was about to raise his foot to attack Lin Ziyu's body, Lin Ziyu had already raised his foot and kicked him in the abdomen. He flew out directly. Boom! His body directly slammed into the wall behind him, made a loud noise. It seems that the newcomer has good skills. The coquettish woman looked at Lin Ziyu, licked her lips, then said, "Damn." The man who was kicked out by Lin Ziyu slowly got up at this time and wiped the blood from his lips. Looking at Lin Ziyu, his eyes were full of hostility. "Hello. Let me introduce myself. Jai Mei." The woman looked at Lin Ziyu, then said to Lin Ziyu, "This woman looks very seductive and it was difficult for ordinary people to look away when they see her." But after Lin Ziyu just glanced at her, he looked around. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Jai Mei looked at Lin Ziyu ignoring her directly. She was stunned for a moment, then said with a little dissatisfaction. She was used to being watched yet Lin Ziyu ignored her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "If I guess correctly, you are all invited by Wu Hao," Lin Ziyu said lightly. "Bingo." Jai Mei continued to speak at this time. "With you, we have a total of 6 warriors. It seems that we can go to that place. Have you found where the angel's tears is?" Lin Ziyu said aloud at this time. Although the information Wu Hao gave him before was quite complete, the ancient ruins are too large and it is still not that easy to find that place. Certainly, Jaime smiled and said, "You are Lin Xiu, right?" At this time, another man looked at Lin Xiu and said suddenly, "You can kill both Huan Futen and Huan Fulin. You're an expert." The other two men also looked at Lin Xiu and said, "This guy is that Lin Xiu." The man who had just been knocked out by Lin Xiu came over at this time. When he came over, he discovered the source rings on Lin Xiu's arm. There are more than 30. Chapter 991 3 channels. Chapter 991 3 channels. 30 source marks. Seeing those source marks in Lin Xiu's hands, the warrior who was still very angry just now, his eyes were full of shock. There are only 100 warriors who come here in total. Each person has only one source ring. Lin Xiu has more than 30. Could it be that he killed dozens of warriors? Thinking of this, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gao Lin. My younger brother Gao Kong. My older brother Gao Kang. The man who spoke before continued to speak to Lin Xiu at this time. The three brothers were called Three Gao. Jaime covered her mouth and smiled and said, "This one was very arrogant just now. Called Deng Men." Humph. Hearing Jaime's words, the man snorted coldly. Lin Xiu nodded slightly and glanced at these warriors. Under the analytic eye, Lin Xiu could see the data of these people very clearly. They are all top-level respected warrior-level warriors. They were about to step into the realm of the Sage Warrior. There were many such warriors, but many warriors never made it to the Sage Warrior level all their lives. You have already found where the angel's tears are. Right, Lin Xiu said lightly. The people Wu Hao found were really good and they were all very powerful people. However, the gap between respected warrior and sage warrior was an insurmountable gap. We found it, but it's more dangerous there. Gao Lin thought for a while, then said aloud, "Let's go then." Lin Xiu said lightly. There was no fear in his eyes. He had experienced even greater dangers. The so-called dangers now were nothing to Lin Xiu at all. And now Lin Xiu was very confident about his own strength. "Boy, don't be too confident." Deng Men stared at Lin Xiu and said coldly. Just now, he was hit by Lin Xiu and flew out, which made him very embarrassed. "I don't think anyone else will come." Jaime also spoke at this time. She looked at Lin Xiu and for some reason, she had a strange feeling. Lin Xiu looks very ordinary now, but why does he feel so powerful? It's so weird. The five of us, plus this expert, should be able to give it a go. Gao Lin and others also nodded and said at this time, "Then let's go," Jaime said with a charming smile. They walked from the lobby on this side to the passage on the other side. The passage here was similar to the passage that Lin Xiu had gone through to come over. It also seems to have the appearance of a mechanism. There were many arrows made of special materials on the ground, and there were also 1 or 2 skeletons, all of which have been penetrated by these arrows. It's quite dangerous here. If we hadn't gotten the information, we would have almost died here. As Jaime walked, she said aloud, "Boom!" As soon as she finished speaking, at this moment, the entire ground began to vibrate. What is happening? Feeling the vibration, the pupils in the eyes of these warriors shrank slightly. They had traveled this path before, but nothing like this has ever happened. Bang bang bang. With a loud noise, many thick and long spikes suddenly appeared on the ground. Gao Lin and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Their body skills were activated and they quickly dodged. But there were too many spikes emerging from the ground and it was very difficult to dodge. Lin Xiu frowned at this moment and the sphere unfolded directly. As the dark blue sphere wrapped around Lin Xiu's body, those spikes that emerged from the ground were immediately annihilated by the terrifying dark blue flames. Lin Xiu walked forward slowly, not panicking at all. Those spikes that pierced from the ground were all annihilated as Lin Xiu walked forward. Jaime and the others were shocked when they saw this scene, because Lin Xiu's sphere is different from the sphere of ordinary warriors. It seems to have the function of passive attack. But at this time, they didn't think too much. They just followed Lin Xiu and walked forward, as all the huge thorns were destroyed on the path that Lin Xiu walked. It was very safe. This guy, just who is he? Dang Men looked at Lin Zia's back and was even more shocked in his heart. Thinking that he wanted to fight against Lin Ziu just now, he felt a little fear in his heart. Lin Zia's strength is really weird. Are we there yet? After walking out of this terrifying passage, there was another lobby. Around the lobby, there were 3 other passages, which seemed to lead to another place. In the middle of the entire lobby, there were many statues that looked like evolved beasts, and it was really weird. It's strange. According to the data, we shouldn't be here. The 3 Gao brothers looked around and frowned. A warrior came here to capture Angel's tears back in the day. Although he came back in vain, he recorded a video. According to this video, they should be able to find the correct location. The passage just now seems to have changed too. Jai Mei said aloud. They had already walked through that passage, but when they just went back, it seemed that a special change had taken place. Like those thick and long spikes that emerged from the ground. There was no such thing before. 3 passages. Let's go and take a look. At this time, Dang Men looked at the 3 passages and said aloud. Dang Men said, then walked towards the passage in the middle in front. Dang Men, come back here. Gao Kong, one of the 3 Gao brothers who had been relatively silent, saw this scene and shouted sharply. A bunch of cowardly people. Dang Men snorted coldly and continued to walk over there. He was very upset that he was easily defeated by Lin Ziu just now. His actions now were to prove himself. Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, he directly used the analytic eye to scan the 3 passages in front. Ding found abnormal energy fluctuations. Ding found abnormal life fluctuations. Ding found abnormal spatial fluctuations. At this time, as the analytic eye was activated, a few prompts sounded in Lin Zia's mind. Come back. Lin Ziu said lightly. These 3 channels should not be the correct channels. It's weird. Humph. When Dang Men heard Lin Zia's words, he went straight to the middle passage. He quickly walked to the entrance of the passage. When he looked inside, he saw that the entire passage was pitch dark. He couldn't see clearly at all. There's nothing inside. As Dang Men spoke, he was about to step into this passage. Roar. Chapter 992 Giant Mechanical Worm. Chapter 992 Giant Mechanical Worm. Just when he was about to step in, a huge roar suddenly came out. The pupils in Dang Men's eyes shrank suddenly and his body wanted to retreat. But it was too late now. A huge head suddenly emerged from this passage. That bloody mouth bit into Dang Men's body. Although Dang Men reacted quickly and wanted to dodge, the entire left arm was directly bitten off by the huge head. In an instant, blood spurted out in the air. Ah! Dang Men let out a wailing scream. But at this critical moment, he quickly unfolded his sphere. The figure of the monster was also revealed at this time. This was a huge worm. The body looked like a worm that has been magnified countless times. Its head was very huge and in its open mouth, one could see its countless slender white teeth. Dang Men's arm, under the bite of its slender and long teeth, instantly turned into minced meat. And at this time, the huge worm, with its mouth wide open, continued to bite Dang Men. Although Dang Men unfolded the sphere, the worm ignored it and seemed to want to bite off his sphere together. Dang Men gritted his teeth and looked at this scene with a look of horror. Because of his broken arm, there was still blood flowing out. At this time, because of his fear of death, the sphere that he unfolded began to gradually become unstable. If it continues like this, it is very likely that his sphere will be directly bitten off by this terrifying worm. Go! The 3 Gao brothers, holding the weapons in their hands, attacked the huge worm directly. Lin Ziu looked at the huge worm and directly activated the analytic eye. Under the inspection of the analytic eye, the information of the huge worm also appeared instantly. Name Mechanical Giant Worm. Level close to the Sage Warrior level. Features a huge mechanical worm made by artificial intelligence. The outer armor is made of special materials and is extremely hard. This giant mechanical worm actually possesses power close to the Sage Warrior level. Seeing this scene, Lin Ziu was surprised. This thing is capable of destroying a low-level planet. Dang dang. At this time, the 3 Gao brothers rushed over. They directly held the swords in their hands and attacked the body of this giant worm. The swords slashed on its body, making sounds like a metal collision, but there was absolutely no way to cut its body. The giant mechanical worm seemed to sense the attack of Gao Lin and others on him. At this time, it directly spat out Deng Men, who was defending with the sphere, and attacked Gao Lin and others directly. Boom! Deng Men's body, which had the sphere, slammed into the ground behind him heavily, making a loud noise. TFFD. Although the sphere was unfolding, the powerful impact still caused Deng Men to spit out blood. Are you alright? At this time, Jaime walked over and said aloud. Although she didn't like Deng Men, they came together after all. It's no big deal. At this time, Deng Men moved with difficulty and said. As soon as his body moved, the wound on the severed arm was pulled, causing him to grimace in pain. Jaime's thoughts were triggered at this moment, and a green source mark appeared on her forehead instantly. At this moment, as the source mark power was revealed, a green light shone on Deng Men's body. Deng Men, whose face was full of pain originally, slowly calmed down at this moment. Thanks, Deng Men said to Jaime at this time. Jaime shook her head. At this time, he looked at the three Gao brothers who were fighting the giant mechanical worm, then looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was still standing there, looking at the giant mechanical worm. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Rumbling. At the same time, the giant mechanical worm opened its mouth wide and a lot of energy gathered in its mouth. Soon, it spewed out what seemed like particle cannons, bombarding the Gao brothers and the others. The Gao brothers reacted quickly, unfolding their sphere and constantly dodging them. Those energy rays like particle cannons hit the ground, causing a large number of pits to appear on the entire ground, and the surrounding vibrated wildly. Damn, what the hell is this? At this time, Gao Lin and others also felt the strenuous effort required, because no matter how hard they tried, there was no way to break its defense. The outer layer of this mechanical worm was too hard. At this time, Lin Xiu's body's source strength slowly began to gather. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the giant mechanical worm continuously ejecting terrifying energy rays. At the next moment, his legs moved and a terrifying force erupted, charging directly towards the giant mechanical worm. Swoosh! Lin Xiu's figure disappeared instantly. What a fast speed! Seeing this scene, Jaime's eyes were full of shock. In the next moment, Lin Xiu's figure instantly appeared in the sky. The fist of his right hand was raised and a large amount of lightning burst out from Lin Xiu's fist. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Although this skill was used by Lin Xiu a long time ago, but after reaching Sage Warrior, Lin Xiu became handier in controlling various powers. Now using this skill, the power that burst out, it was not weak at all, and Lin Xiu thinks that this move should be very effective against this kind of mechanical evolved beast with a layer of armor. Break! Following Lin Xiu's roar. In the next moment, Lin Xiu's electric punch hit the head of this terrifying giant mechanical worm directly. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist does not destroy from the outside, but from the inside. Even though the outer armor of this mechanical worm is so thick and hard, the terrifying power generated by Lin Xiu's punch directly caused huge damage inside this giant mechanical worm. Boom! With a loud noise coming out of the mechanical worm's head, a large amount of electric current also poured into its head instantly, because it was originally a mechanical structure. At this time, the electronic components inside were blasted away and this huge mechanical worm fell directly to the ground. Chapter 993 Gloomy Jaime. Chapter 993 Gloomy Jaime. Boom! As the mechanical worm fell to the ground, its head exploded in an instant. Lots of sparks and currents burst out. Machine. When Gao Lin and the others saw this scene, they realized that the mechanical worm they had just fought was not a real evolved beast, but was a machine. Who made this thing? Looking at this thing, Gao Kong and Gao Kang were surprised. This mechanical worm was really terrifying. If this kind of thing can be mass-produced, it will be a big killer. At this time, their eyes looked to the other side. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xiu had just knocked down this terrifying mechanical worm with one blow. How did he do that? He used an electrical skill. The electronic components in this giant worm should have been destroyed by him. Gao Kong, who has always been very calm, said aloud at this time. I see. Gao Lin and Gao Kang also nodded at this time. At this time, Gao Lin looked at Deng Men and said coldly, I advised you not to go just now. You just had to huh. At this time, although under the treatment of Jai Mei's source mark power, Deng Men's wound has already scabbed over, but the arm he lost will never grow back. You'll just install an artificial arm. Deng Men gritted his teeth and said at this time, but there was no way to compare it with his original arm, because an artificial arm doesn't have the ability to become stronger. Okay, don't talk about it. Let's see how to find Angel's tears. At this time, Jai Mei came out to smooth things out. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, the passage in the middle where the mechanical worm came out from suddenly made a loud noise. This channel was immediately closed. When Gao Lin and others saw this scene, their faces became ugly. The mechanical worm finally died, but the channel was closed directly. Now, there were only 2 other passages. What shall we do now? Gao Lin couldn't help but look at Lin Xiu and said aloud, because Lin Xiu's strength was the strongest. At this time, everyone subconsciously regarded Lin Xiu as the backbone of the entire team. Be careful. Lin Xiu did not answer his words at this time, but spit out 2 words. Be careful. Gao Lin and the others were stunned when they heard Lin Xiu's words. At this moment, a strange rustling sound came over. Turning around abruptly, he saw that something seemed to be breaking out from the body of the mechanical worm. Soon, some densely white figures emerged from the body of this mechanical worm. What is this? Deng Men, who was sitting on the ground originally, saw the scene. His body trembled for a while. Then he got up quickly. Worms! A large number of white worms the size of human arms poured out from the body of this mechanical worm. Okay. It's disgusting. Jai Mei looked at the scene in front of her and said aloud, whoosh whoosh. These white worms crawled towards the crowd at a very fast speed. At the moment of crawling over, they spit out some green mucus from their mouths. Those slimes seemed to be extremely corrosive. As soon as it touched the ground, a burst of white smoke was emitted from the ground. Damn. Gao Lin and the others' expressions changed slightly and they all unfolded a sphere. The green mucus they spit out is too much and this corrosiveness is very terrifying. It caused a lot of white smoke to rise from the surrounding ground. A lot of mucus was sprayed on their sphere, making their sphere start to corrode. Quickly kill these things. Deng Men was panicking now because of what happened just now. Holding the weapon in his hand, he kept attacking the white worms that kept rushing over. Jai Mei and the 3 Gao brothers also attacked. It's just that there are too many worms and they are not mechanical worms, but real creatures. They didn't know how many such disgusting things were hidden in the body of this mechanical worm either. And as their weapons cut the worm's body in half, the worm's body suddenly sputtered out a lot of green mucus. As the mucus splashed onto their sphere became more unstable. Oh no. They turned to the other side and saw Lin Xiu, who also unfolded the sphere, standing in the middle, without moving at all. The moment the white worms touched Lin Xiu's dark blue sphere, they were directly burned into slag. Bang bang bang. At this time, those white worms, like moths to a flame, kept ramming towards Lin Xiu's sphere. Lin Xiu was standing in front. Most of the worms hit the dark blue sphere by themselves and were annihilated. It didn't take long before all the worms had been eliminated. Although the mucus spat out by these worms was very corrosive, the body was still very easy to deal with. Your sphere seems to be a little different from ours. Jai Mei looked at those worms being wiped out. She heaved a sigh of relief and said to Lin Xiu curiously, their sphere can only be used for defense. But Lin Xiu's sphere seems to have an offensive role while defending. Almost the same. Lin Xiu said lightly. Lin Xiu's answer made Jai Mei a little gloomy. Many warriors were usually courteous to her, but she doesn't care. She didn't expect that when she took the initiative to talk to this person, he didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. She doesn't look ugly, does she? Thinking of this, Jai Mei was even more depressed. Could it be that this kid is gay? But it doesn't look like it. Brother Lin, Where shall we go next? Gao Lin said to Lin Ziyu at this time. Any one will do. Lin Ziyu looked at the passages on the left and right and said aloud, Can we go both sides? Gao Lin was stunned. Then said subconsciously. Deng Men's eyes flickered and he subconsciously took a step back. After what happened just now, he didn't dare go up directly now. Will there be such monsters on both sides? Jai Mei said subconsciously. There will be no monsters, but other things. As Lin Ziyu spoke, he walked towards the passage on the left. Jai Mei was startled when she saw Lin Ziyu's actions. Be careful. As soon as she said the words, Lin Ziyu walked to the entrance of the passage on the left. Boom! Chapter 994 Summoning. Chapter 994 Summoning. As soon as Jai Mei's words were spoken, a bright red light burst out from the passage where Lin Ziyu was. A huge and terrifying flame erupted directly from this passage. The incomparably terrifying flame instantly drowned Lin Ziyu, who was standing at the entrance of the passage. When Gao Lin and others saw this scene, their eyes widened. The entire space also instantly turned red. The surrounding temperature also increased drastically. Make them feel like their bodies are so hot that they are about to melt away. You're courting death. Seeing the scene, Deng Men said in a low voice while fearing the terrifying flames, because just after he went to that passage and his arm was bitten by a mechanical worm, his heart was a bit twisted. Seeing other people get hurt, he also felt a perverted sense of relief in his heart. The temperature was really too high. They were a certain distance away from the passage yet they could feel the terrifying temperature. Lin Ziyu, who was standing at the entrance of the passage, wouldn't be directly annihilated by this flame, would he? Just when they all thought that Lin Ziyu was going to die, the flames began to slowly disappear. And standing in the flames, a figure slowly appeared. Lin Ziyu was completely unscathed. This is impossible. Seeing the scene, Deng Men roared directly. Even from such a distance, he could feel the scorching temperature. It made him sweat all over. It seemed as if his body was going to be burned. Lin Ziyu stood there, hit by the terrifying flames and was unharmed. Totally fine. Not even his clothes or hair was damaged at all. Jai Mei covered her mouth and opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Don't tell me the source stone of fire is here. At this time, Lin Ziyu walked out of the passage over there and said aloud like he was talking to himself. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Lin Ziyu walked in the direction of another passage. According to the data analyzed by Analytic Eye, the last channel should be related to space. Boom! When Lin Ziyu walked over, there was a loud noise from the passage just now. This passage, like the passage in the middle, was also blocked. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the last passage, Lin Ziyu felt something was wrong. The passage in front of him and the two passages on the left gave Lin Ziyu a different feeling. Weird. Really too weird. He felt that if he walked in, he would die. Yes. Lin Ziyu actually had such a strange feeling. This should be the real passage, eh? Jai Mei also walked over at this time, walked to Lin Ziyu's side and said aloud, Probably not. Lin Ziyu shook his head. Not. Jai Mei was startled. Two of the passages were closed and if this one is not, then where are they going? Is this a real passage? Gao Lin and the others saw that Lin Ziyu and Jai Mei were fine standing over there. So they went over. Although Deng Men looked at the passage with a little shadow in his heart, he also walked over at this time. He didn't want Lin Ziyu and the others to rush in directly and leave him here alone. It would be a big loss for him. After all, he lost an arm. No. Lin Ziyu shook his head and said, Then now. Gao Lin was stunned. Then said subconsciously, As long as someone enter these passages, the mechanism will be triggered. Then the passage would be closed. This passage was very strange and Lin Ziyu didn't want to take risks. At this time, with a thought, he directly used the system skill, Exotic Summoning. With the use of this system skill, a huge opening was suddenly opened in the space behind. A black giant claw directly opened the space crack, making the space crack even bigger. There are monsters. Gao Kang turned around abruptly and when he saw the scene in front of him, he exclaimed. The rest also clenched the weapons in their hands and were about to attack the monster who wanted to escape from the space crack. Don't attack. This is what I summoned. Just when they were about to make a move, Lin Xiu said lightly. As Lin Xiu's voice just fell, Gao Lin and others froze in place. Looking at Lin Xiu, their eyes were full of disbelief. You summoned? Jia Mei's eyes widened at this moment and she said subconsciously. Although warriors have many unique skills, what kind of skill would be capable of summoning evolved beasts? Roar! But this pitch-black evolved beast has already crawled out of the space crack. This evolved beast looks like a leopard with a pair of wings. The whole body was pitch black. Looking at this evolved beast, Gao Lin and the others couldn't help but tremble slightly. The sense of oppression this huge evolved beast gave them was too great. Oh! Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered and the giant evolved beast that climbed out of the crack in the space walked directly into the passage. Not long after it walked in, the evolved beast suddenly roared. A bright light came from the passage. What happened next made Lin Xiu even more shocked. The body of this evolved beast that was way stronger than him was directly split into countless pieces. In this passage, there were actually many space cracks. Those terrifying space cracks directly split all of its body apart. What's even more bizarre is that this evolved beast that split into so many pieces did not die. It shattered into countless pieces and was still suspended in the air. Kulu. The three Gao Lin brothers swallowed at the same time. This channel, compared to the other two channels, was even more terrifying. If they walked in, their bodies would probably be split into countless pieces and they would not die. This was the most terrifying thing. Seeing your own body split into countless pieces. What kind of feeling is that? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. Boom! At the next moment, this channel was also closed. It's over. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. Over. When Gao Lin and the others heard Lin Xiu's words, they had a puzzled look. At the same time, the entire ground began to vibrate. It seems that because these three channels were closed, some kind of mechanism or switch was activated at this moment. The ground is cracking. At this time, Deng Men yelled excitedly. This kind of excitement was a kind of excitement that was full of nervousness and fear. Chapter 995 The Source Stone of Fire. Chapter 995 The Source Stone of Fire. In the next moment, Lin Xiu and others also retreated to the back. In the middle area, a circular crack appeared. Soon, an oval building slowly rose from the crack. It isn't the angel's tears. Watching this thing rise, Gao Lin frowned. Having experienced so many dangers just now, he didn't expect that what appeared was not the angel's tears, but a mass of fire. Above this oval building, there was a group of flames. In the middle of the flames, there seemed to be something like a fiery red stone. Energy source stone. Jia Mei seemed to have thought of something and said it subconsciously. This is the energy source stone. When Deng Men heard Jia Mei's words, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. In this sage warrior space, the energy source stone was the most precious thing. I just heard the broadcast that 3 energy source stones had been collected by other warriors. It is of no use for us to collect this one. Gao Kong thought for a while, then said aloud. They also had smartwatches in their hands. Obviously, they also know about this collection system. No one would be able to collect all 5 energy source stones within 5 days. Humph, stupid. Deng Men said coldly at this time. Each energy source stone contains extremely strong power. It does not have to be collected. Just this one. We can directly absorb its power. Speaking of this, Deng Men's eyes showed undisguised greed. Do you dare to take it? Gao Lin said with a sneer. This energy source stone is enveloped by this terrifying flame. Who would dare to touch it? Taking a closer look, you can clearly see the flame of the energy source stone has caused the surrounding air to become distorted. The surrounding space became extremely hot. Deng Men closed his mouth at this time, but when he looked at the fire energy source stone, his eyes were still full of greed. He wanted it, but he didn't dare to ask for it. Lin Xiu almost laughed out loud at this time. He never thought that the source stone of fire would be here. Without any hesitation at this moment, Lin Xiu walked directly to the middle. When Gao Lin and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. Are you going to get that energy source stone? Certainly, Lin Xiu said lightly. Chai Mei wanted to say something at first, but she thought of the scene where Lin Xiu suffered the same terrifying flame in that passage just now, and nothing happened at all, so she kept quiet. Just looking at Lin Xiu, she felt that Lin Xiu was full of mystery. I don't believe that you can get it. Deng Men watched Lin Xiu walk over and said in a low voice. As he got closer to the energy source stone, Lin Xiu could clearly feel his body getting hotter and hotter. But now, his body can still bear it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu continued to approach at the next moment. After looking at the energy source stone, he reached out and touched it. Chai Mei's eyes widened when she saw this scene. If she touches it, her hands would probably be directly burned to ashes. Lin Xiu reached out and touched the flame, and his hand instantly turned red. There were also many blisters on it. The hands were about to become bloody. But soon, Lin Xiu's hand began to repair quickly. Reaching out his hand, he directly grasped the source stone of fire in his hand. As the energy source stone was held by Lin Xiu, an extremely scorching feeling was immediately transmitted to Lin Xiu. However, it didn't cause much damage to Lin Xiu. With the activation of Lin Xiu's smartwatch, in the next moment, this energy source stone directly turned into a ball of energy and entered the collection interface in the smartwatch. 3. He had already collected 3 energy source stones. Other than the source stone of Earth that someone else gotten, he just had to obtain the ocean source stone and it would be sufficient. When Deng Men saw this scene, his face suddenly turned hideous. This energy source stone was actually obtained. Hey! We came together. This energy source stone. You just grabbed it like this. It isn't right. Is it? Deng Men looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud. He wanted to incite Gao Lin and others. But when he looked at Gao Lin and others, he found that they seemed to have no opinion on this situation. You want it? Lin Xiu looked at Deng Men and said lightly. At this moment, Lin Xiu clicked on the projection screen of the smart watch and the source of fire suddenly floated in the air. A bright red flame appeared around the body of the energy source of fire. You'd really give it to me. Deng Men looked at him and said aloud. Take it. Lin Xiu pointed at the source stone of fire and said lightly. Deng Men, don't court death. Gao Lin looked at Deng Men and said with a cold snort. Shut up. Deng Men snorted coldly and walked directly towards Lin Xiu. Looking at the source stone of fire so close at hand, he directly reached out and grabbed it. The moment his hand grabbed the energy source stone, an intense burning sensation instantly struck. Ah! Deng Men let out a scream and in the next moment, the terrifying flame directly burned and melted his hand. When those flames melted away his arms, they also melted his body. In a short moment, Deng Men's body melted and only his skeleton was left. When Chai Mei saw this scene, she couldn't help covering her mouth. Her eyes were full of fear. She never imagined that this source stone of fire would be so terrifying. Is this the energy source stone? Sure enough. Those who can get it deserves it. Gao Lin said suddenly at this time. Deng Men's fate was expected. It seems that if you have no ability, even if this energy source stone is placed in front of you, you will not be able to get it. Do you guys want it? Lin Xiu glanced at them and said lightly. No, we can't use it even if you give it to us. The 3 Gao brothers shook their heads at the same time. Chai Mei shook her head like a rattle. Lin Xiu tapped the projection screen and the energy source stone entered the smart watch again. Let's go. Look for where the angel's tears are. This ancient ruin is very large. After returning to the original path, everyone went on another path. This way. It should be this way. Chapter 996 Artificial Angel. Chapter 996 Artificial Angel. When they just started walking down this road, Chai Mei suddenly said aloud. Because this path was exactly the same as the one she took before. This is the right way to go. Gao Lin also nodded at this time. Lin Xiu looked around. There were many traces of damage on the ground. These were damaged when we fought before. Chai Mei seemed to see Lin Xiu's eyes looking down at the ground, and suddenly said aloud. N. Lin Xiu nodded. And with Gao Lin and others leading ahead, he continued to walk. Walking slowly, he found that the surrounding environment began to slowly become brighter. It's here. It's here. Jaime looked at the familiar surroundings and said aloud, "This was a very big place. There were many strange buildings around. And in the middle, there was a huge angel sculpture. This was a female seraph. She was half kneeling on the ground, holding a spear in her hand. Her eyes seemed like two clusters of amethyst, emitting a faint purple light." Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He has also read the information Wu Hao gave him before. That angel's tears are in the eyes of this angel statue. But you can't take it directly, because once you touch this huge angel statue, she will come back to life. This looks like an angel carved in stone, but it is actually a machine. An artificial angel. The power that burst out seems to be comparable to that of Sage Warrior. In addition to her outer armor, it seems to be made of some special material. The group of warriors 10 years ago came here under the employment of Wu Hao, but most of them were killed by this artificial angel. Those who escaped were almost crippled. Do you want to start now? Gao Lin and the others also knew what was going to happen next. At this time, his eyes turned to Lin Xiu. How are you guys feeling right now? Lin Xiu nodded slightly, then said aloud, "Still alright?" The three Gao brothers nodded. Can, following Lin Xiu's gaze. Jaime also nodded. But at this time, she clenched the long sword in her hand, and it could be seen that she was still a little nervous. "Then I'll go get it." With a thought, Lin Xiu took out a small box from his expansion space. This is a special kind of box that can forcefully store these special energy bodies. The angel's tears was also a special energy body. Lin Xiu walked over. His body suspended. He flew in front of the artificial angel's face, then reached out and touched the corners of her amethyst-like eyes. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xiu felt as if his hand had hit an invisible barrier. He was directly sent flying. Lin Xiu's body flipped in the air, and then he landed firmly on the ground. Interesting. At this time, Lin Xiu said out loud as if he was talking to himself. His mind was triggered and the dark edge spear appeared in his hand. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he jumped straight up. Break! The source strength of his body was transmitted to the spear. At this moment, the long spear changed from its original black lacquer body to something like amethyst-colored glass. Boom! As the long spear he was holding blasted towards the mermaid angel statue, a loud noise suddenly erupted. That transparent barrier seemed to shake violently because of Lin Xiu's blow. There was a sound that seemed to be able to blast off a person's eardrums. At this time, Gao Lin and others subconsciously covered their ears. Lin Xiu, who was leaping in the air, continued to wave the spear in his hand, frantically attacking this invisible barrier. Jaime covered her ears while looking at the scene in front of her. In addition to surprise, there was doubt in her eyes. Just now, Lin Xiu had no weapons at all. But now, where did this long spear come from? Before she could think about it, in the next moment, that invisible barrier was smashed to pieces. Boom! With a loud noise, the angel statue suddenly moved. A powerful force came. After the barrier was broken, Lin Xiu, who wanted to take the angel's tears, was directly hit. The good show has begun. Lin Xiu stood firmly on the ground from the air, looked at the giant artificial angel statue that started to move, and said aloud. The three Gao brothers, as well as Jaime, clenched the weapons in their hands at this time. Their bodies were all tense, and it was obvious that they were very nervous. After all, 10 years ago, this artificial angel killed many warriors who were hailed as geniuses. Ka 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 ka. A strange sound rang out. At the next moment, a large number of cracks began to appear on the outer layer of the angel statue. Soon, those rock-like things began to fall off. The metal armor of this artificial angel was revealed. There was a purple light in her eyes. Here it comes! Gao Lin roared, and with Gao Kong and Gao Kang, holding the sword in their hands, they waved directly into the air. At this moment, a dazzling light appeared from their swords. These three rays of light directly formed a huge energy cluster, which directly charged towards the artificial angel. Boom boom boom! As these energy rays hit the artificial angel's body, a huge sound suddenly erupted. But as the light dissipated, They realized that this artificial angel actually used her huge shield to block in front of her body, resisting all their attacks. And at this moment, the spear in her hand burst out with dazzling light. As she waved, she directly attacked the three Gao brothers. Not good. The pupils in the eyes of the three of them shrank slightly, and they scattered and dodged. Boom! This shot directly hit the location where they were just now, and the entire ground shook in an instant. Jai Mei also jumped to the other side. The source mark on her forehead appeared. She waved her right hand, and the temperature of the air suddenly dropped. One after another ice cones appeared in the air. Go! Whoosh whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, the large number of ice cones that appeared charged directly towards this artificial angel. Bang bang bang! Those icicles hit the artificial angel's body, but they couldn't even break her defenses. The 6 wings on the back of the artificial angel radiated white light at this time. Those eyes that glowed purple looked towards Jai Mei. Not good. When Jai Mei saw this scene, her face changed greatly. Chapter 997 The Terrifying Defense. Chapter 997 The Terrifying Defense. How did that happen? Jai Mei was stunned when she realized what was happening. This was already her strongest warrior skill by using her source mark, but she still couldn't hurt the angel. However, she didn't have the time to think about what was happening. The angel had 3 pairs of wings on her back and they were shining brightly. Suddenly, there was a white ray of energy beam that instantly headed towards her. Boom boom! Jai Mei's pupils shrank uncontrollably and she quickly released her sphere. The terrifying energy beam landed on her sphere and there was a loud explosion that followed. Her entire body was thrown far, far away. Even when she was already protected by the sphere, the impact still caused her to spat a mouthful of blood. She took a good look at her sphere and noticed that there was a huge crack on it. It's so strong. Jai Mei wiped off the blood on the corner of her lips and mumbled to herself. This angel that was artificially built was so powerful. This must be why they were able to kill so many powerful warriors previously. Right at that moment, the angel started moving the huge pike, pointing it at Jai Mei. Her eyes were opened wide when the terrifying weapon was pointing at her. She had just been hit by the overpowering energy beam, and now she had to deal with such a horrifying attack. She couldn't take it anymore. Just when she thought that everything was over, a figure stood right in front of him. Clang! Lin Xiu was holding onto his spear and started firing it towards the large pike. With the continuous launch of attack, the angel had no other choice but to take a few steps back. Go! Lin Xiu screamed at Jai Mei. He had gathered all of the energy in his body and was about to explode. Not only was this angel filled with energy, she also had an armor that was extremely tough. It was much tougher than the sphere that these warriors had. Jai Mei nodded her head and ran, trying to find a place to hide. She knew that with her condition now, she would be dead soon if she stayed here. As for the Gao brothers, they were behind the angel. They leaped into the air as they raised the machetes over their heads, releasing their strongest attacks towards the angel's body. But the armor that the angel had was something that they have never seen before. Even with their strongest skills, it had no effect on it. How is this even possible? Gao Lin looked at how the angel was unharmed after attacking it multiple times. He started to lose his mind and was screaming on top of his lungs. Calm down, try to find its weakness. Gao Chong was much calmer than his brother and immediately warned Gao Lin. That's right. We have to find the weakness to the artificially created angel. Gao Kang nodded his head as well. This robot that was created might be scary, but it was something created by mankind and this meant that there will definitely be a way to defeat it. At the same time, the angel was now targeting Lin Xiu. She continued moving the huge pike and was attacking Lin Xiu non-stop. Boom boom. On the ground, there were huge craters formed with every single explosion that she caused with her pike. The entire ground was starting to collapse. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on Lin Xi's head. There was a black source mark that was slowly visible on Lin Xi's head, and the entire space was filled with floating arrays that were dark blue in color. Lin Xiu continued stepping on the arrays and used them as a support to get closer to the angel, so that he could attack her with his long spear. Clang clang clang. Lin Xi's body quickly moved across the angel and immediately slashed the armor. Sparks flew everywhere. However, there were only slight marks left on the armor. At this point, Lin Xiu was shocked as well. He was aware of how sharp his weapon was, along with his energy strengthening it. It should have been able to break her armor, but things didn't go as he had expected. He couldn't even break it open. The angel held up her shield and hit it against Lin Xiu, who was still trying to attack her. She managed to accurately estimate where Lin Xiu would be at, and the shield directly hit Lin Xiu. Boom! With that, Lin Xiu's body flew in the air and landed heavily on the ground. Are you alright? Jai Mei saw the fight and rushed towards Lin Xiu. The source mark on her head got lit up again, and there was a bright green light that entirely covered Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu, who wasn't badly hurt, instantly felt a warm feeling around his body. All the minor injuries that he had quickly recovered on its own. You can use 2 source marks. Just when Lin Xiu was about to get up on his feet, he was surprised to see the source mark on her head. Jai Mei nodded her head, but suddenly, she looked worried. Look out! Lin Xiu looked up and saw the angel coming at them with her huge pike. The entire pike was now glowing brightly in white as the angel transferred her energy onto her weapon. It looked like there was already a large amount of energy gathered on it. Crap! The Gao brothers had a bad feeling about it when they saw what was about to happen. The angel's pike that was covered with energy was much stronger and scarier than before. Gao Lin and his brothers couldn't help but think that even with their spheres, the pike would instantly break it apart. Lin Xiu was shocked as well. The black source mark appeared on his head once again. Xiu Xiu Xiu. Within a blink of an eye, there were multiple arrays that surrounded Lin Xiu and Jai Mei. Boom boom boom. The dozen layers of arrays that were protecting them immediately broke apart, and the pike immediately landed on Lin Xiu's sphere. Because of the arrays that Lin Xiu had released, it managed to take up most of the impact, and Lin Xiu's sphere was just enough to protect the both of them from the attack. Gao Lin and his brother dropped their jaws to the ground. It was a terrifying attack, but Lin Xiu managed to survive it. Go! Lin Xiu pushed Jai Mei away so that she could hide and immediately activated Rage. Initially, he refused to use it because Gao Lin and the rest were here. It would put him in a terrible situation due to the aftermath if he used it now. But now, he had no other choice. Move! As Lin Xiu activated Rage, his entire body was then filled with energy once again. Chapter 998 Breaking the Energy Barrier. Chapter 998 Breaking the Energy Barrier. As Lin Xiu roared in rage, the energy in his body was pushed onto his sphere where the angel's pike was still at. The impact of it forced the angel to move back. HMPH. Lin Xiu sneered as he tightened his grip on the appear and started attacking the angel that was taking a few steps back. Boom boom boom. As Lin Xiu moved his spear, there were multiple dark blue flaming birds that flew out of his spear. The flaming birds that were released flew aimlessly in the air. They didn't head towards the angel and instead gathered together. Then, they slowly transformed into a huge flaming phoenix. What on earth is that? Gao Lin looked at the huge flaming phoenix that was right above his head. He was completely filled with shock. How much energy would it require to be able to release such horrifying warrior skills? Plus, with the flaming phoenix in the air, they couldn't help but feel as if they were placed inside a huge oven. Their entire body was covered with sweat. Lin Xiu continued moving his sphere, and the flaming phoenix rushed towards the angel that was standing much taller than them. This thing, will it cause the angel's tears? Gao Lin wiped off the sweat on his forehead as he asked his brother. It wouldn't. Gao Chang shook his head. The angel's tears wouldn't be evaporated because of these flames. At the same time, the flaming phoenix was getting close to the angel's body and it was about to hit it any minute. Boom! But, before the flaming phoenix could reach her body, there was a semi-transparent sphere that appeared around her body. The angel managed to block the flaming phoenix. What the hell? Lin Xiu was completely shocked. You would have never expected this artificially built angel to have something like a sphere. The flaming phoenix was still trying to attack the angel's body. But, even so, it still couldn't break through the angel's defense. Damn. Lin Xiu cursed silently and continued moving his spear. Thousand thunders. With the spear moving, There were thousands of lightning and thunder that appeared in the air. Crackling. The thick currents that were coming from the lightning landed on the angel's body. As soon as the phoenix disappeared, it was followed by thousands of lightning. The angel could also detect the strength of Lin Zia's attack, and raised its shield above her head, trying to protect herself. Her body continued moving backwards because of the strong currents, but Lin Ziu still couldn't break the barrier around her. Damn, if he can't break the energy barrier, there would be no damage done to her. He had to continue. Lin Ziu then chose the Heart of Frost. The atmosphere around them that was as hot as an oven suddenly turned freezing cold. It's so cold. Jai Mei, who was pushed aside by Lin Ziu earlier, had to hug herself. She could feel that the atmosphere around her now was in negative degrees. Crack, crack. There were crackling sounds all around them as the building and the ground was now completely covered with a layer of frost. The angel was frozen as well. Lin Ziu let out a sigh of relief when he saw the angel becoming a popsicle. It was just as he had expected. The barrier could no longer take another attack. The only thing that he had to do now was give it a good kick, and the body of the angel would turn into crumbles. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Lin Ziu could hear the sound of something cracking. Lin Zia's pupils shrank uncontrollably. There were cracks that slowly appeared on the ice that was around the angel, who had turned into an ice sculpture. The angel was completely unharmed as he raised the pike and attacked Lin Ziu. Ziu Ziu. The entire place was filled with explosions as the angel attacked Lin Ziu. It sounded as if the entire space was about to explode. Her body might be huge, but she was moving quickly. The attack was too sudden and it hit Lin Ziu. Although it didn't pierce through Lin Ziu, he was still so badly hit that he was thrown into the distance. His body then landed on the hard wall behind him. Lin Ziu was completely buried into the wall because of how hard the impact was. Damn, the guy's dead, big brother. What should we do now? Gao Lin asked Gao Chong what they should do next. Gao Chong was still trying to figure it out as he sulked. They had all assumed that Lin Ziu would be able to defeat the angel since the skills that he had shown earlier were too powerful. But they didn't think that Lin Ziu would lose to the angel. Damn it. Gao Chong was about to tell his brothers to leave when Lin Zia's body suddenly appeared and was flying towards the angel. He's not dead. Jai Mei was surprised when she saw Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu was still in the air as he glared at the angel and focused all of his energy onto the sphere that he was holding onto. At that moment, Lin Ziu had to use his golden body of immunity to protect himself. This angel was much scarier than he had imagined. But Lin Ziu had already figured out a way to defeat her. Break this shit. Lin Ziu screamed in rage and the markings on the sphere lit up once again. There was a large amount of energy that rushed into the sphere that it started shaking vigorously. There was a ringing sound coming from it as well. Heaven-breaking strike. The angel seemed to be able to detect how scary the next attack from Lin Ziu would be, and the energy barrier lit up around it once again. But the energy barrier had already taken a lot of attacks from Lin Ziu since the start of the fight, and it was not as strong as it was before. Ziu. As Lin Ziu flew towards the angel, he swung his spear downwards and tried to cut open the barrier. With the large amount of energy that the spear had, there was an opening that was sliced open in the air. Snip. At the same time, the energy barrier couldn't take it anymore and there was a huge opening on it as well. Lin Zia's body rushed into the opening found on the protective barrier and sat behind the neck of the angel. There was a bright glow behind the angel's neck. Lin Ziu did not hesitate and placed his hand on it. Suddenly, a large amount of energy entered into the angel's brain through Lin Zia's arm. Analyzing. Lin Ziu immediately activated the analytic eyes and engulf. He wants to hack into the angel to control it. Chapter 999 Attacking Lin Ziu. Chapter 999 Attacking Lin Ziu. Previously, Lin Ziu had been using his analytic eyes and he knew that the angel's weakness was at the top of her head. Usually, other than the creator himself, no one would be able to control the angel. However, as Lin Ziu got stronger and with the help of both the analytic eye and engulf, he was able to hack into the angel. There was a possibility where he would be able to control the entire angel system. The angel who was still trying to move earlier suddenly stopped. Lin Ziu subconsciously let out a breath of relief when he saw what happened. Everything was going according to his presumption. That's when he slowly pushed his energy into the core of the angel. The system's analytic eye and engulf were both activated simultaneously. As he continued to break down the core energy of the angel, the system's ability to engulf another party's energy was working as well. Taking it all into Lin Ziya's body, the progress bar started moving as well from 0, 1, 0, 2. Gao Lin and the rest were staring at Lin Ziyu from the ground and they couldn't understand what was happening. What on earth is that? Why did the angel stop? At the same time, Wu Mei was looking at Lin Ziyu with a confused look on her face. But now, Lin Ziyu was standing right behind the head of the angel, motionless, and she didn't know what to say. All she could do was stand and wait. Brother, that fellow isn't moving at all. Gao Lin turned towards Gao Chong, who was standing next to him. Gao Chong and Gao Kang were thinking about their next moves as well. Find the chance to get the angel's tear. Gao Chong thought for a moment before telling his brothers. As he looked at the angel, it was obvious that she was no longer moving. Lin Ziyu had his eyes closed as well, and they had no idea what was happening to him. 10 minutes passed, and none of them moved by an inch. Go! Gao Chong hesitated a little, but he was determined to do so. He had to get his hands on the angel's tears. What are you doing? Wu Mei asked when she saw them moving towards Lin Ziyu. Move! Wu Mei tried to stop them, but with one sweep from Gao Lin, there was a large energy that hit her. She was then thrown into the air. As expected, landed on the wall behind her. PFFD. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. You! Shut up! Gao Lin sneered and all three of them leaped into the air. Their bodies were floating in the air as they headed towards Lin Ziyu. As they took a closer look, Lin Ziyu was still standing behind the head of the angel and his eyes were closed. He was not moving at all. Gao Lin and his brothers were determined about it. Should we? Gao Lin looked at Gao Chong and Gao Kang, and that's when Gao Lin gave the signal to finish Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu might be powerful, but from experience, Lin Ziyu has already used up so many of his powerful skills, which meant that he must have run out of energy by now. If he was right, Lin Ziyu should be exhausted now. Kill him. The look in Gao Chong's eyes changed as he spoke to his brothers. As soon as he was done, Gao Lin and Gao Kang quickly attacked Lin Ziyu. As long as they killed Lin Ziyu, they would be able to get the angel's tears. Plus, Lin Ziyu was in a very suspicious state. They have no idea when this guy would wake up once again. You're dead. Gao Lin raised his machete and aimed it at Lin Ziyu. Boom! However, just when they were about to reach Lin Ziyu, there was a large blast of energy that came out of nowhere. It immediately threw Gao Lin's body far, far away. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. PFFT. Gao Lin spat a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Lin Ziyu, who was still floating in the air. This fella, isn't he in a deep sleep? He looked at Lin Ziyu once again, and made sure that Lin Ziyu's eyes were still closed. Lin Ziyu was still in the same position as before. But now, he had his sphere all around him. Gao Lin and Gao Kang were extremely shocked to see what had happened. The sphere that was around Lin Ziyu was dark blue in color. The flame was indeed terrifying, and the entire air around them was scorched because of the heat coming from the flame. Are you alright? Gao Chong looked down at Gao Lin, who was on the ground, and asked. I'm fine. Gao Lin slowly got on his feet. He stared at Lin Ziyu, who was in the air, and realized that Lin Ziyu hadn't moved at all. That's when he started feeling frustrated. Gao Lin, aren't you afraid that? Why should I be afraid? When he heard Wu Mei questioning him, he roared in rage. Can't you see that there's something happening to him? He's in a coma now, and we just have to take the angel's tears. It will be ours now. Gao Lin looked at the eyes of the angel and screamed. Lin Ziyu was too powerful. If Lin Ziyu got his hands on the angel's tears, he would be able to keep it for himself. It would be impossible for them to have any chance to fight Lin Ziyu. But they had a chance now. Something had happened to Lin Ziyu and he was in a comatose state. In this situation, it was their best shot at killing Lin Ziyu. Wu Mei was speechless as well after hearing what they said. Gao Lin was right. If Lin Ziyu was dead, they would be able to get their hands on the angel's tears. But it's despicable for you to do so. Wu Mei still stood up for Lin Ziyu. Despicable HMPH. Gao Lin ignored Wu Mei and continued flying towards Lin Xiu. Brother, why don't we get the angel's tears first? Gao Lin was still in the air and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's eyes were closed and he looked like he was sleeping, completely motionless. However, his sphere was around him, protecting Lin Xiu. Gao Chong nodded his head. That's when he headed towards the angel. He took out a small box from his pocket while his eyes were still on Lin Xiu, who was standing right behind the angel's head. Seeing how Lin Xiu wasn't moving at all, he immediately opened the box and tried to touch the angel's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the angel started moving again. She swung the pike in her hands and aimed it towards Gao Lin. Boom! Gao Lin's pupil shrank uncontrollably. He immediately released his sphere as well. His reflexes were considered quick. But, when he released his sphere, the pike was also on it. Chapter 1000 Obtaining the Angel's Tears. Chapter 1000 Obtaining the Angel's Tears. At this moment, his sphere was directly pierced by the spear of this artificial angel. EFFD. A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Like a kite with a broken string, his body flew straight out. Big brother. When Gao Lin and Gao Kang saw this scene, the expressions on their faces changed greatly. It was clear just now that this artificial angel couldn't move. Why? At this moment, she was able to move again. Boom boom boom. And just as Gao Kong's body slammed into the ground, the artificial angel's body also slowly stood up from the state where she was half knelt on the ground. Phew! It feels good to sneak an attack on me. Right. Just as Gao Lin and Gao Kang flew down to help Gao Kong up, Lin Xiu's voice came over. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu was standing on the shoulders of this artificial angel and he had recovered from that state of deep sleep. The artificial angel let Lin Xiu stand on her shoulder and did not attack Lin Xiu. This miraculous scene made Jai Mei on the other side very surprised. What the hell happened? Lin Xiu looked at Gao Lin and the others below. His eyes narrowed slightly. The analytic eye and engulf skills had successfully deciphered the intelligent system of this artificial angel, and directly devoured the energy protective layer inside her. Now the original controller in this intelligent system has been erased and Lin Xiu has become the controller of this artificial angel. Kill them. As soon as Lin Xiu's words were spoken, the artificial angel attacked Gao Lin and the others. At this moment, the artificial angel's spear suddenly burst into dazzling white light. Obviously, there was a lot of energy rushing toward the spear in her hand. Dude! Gao Lin and the others watched this scene and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. They did not expect that Lin Xiu, who seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly came back to his senses. What's even more terrifying is that this artificial angel seems to be suddenly controlled by Lin Xiu. The three Gao brothers looked at the artificial angel charging toward them, and there was no way to dodge it. At this time, they can only quickly unfold the sphere and fight hard. Boom boom. The artificial angel seemed crazy at this time, madly waving the huge spear in her hand. At this moment, the entire ground shook crazily. Gao Lin and others' sphere could not resist the attack of the spear at all and soon, the sphere exploded directly. Their bodies were also instantly hit and turned into mud. Just like that, they died. Jai Mei watched this scene. Her eyes widened slightly. The three living warriors just died in front of her eyes, so the impact on her was still very big. It looks like you're fine. At this moment, Lin Xiu jumped off the shoulder of the artificial angel, looked at Jai Mei over there and said lightly. Jai Mei looked at Lin Xiu in front of her. She was shocked and took a few steps back subconsciously. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu spread his hands and said, just now. Although he closed his eyes and entered the system to watch the progress bar, he could still clearly feel everything in the real world. The three Gao brothers looked quite honest before, but he didn't expect that at the last moment. They wanted to kill him, but they may not know that their strength was far from Lin Xiu's. This artificial angel was controlled by you. Jai Mei hesitated for a while, but she still couldn't help but speak out, because now after this artificial angel killed Gao Lin and the others, She stood still and seemed to be waiting for Lin Zia's order. This scene was astonishing. You can put it that way, Lin Ziu said lightly. In the next moment, with Lin Zia's triggering of his thoughts, the artificial angel half knelt on the ground. Lin Ziu moved and flew in front of the artificial angel's eyes. Her eyes were like amethyst glaze and they looked extremely dazzling. Taking out that special small box, Lin Ziu hesitated for a while, then reached out and touched one of her eyes. In the next moment, with a dazzling light, a purple liquid flowed down from her eyes. Lin Ziu held the small box and quickly filled the liquid into it. Similarly, Lin Ziu touched her other pair of eyes. The same purple liquid also flowed out. This little box was soon filled. At this time, if you look closely, you can clearly see the eyes of this artificial angel had dimmed a little. Ha! Lin Ziu closed the box. With a thought, the box instantly entered the expansion space. You brought me here. You will have a share of the reward. After doing all this, Lin Zia's body slowly landed on the ground and he looked at Jai Mei who was behind and said aloud. Jai Mei's face looked a little weird at this time. It looks like she wants to say something. If you have anything to say, just say it. Seeing Jai Mei's expression, Lin Ziu said lightly. Can you share a little angel's tears with me? I don't want the reward from Wu Hao. Just a little angel's tears will do. Jai Mei gritted her teeth, but still said everything she wanted to say. Just a little bit. Wu Hao want no. Jai Mei saw that Lin Ziu didn't speak, thinking that Lin Ziu would not agree. But at this moment she still spoke out in a hurry. What do you want angel's tears for? Lin Ziu said lightly. Jai Mei was startled. Then she became a little sadder. I want to save my brother. My brother has a strange disease and can't get out of bed. I need a few of this angel's tears as a primer to make that potion. Ha! At the next moment, something seemed to be thrown toward him and Jai Mei subconsciously caught it. This! Taking a closer look, he could clearly see that what she had just caught was a small bottle of liquid. The liquid inside was purple and seemed to emit a faint glow. Angel's tears. Okay. Goodbye. Lin Ziu smiled, then sat on the shoulder of the artificial angel. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the artificial angel fanned its 6 wings and a strong wind surged, flying straight into the air. The building above was directly broken open by this artificial angel. The dazzling light shone in instantly, causing Jai Mei to squint. When she opened her eyes again, Lin Ziu and the artificial angel had disappeared. Chapter 1001 Joint Domain. Chapter 1001 Joint Domain. Gone. They are gone. Jai Mei raised her eyes and looked above, and said in a dazed voice. Even after she got what she wanted, she felt a sudden sense of loss that she couldn't even explain. Lin Ziu was sitting on the artificial angel at this time, and he had already flown into the air. Now, it's time to go to the ocean section. Lin Ziu, who was sitting on the shoulders of the artificial angel, said aloud like he was talking to himself. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the source stone of water in the ocean area. Just as Lin Ziu was manipulating the artificial angel and flew towards the ocean section, a voice that sounded like a machine came from the air. It's been obtained. After hearing this voice, Lin Ziu was startled. Unexpectedly, besides Lin Ziu, 2 other source stones have already been acquired by others. Controlling the artificial angel, Lin Ziu stopped directly in front of the ocean. Phew! Jumping down from the artificial angel, Lin Ziu couldn't help stretching. The sea breeze made Lin Ziu feel very comfortable. After pressing the smartwatch and entering the collection interface, Lin Ziu could clearly see the source stone of darkness, source stone of fire, source stone of electricity obtained, still missing source stone of earth and source stone of water. Could it be the same person who obtained these 2 energy source stones? Lin Ziu thought subconsciously at this time. Angel's tears has now been obtained. After 3 days, he could go out and exchange it with Wu Hao. At this moment, Lin Ziu seemed to sense something, and immediately frowned. Raising his eyes and looking at the sky, he saw a figure after another, flying towards him. Soon, as these people landed on the ground, Lin Ziu's eyes narrowed slightly. Divine Domain. All of these people are from the Divine Domain. And among these people, An old friend also appeared. Huan Fu Lin, I didn't expect that you really haven't died. Huan Fu Lin looked at Lin Xiu and said coldly. Although he had completely recovered from the injuries he suffered when he fought against Lin Xiu, the scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. Lin Xiu, a young warrior, actually used his own strength to fight against them. The 5 great sage warriors. They still didn't manage to kill Lin Xiu. The thought of this made him feel ashamed. Tisk tisk. Are you Lin Xiu? Standing beside Huan Fu Lin. Huan Fu Bai stared at Lin Xiu with a strange smile. He doesn't seem capable. Huan Fu Lin. You can't even deal with this kind of kid. Huan Fu Zhan also stared at Lin Xiu stubbornly. The source strength fluctuations from Lin Xiu's body were not very strong. Just by looking at him, he looked like a very ordinary warrior. Humph. Hearing Huan Fu Zhan's words, Huan Fu Lin's face suddenly turned ugly. But he didn't say much. I actually offended 3 sage warriors from the divine domain. Should I feel honored? Lin Xiu looked at them and said with a smirk. Unexpectedly, these people from the divine domain actually entered the sage warrior space directly to seek revenge. And behind Huan Fu Lin, Huan Fu Bai, and Huan Fu Zhan, there were many peak-respected warrior-level warriors. This time, divine domain seemed to have used a lot of money just to have Lin Xiu killed. I'm sorry. Today, you have to die. Huan Fu Bai said lightly. You'll have to try. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the warriors behind the divine domain made a move directly. Instead of attacking Lin Xiu directly, they surrounded Lin Xiu in a strange formation. In the next moment, the source strength of their bodies burst out, and the source strength that burst out quickly gathered together. Soon, the source strength that gathered together quickly spread over the entire ground. Domain. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. This strange domain was released by so many warriors at the same time. Soon, with the appearance of the domains, Lin Xiu saw those strange lights on the ground. Soon, his source strength seemed to be bound by some kind of power, and there was no way to use it. Go to hell. Huan Fu Lin reacted very quickly, and directly charged toward Lin Xiu. He directly punched Lin Xiu's body and attacked him. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, without any dodging, he directly slammed his fist against Huan Fu Lin's fist. Moreover, Lin Xiu's fist swung out, and a large amount of electric light burst out. Courting death. Huan Fu Lin roared at this time. The source strength of the body was gathered in his fist. In a domain that is created jointly by many people, even sage warriors cannot escape it. It can suppress the source strength of the warrior. At this time, Lin Xiu had absolutely no way to operate the source strength normally. Huan Fu Lin could imagine that Lin Xiu's fist would be smashed by him. Kala, at the same time as their fists slammed into each other, a crisp bone-shattering sound resounded instantly. Huan Fu Lin's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Originally, he thought he could smash Lin Xiu's fist to pieces. But what he didn't expect was that his own fist seemed to be fractured. Boom! And in the next moment, the mighty power of the electric ray made Huan Fu Lion's body fly straight out. The domain disappeared. At this moment, Huan Fu Zhan frowned. At this time, the joint domain was covered by another white light. The effect caused by the domain just now disappeared completely in an instant. Those warriors who used the joint domain were in disbelief. A joint domain, hi, interesting. The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, and he said lightly, damn. At this time, Huan Fu Lin felt the tingling sensation in his hand, and his face became extremely ugly. With the punch just now, all the bones in his hand were fractured. Lin Xiu's strength has improved a lot compared to when they were fighting before. Elder Bai, this kid is not easy. Huan Fu Zhan was really disdainful of Lin Xiu. But at this time, his eyes became more cautious. Huan Fu Bai nodded. A green source mark appeared on his forehead. Chapter 1002 Sage. Chapter 1002 Sage. With the appearance of this green source mark, in the next moment, a green light covered Huan Fu Lin's body. Is it the healing source mark again? Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. Soon, as the green light covered Huan Fulin's body, Huan Fulin's fractured fist was instantly repaired. Thanks, Huan Fulin said to Huan Fubai. While he was talking, he looked towards Lin Xiu, and his eyes were full of coldness. Snapped. At the same time, Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who surrounded them and snapped his fingers. Boom boom boom. The artificial angel, who was originally half kneeling on the ground, holding a shield in a defensive posture, seemed to be activated at this moment. It made a loud noise. Her originally dull eyes also lit up at this moment. What is this? Seeing this scene, Huan Fuzhong and Huan Fulin frowned. Wait, this is... Huan Fubai looked at the artificial angel, who suddenly moved, as if he had thought of something, and the expression in his eyes changed greatly. Just now he thought it was just an ordinary large robot, but now that he thought about it, he seemed to have recalled something. Withdraw! He yelled, but just as he finished speaking, this artificial angel, holding the spear in her hand, directly attacked the warrior in front of her. Boom! This blow directly killed dozens of top warriors, and those warriors around were also affected by this blow, and their bodies were directly impacted and flew out. Kill them all. Lin Xiu glanced at the surrounding warriors, then said lightly, How did you control Mo? 0. Huan Fubai looked at this scene with a terrifyingly gloomy expression on his face. Boom boom boom. There was a constant sound of loud noises around, and the whole ground seemed to vibrate wildly. 0. Lin Xiu raised his brows. This old guy? Does he know something? Old Bai. What is this? Huan Fuzhong and Huan Fulin's eyes were full of disbelief at this time. He looked towards the front. The artificial angel was huge, but her movements were not slow at all. Moreover, her body, they didn't know what it was made of, but it was so hard that no matter how powerful the skill of the warriors were, they could not cause any damage to her at all. In an instant, a large number of these respected warrior-level warriors died. Looking at this scene, Huan Fulin's heart was bleeding. These were the elite powers of the divine domain. One of the warriors who created this sage warrior space is proficient in various technological creations. It is said that he used his life's energy to create an artificial angel whose strength is comparable to that of the sage warrior. Moreover, the outer armor is made of the hardest metal in the world, and even the skill of the sage warrior may not be able to cause damage to it. This is the most terrifying. Is this the thing? Huan Fulin couldn't help but said aloud. An intelligent robot with strength comparable to that of a sage warrior. Just when they were in shock, Lin Xiu had already taken out the dark edge spear from the expansion space. As the body's source strength burst out, Lin Xiu directly attacked them. Since you guys want to give me experience, then I will accept it, Lin Xiu said lightly as he attacked with the dark edge spear. Although Huan Fulin and the others didn't know what Lin Xiu said about giving experience. However, when they saw Lin Xiu who was attacking, the expressions in their eyes changed slightly, and at the same time they unfolded a sphere. Boom! The dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand swept straight away and directly attacked Huan Fulin, Huan Fubai and Huan Fuzhong. Although the long spear didn't directly cut through their sphere, the powerful impact force made their bodies fly straight out. After Huan Fubai flew out for a distance, he stabilized his body. He looked forward, looking at Lin Xiu, who continued to charge with his spear. His eyes were also full of caution. This kid is hard to deal with. Give me your best, Huan Fubai said in a cold voice while directly pulling out the longsword behind him. It seems that due to the transmission of source strength, the long sword he drew suddenly burst into dazzling light. Swoosh! The long sword he was holding slashed into the air, and all of a sudden, thousands of cold lights bloomed, directly charged towards Lin Xiu. The surrounding space was opened up because of the large number of sword lights rushing past, as if it was about to be torn apart. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand spun frantically. Dang dang! Those sword beams were all blocked by Lin Xiu in an instant. And at this moment, Lin Xiu's figure has appeared in front of Huan Fubai. The spear in his hand stabbed out, and in an instant it was like a black dragon rushing out. Looking at this scene, The pupils in Huan Fu Bai's eyes shrank slightly. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge at all. Boom boom boom. The black dragon fluttered its teeth and claws, frantically charging towards Huan Fu Bai's sphere. Although the impact of this skill was very powerful, it was still blocked by Huan Fu Bai, and Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Zhang, also armed with weapons, attacked from both sides. Sphere. Lin Ziyu looked at the two who were attacking from the left and the right, and with a thought. The dark blue sphere opened directly. Bang bang. They attacked Lin Ziyu's sphere with the long swords in their hands, but they were completely unable to break through Lin Ziyu's sphere. Instead, because of the dark blue flames on Lin Ziyu's sphere, the weapons that hit his sphere became extremely hot. They felt a strong urge to toss their weapons away. They had no choice. At this time, they can only stop the attack and retreat directly to the back. Rise. When Huan Fu Zhang stepped back, a turquoise source mark flashed on his forehead. Boom boom boom. With the use of his source mark power, the entire ground began to vibrate wildly. There were also many huge cracks on the ground. Huge blocks of rock were directly suspended in the air. Go! Huan Fu Zhang roared, and at the next moment, these huge rocks charged directly toward Lin Ziyu. Bang bang bang. As those rocks hit Lin Ziyu's sphere, a loud noise continued to sound. Lin Ziyu is very strong in melee combat, so they distanced themselves to fight him. At this time, with those huge rocks hitting Lin Ziyu's side, a thick layer of dust was instantly raised around him. Chapter 1003 The Strange Source Mark Power. Chapter 1003 The Strange Source Mark Power. He wouldn't die so easily. Huan Fu Bai looked at the thick smoke and said suddenly, "Damn." Huan Fu Lin also clenched his hands into fists at this time. Although he had noticed before that Lin Ziyu's strength might have improved, he did not expect that Lin Ziyu's strength would increase to such a level. Sage Warrior. Lin Ziyu's current strength is definitely at the level of Sage Warrior. How did he do it? In a short period of time, he has crossed from respected warrior to Sage Warrior level. Could it be in this Sage Warrior space? Swoosh! Just when he was full of confusion, Lin Ziyu's figure rushed out from the thick dust. Whoosh whoosh! The long spear in his hand directly attacked Huan Fu Lin. Huan Fu Lin was shocked and quickly held the long sword in his hand to block Lin Ziyu's attack. Dang dang! Under the collision between the dark edge spear and the sword in his hand, a crisp sound suddenly erupted. Huan Fu Lin looked at the dark edge spear that Lin Ziyu was holding, and on the spear's body, there were many fiery red source marks lit up. The source mark is engraved on the weapon. In addition to the shocking look in Huan Fu Lin's eyes, there was also a look of fear. In the next moment, while resisting Lin Ziyu's attack, he kept retreating. Frozen Earth. Huan Fu Lin was already anxious at this time. At the next moment, when he let out a roar, a powerful source strength suddenly burst out. In the next moment, the surrounding air suddenly became extremely cold. Clap clap. At this moment, the surrounding ground turned into ice sculptures. Even Lin Ziyu, who attacked with his spear, was directly frozen. When Huan Fu Lin saw the scene at this moment, he was relieved. Humph, what a fool. Looking at Lin Ziyu, who was frozen into an ice sculpture by his own strength, he couldn't help snorting coldly. Quickly kill him. Huan Fu Bai and Huan Fu Zhang shouted at the same time as they looked at Lin Ziyu, who was frozen into an ice sculpture by Huan Fu Lin's skills. Holding the weapon in his hand directly, he attacked Lin Ziyu. Clack clack. At this moment, a large number of cracks appeared on the ice. Just as Huan Fu Zhang and Huan Fu Bai rushed over, the ice sculpture burst into pieces in an instant. The large amount of ice that had just shattered rushed towards the attacking Huan Fu Lin and Huan Fu Bai. Bang bang bang. The two people who were going to attack had a change in expression and unfolded their sphere. He's fine. Lin Ziyu, who had recovered from the state of being frozen, waved the spear in his hand, and the dark blue flaming birds charged towards them directly. Damn it. When the two of them saw such terrifying flaming birds, their eyes changed slightly and they turned from attack to defense. Go to hell. Seeing the scene, Huan Fu Lin also went crazy. He used that ice type skill to attack Lin Ziyu. It seemed that he wanted to freeze Lin Xiu again, because this was the only skill he can use against Lin Xiu. Humph. Lin Xiu turned around and looked back and suddenly snorted coldly. The dark-edged spear in his hand waved directly into the air. Adjudicate. Although Lin Xiu has not used this skill for a long time, he was still very good at it. Huan Fu Lin used an Ice-type skill while Lin Xiu had a Heart of Frost. Ice-type skill were completely useless to Lin Xiu. Swoosh. At the next moment, Huan Fu Lin, who was still ferocious, was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Lin Xiu charged directly over there. The dark-edged spear in his hand pointed directly at Huan Fu Lin, which had turned into an ice sculpture. Boom! Huan Fu Lin's body shattered into countless pieces as the ice sculpture shattered. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the Sage Warrior level warrior and gaining experience 1,764,841. There was also a sound of prompting that he gained experience in his mind. Huan Fu Lin. Dead. Huan Fu Lin. On the other side, Huan Fu Bai had just dodged the impact of the flaming bird when he saw this scene and suddenly roared. Huan Fu Lin was an elder of the divine domain after all. Now that he's dead, it was a huge loss to the divine domain. Boom boom boom. And at this time, the artificial angel was still frantically attacking the surrounding divine domain warriors. The whole ground continued to vibrate wildly. This artificial angel was not only powerful in attack, but also has a ridiculously high defensive energy. Those peak-respected warrior-level warriors not only did not cause any damage to the artificial angel, but almost all died under the spear of the artificial angel. Huan Fu Bai's heart was dripping blood. After Huan Fu Lin, a Sage Warrior-level warrior, died. Almost all of those elite members died as well. This was a huge blow to the divine domain. Next, it's you guys' turn. Lin Xiu, who was holding the dark-edged spear, looked at Huan Fu Bai and Huan Fu Zhang. After reaching the Sage Warrior level, Lin Xiu's strength has improved a lot. Huan Fu Lin, who seemed to be extremely powerful and forced himself to only use the space ring, was also killed by Lin Xiu. Huan Fu Bai and Huan Fu Zhang clenched their weapons while staring at Lin Xiu. Now their faces were extremely nasty. At this time, when their thoughts were triggered, they will use the domain forces. But when the domain forces they used merely touched the ground, the white light that was originally on the ground instantly covered their domain forces. Their domain cannot be used normally at all. For them, this was simply a disaster. Done. Lin Xiu glanced to the back at this time. The artificial angel had already eliminated all the warriors of the divine domain. At this time, she was standing behind Lin Xiu, as if waiting for Lin Xiu's instructions. Huan Fu Bai looked at Lin Xiu with a flickering look in his eyes. It's time. Hearing Huan Fu Bai's voice, Huan Fu Zhang nodded. In the next moment, a dark blue source mark appeared on his forehead. With the display of the source mark, some black substances instantly covered the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. There were too many source marks in the element class. Lin Xiu was also a little curious when he saw these different source marks. Soon, the power of Huan Fu Zhang's source mark was revealed. The bodies of the warriors who were killed by the artificial angel began to move slowly. Soon, the corpses of nearly 100 respected warriors all stood up. Their bones were broken by the artificial angel attack, and their whole body was bloody. When they stood up at this time, they looked like the living dead. Extremely terrifying. Chapter 4 Holy Level Awe of the Phoenix. Chapter 4 Holy Level Awe of the Phoenix. Resurrection. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu raised his brows slightly. These living respected warriors have a faint dark blue light on their bodies. Kill him. Huan Fu Zhang stared at Lin Xiu sternly, then said coldly. In the next moment, all these living dead rushed towards Lin Xiu. What a fast speed. Seeing this scene, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes could not help shrinking. The speed of these respected warrior-level warriors who have become living dead is almost comparable to that of Sage Warrior. And what are those dark blue lights on their bodies? Just as those living dead were about to reach Lin Xiu, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Boom boom boom. At this moment, These living dead people actually exploded. Huan Fubai also unfolded his sphere directly at this time and his body flew directly into the air. The explosion was so terrifying. The whole ground shook as if there had been a 12-magnitude earthquake. In the area affected by the explosion, the entire ground collapsed. The artificial angel seemed to feel the powerful energy fluctuations at this time and automatically deployed an energy barrier for defense. It's equivalent to the explosive power of more than 100 respected warriors. I don't believe that you're still not dead yet. The figure of Huan Fuzhong also flew into the air. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud created by the explosion below, he muttered to himself coldly. The warriors and the entire Sage Warrior space felt this strong vibration and they were all shocked. What's going on? Jai Mei, who was in the ancient ruins, also felt the terrifying shock around her, and the ancient ruins she was in also seemed as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, he quickly fled this place. We're probably in big trouble when we return. Huan Fubai looked at Huan Fuzhong who was not far away and said aloud. Huan Fuzhong nodded at this time. Although Lin Xiu was now dead, this time, their divine domain has also lost a lot. Too many elite warriors died and even Huan Fulin, a sage warrior, died. In addition, in the previous Tianjiao competition, 2 warriors were beheaded by Lin Xiu. The current divine domain has been hit hard. This thing, I think I can take it back. Huan Fubai looked to the other side at this time. As the dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, the figure of the artificial angel appeared again. The artificial angel did not suffer any damage at this time because of the energy barrier. Wait, at this moment, Huan Fuzhong seemed to have thought of something and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. What's wrong? Huan Fubai was startled for a moment. His eyes subconsciously looked over. As the dust slowly dissipated, a figure slowly appeared at this time. Huan Fuzhong's eyes widened. His eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. This kid. It is impossible that he's still alive. Cough. I almost died. Lin Xi's figure slowly flew into the air at this time, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said lightly. The holy light battle suit he was wearing was covered in stains. But there was no sign of tatters at all. After all, this is an class battle suit. The explosion just now was indeed too terrifying. Lin Xiu, who unfolded the sphere, was almost unable to resist. But, don't forget, Lin Xiu has the skill of Golden Body Immortality. At the moment of the explosion, the Golden Body Immortal skill was activated, and the terrifying explosion was already blocked. The remaining impact forces didn't have much impact on Lin Xiu. At most he just suffered a little injury. Because of the explosion just now, the entire ground collapsed to the point that a sinkhole appeared. It was clear how horrifying the explosion was just now. You're not dead yet. Huan Fuzhong gritted his teeth and said, I'm really sorry. I'm not dead yet. Lin Xiu said lightly, with a wave of his right hand. In the next moment, the dark edge spear on the ground flew directly into Lin Xi's hand. At this time, the dark edge spear in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The spear body turned into a transparent glass. I also have a skill. I'll let you take a look. Lin Xiu said indifferently, and in the next moment, he waved the spear in his hand. Boom! The entire sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. What is this? Because of the appearance of this sea of fire, the surrounding temperature instantly heated up. It's hot. It's really too hot. And in the sea of fire in the air, a huge flaming phoenix, as if reborn from ashes, rushed out from the endless sea of fire. Every feather of this flaming phoenix seems to be composed of flaming birds. The entire flaming phoenix is extremely huge, as if it can cover the entire sky. Holy level of the phoenix. Leave. When Huan Fubai and Huan Fuzhong saw the scene, the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. Terrible. It's really too terrifying. Such terrifying skill. They simply have no way to resist. Even if they use sphere, they all feel that their bodies will be annihilated directly. Go! Lin Xiu waved his spear and at the next moment, This huge flaming phoenix charged towards Huan Fu Bai and Huan Fu Zhang, who were fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Let's split up. Huan Fu Zhang roared loudly, then split up with Huan Fu Bai. Humph. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu snorted coldly, and the flaming phoenix charged towards Huan Fu Zhang, who fled to the other side. Huan Fu Zhang's strength was relatively weak in comparison, and he has just used such a powerful source mark power. He must have used up quite a bit of source strength. At this time, out of the corner of Huan Fu Zhang's eyes, he saw the flaming phoenix coming from behind. His eyes were full of fear. The flaming phoenix flew over, covering all the space above his body. The terrifying burning sensation made him feel like he was in a furnace. What? Seeing that the flaming phoenix was about to hit his body, Huan Fu Zhang roared angrily, and the whole body's source strength was released at this moment. Form a more powerful sphere to protect his body, because he found that now he has no way to escape the impact of this flaming phoenix. Boom! At the next moment, the flaming phoenix finally hit his body. The incomparably hot temperature was transferred to his body in an instant. The sphere, condensed by the source strength of his whole body, was melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye at the moment when the flaming phoenix charged. Huan Fu Zhang wanted to roar, but he couldn't roar at all. The terrifying flame directly burned his body to charred black. At the next moment, at a speed visible to the naked eye, he slowly turned into a white bone and scattered on the ground. Huan Fu Zhang. Seeing this scene, Huan Fu Bai couldn't help roaring loudly. Huan Fu Zhang just died like this. Chapter 1005 Come Again. Chapter 1005 Come Again. This time, there were 3 sage warriors and 100 peak respected warriors from the divine domain. In a short period of time, he was the only one left. He simply could not accept this. I am going to kill you. At this moment, Huan Fu Bo roared in a piercing voice. At this moment, the clothes on his body burst open. On the body, a large number of golden words appeared immediately. What is this? At this time, Huan Fu Bo was muttering to himself with his hands together. Lin Xiu didn't know what he was saying, but the words he said seemed a little weird. He sounded as if he was chanting scriptures, and when it was transmitted to Lin Xiu's mind, Lin Xiu frowned. Boom boom boom, with a loud noise. At this moment, in the high sky above, this sage warrior's space was broken open again. In the outside world, Yizhan Kong and others saw that the space was broken open again, and the pupils in their eyes shrank slightly. What is happening? Some sage warriors looked at this scene and showed surprise. Yizhan Kong raised his eyes and looked up into the sky and found that the entire sky turned pitch black at this moment. The thunder and lightning flashed and the wind surged. Something's going to happen. Seeing the scene, Yizhan Kong seemed to feel something and said aloud as if talking to himself. Lin Xiu, who was in the sage warrior space, looked at Huan Fu Bai's strange state and suddenly remembered what happened before. His expression suddenly changed. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly waved the dark edge spear in his hand. Boom boom boom. As the dark edge spear waved, all of a sudden, terrifying dark blue flame birds charged towards Huan Fu Bai. Boom boom boom. When those flaming birds were about to hit Huan Fu Bai's body, the sphere he unfolded instantly blocked all these attacks. Damn it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiu rushed forward with the spear in his hand. Boom! The spear attacked at his sphere and a huge sound erupted in an instant. But at this moment, Huan Fu Bai's body was stagnant in the air, not shaking at all. Now he was still chanting the weird words, and a golden light shone in from the broken space. It directly irradiated Huan Fu Bai's body. God descend. Lin Xiu, who saw this scene, was even more certain that the current Huan Fu Bai was performing God descend. In the previous competition, the 2 warriors from the divine domain used this method to gain power, directly from respected warrior level to sage warrior. This Huan Fu Bai, without a doubt, also used this method. It's just that Huan Fu Bai was now at the sage warrior level. If he uses this God descend again, then the power he gets. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu frantically attacked the sphere he unfolded. Bang bang bang. Following Lin Xiu's attack, a loud sound rang out, but there was still no way to break his sphere directly. and as those golden rays of light shone on his body, slowly, Huan Fubai's entire body became swelled up. His white hair was slowly turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The slightly wrinkled skin on the body gradually tightened. It's like he was turning younger. Ah! In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and let out a huge roar. As this huge roar came out, the entire space seemed to vibrate. Lin Xiu, who was holding the dark-edged spear and wanted to break his sphere, was shocked by the huge roar at this moment and retreated to the back. Lin Xiu's body flew out like a broken kite. But soon, Lin Xiu stabilized his body, wiping the blood on his lips. He looked forward and far away, and the figure of Huan Fubai was already suspended in the air. As the golden light continued to converge on his body and he roared loudly, Huan Fubai seemed to be in great pain. But in the same way, as the incomparably powerful force poured into his body, Lin Xiu felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Damn it, he still can't stop it. At this moment, the artificial angel on the ground has already waved the spear in her hand and rushed over there. The huge spear was filled with white light. He directly attacked Huan Fubai, who was suspended in the air. Boom! The spear hit Huan Fubai's sphere directly, but he still couldn't break Huan Fubai's sphere. And what's even weirder was that now Huan Fubai's sphere has turned golden. Boy, I want you to die. At this moment, Huan Fubai stopped roaring and looked at Lin Xiu in the distance. Looking at the artificial angel who was attacking him, his figure moved and he directly attacked the artificial angel. Boom! In the next moment, the artificial angel's body was directly blasted back to the back. The huge body fell directly to the ground. What a powerful force! Seeing this scene, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly. Swoosh! Just when Lin Xiu was about to make a move, the figure of Huan Fubai appeared directly in front of Lin Xiu. He didn't have any weapons in his hand and directly attacked Lin Xiu's body with his fist. Dang! At this time, Lin Xiu also reacted very quickly and directly blocked his attack with the spear in his hand. But the power of Huan Fubai's punch was too powerful. Although Lin Xiu blocked his attack, his entire body was still sent flying to the back. Dare to absorb my divine power. You are courting death. At this time, Huan Fubai's voice was obviously different from the one just now. It seems to be one of the voices that appeared when the two warriors were using God Descend. Warrior God, Huan Fubai, obtained the power of the warrior God through God Descend. The moment he finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of Lin Xiu again, flashing souls. But in the same way, Lin Xiu's figure, at this moment, also disappeared. Huan Fubai frowned. But soon, he seemed to feel something and his figure also disappeared. Just when Lin Xiu's figure appeared on the other side, the figure of Huan Fubai also instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiu. At this moment, Huan Fubai has a faint golden light emerging from his body. His source strength turned out to be golden. Chapter 1006 The Power of God. Chapter 1006 The Power of God. Boom! He raised his hand and punched Lin Xiu's body again. Huan Fubai's fist was covered with golden light and the speed of this punch was extremely fast. Lin Xiu didn't have any defenses at all and was directly hit in the chest by this punch. PFFT. A mouthful of blood was spat out at this moment. But Huan Fubai, without stopping his movements at all, continued to attack Lin Xiu frantically. His attack was too violent and the speed was extremely fast. Lin Xiu didn't seem to have any strength to fight back. Go to hell. Huan Fubai continued to punch Lin Xiu's body wildly at the same time while golden power gathered around his left fist. It hit Lin Xiu's body again. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xiu's body exploded into countless pieces. No! Just when Huan Fubai thought that he had killed Lin Xiu, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. His eyes looked directly to the other side. In the distant sky, Lin Xiu was panting. That's right. Lin Xiu just used the system skill mirror image. Damn old man. Lin Xiu wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling that his body was in great pain now. If it wasn't for the remodeling of his body and various powerful exercises, plus the protection of the holy light battle suit, he would have killed him just now. Is his current power the warrior god power? Lin Zhu felt that right now, he didn't have any power to fight back. Boy, give me your life. And at this moment, the figure of Huan Fu Bai appeared in front of Lin Zhu again. Swoosh! Lin Zhu didn't hesitate in the slightest and used his body technique directly. Flashing Souls, this high-level movement technique was indeed very powerful. Even in the face of the current Huan Fu Bai, he could dodge his attacks. Huan Fu Bai's attacks were dodged by Lin Zhu several times in a row, and he suddenly became a little annoyed. I let you dodge. He roared, and in the next moment, the golden source energy on his body erupted again. These golden source powers spread out instantly. Wrap up the surrounding area. Lin Zhu was at the edge of the golden area, and as soon as he touched it, a tingling sensation struck instantly. Where are you going to hide? At the same time, Huan Fu Bai continued to attack. The pupils in Lin Zhu's eyes shrank. He used the reset skill, then immediately used the fury skill. Dang! The dark edge spear held in both hands directly resisted Huan Fu Bai's attack. Moreover, while resisting Huan Fu Bai's attacks, Lin Zhu used his hands to directly send Huan Fu Bai flying. The look in Huan Fu Bai's eyes also changed suddenly, because he clearly felt that Lin Zhu's strength suddenly increased exponentially. And at this moment, a dark blue flaming bird rushed over, directly hitting Huan Fu Bai's body. Heavenly Array! Lin Zhu looked at Huan Fu Bai, who was surrounded by the flaming bird, and continued to use the system skills. Now Huan Fu Bai is extremely terrifying in terms of attack power, speed and defense power. If Lin Zhu didn't take him seriously, there was absolutely no chance of winning. At this time, with the support of his system skills, Lin Zhu's power has reached an extremely terrifying level. But facing Huan Fu Bai, who possesses the power of God, Lin Zhu wasn't very confident. At this moment, both hands tightly held the dark edge spear. Little tricks. In the next moment, the flaming bird dissipated directly, revealing the figure of Huan Fu Bai. That scorching flaming bird didn't cause any harm to Huan Fu Bai. I just devoured the power of my God. I want to absorb all the power of your whole body, Huan Fu Bai shouted with a grim face. In the next moment, he waved his right hand in the air and a huge golden hand instantly appeared, slapping Lin Zhu's body. At this moment, Lin Zhu, there is no way to dodge, because the surrounding area was enveloped by those golden powers. Damn it! Lin Zhu roared angrily and collided with the golden hand with the dark edge spear in his hand. Boom! The collision rang loudly. The power of this golden giant hand is too powerful. Lin Zhu struggled to hold the spear against the giant hand to press it down, but at the next moment, the golden giant hand smashed directly into Lin Zhu's body. How dare you use this little trick? This time, Huan Fu Bai reacted quickly and raised his hand to attack Lin Zhu. This punch hit Lin Zhu's body again. PFFD. A mouthful of blood spat out again. It's useless. This is the power of the God realm. Huan Fu Bai looked at Lin Zhu trying to resist and laughed loudly, because Huan Fu Bai is at the level of a sage warrior. At this time, the power he possesses through God Descend was also extremely powerful. You shall become mincemeat. At the next moment, he wanted to continue throwing his fists at Lin Zhu's body, but Lin Zhu's figure disappeared again. Still want to escape, huh? He thought that what Lin Zhu used was the same as the mirror clone just now. But just when he released his thoughts and wanted to sense where Lin Zhu was, he found that Lin Zhu's aura could not be felt at all. This is impossible. At this time, the expression in his eyes changed slightly and his eyes continued to scan the space surrounded by golden energy. But he did not find Lin Zhu. This kid. Escape! Damn. At this time, Lin Zhu, who appeared in another part of the Sage Warrior space, was holding the ground with his hands, panting. There was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. There was severe pain in the whole body. He had to admit that the current strength of this Huan Fu Bai has become too terrifying. But at the last moment, Lin Zhu used the space teleportation ring he had obtained to teleport away directly. But because Lin Zhu was now in the Sage Warrior space, although he teleported, he had to still remain in the Sage Warrior space. Now Lin Xiu was in a wilderness area. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xiu frantically activated the cultivation technique, constantly absorbing the surrounding source air. Originally, the energy in the air in the Sage Warrior space was very strong, so now Lin Xiu absorbed it very fast. Soon, the injuries on Lin Xiu's body were also being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, some golden rays of light came over from the front, covering the entire surrounding area. Lin Xiu, who clearly felt all this, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Found it. Chapter 1007 Source Strength Control. Chapter 1007 Source Strength Control. As Huan Fu Bai's voice came over, Lin Xiu saw his figure and appeared in front of him. Do you think you can escape? Huan Fu Bai looked at Lin Xiu in front of him with a sinister smile. The entire space is now covered by my energy. I can find you wherever you are. He looked at Lin Xiu in front of him, but didn't make another move. He found that it was too easy for him to kill Lin Xiu. Boy, although you devoured my divine power last time, I can still give you a chance to live. Huan Fu Bai looked at Lin Xiu and said with a grin, surrender to my divine domain and with your strength. I think there is still a chance to meet in the divine domain next time, Huan Fu Bai said, then reached out and grabbed Lin Xiu's head. Don't resist. Surrender to the divine domain. He was talking, but there was an invisible force that was radiating from his body. Just when his hand was about to touch Lin Xiu's head, Lin Xiu directly held the spear and stabbed him in the body. Boom! The dark-edged spear, at this moment, directly penetrated his body. Damn boy! When Huan Fu Bai saw this scene, his face suddenly turned hideous. But at this time, Huan Fu Bai was controlled by someone from the divine domain in the Sage Warrior space, so he didn't feel the slightest pain. Huan Fu Bai ignored the long spear that pierced through his body and directly raised his hand to face Lin Xiu. In his raised palm, extremely terrifying energy gathered together. He blasted directly at Lin Xiu. Disappeared again. But at the moment when these terrifying energies blasted toward Lin Xiu, Huan Fu Bai could clearly feel that Lin Xiu's figure disappeared again. But what can you do without a weapon? Looking at the dark-edged spear that was pierced through his body, Huan Fu Bai directly pulled out the spear and muttered to himself coldly, Ocean. At this time Lin Xiu's figure has already flashed over to the ocean. Lin Xiu did not float above the ocean, but dived directly into the bottom of the sea. Lin Xiu in the ocean was like being on land. There was no difference. Lin Xiu, who has unlocked the gene lock, has long been able to breathe through his skin. Lin Xiu's body was suspended in the ocean and with the movement of his thoughts. The source air in the ocean frantically gathered towards Lin Xiu. No, not only the ocean, but the energy of the entire Sage Warrior space seems to be madly gathering towards Lin Xiu. What is this? The warriors in the Sage Warrior space were already very surprised when they saw the golden energy that spread over, and now they feel that the source air around them is rushing in another direction, and they are even more surprised. My source strength. What surprised them even more was that the source strength of their bodies seemed to begin to decrease. How did you hide in the sea? At this moment, the figure of Huan Fu Bai also appeared on the ocean. Do you think you can escape? Just when Huan Fu Bai was about to rush into the ocean below, the pupils in his eyes shrank, because he clearly felt that there was a lot of source energy around him. Rushing towards this side, passed by his body and rushed into the ocean. Come back. Lin Xiu, who was in the ocean, said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, in the next moment, the dark-edged spear on the other side flew directly towards Lin Xiu. Swoosh! The dark-edged spear that flew at a high speed went past Huan Fu Bai's body and charged directly into the ocean. Boom! As Lin Xiu took hold of the dark-edged spear that flew back, a large amount of source air and source strength had already gathered on Lin Xiu's body. Clap clap. The entire ocean, at this moment, seems to be boiling, pulling all sorts of tricks. Come out here. The more Huan Fu Bai looked at this situation, the more he felt that something was wrong, because the energies around him were rushing into the ocean like crazy. With a wave of his right hand, streaks of golden rays of light were suddenly released from the 5 fingers. grabbing directly towards the bottom of the ocean. Those golden rays of light continued to extend, going towards Lin Zia's body in the ocean. But at this moment, the source air and source strength that kept pouring into Lin Zia's body directly condensed into a huge sphere, wrapping Lin Zia's body. Slap! As soon as the 5 rays of light touched the huge sphere formed by the condensed source air, they bounced back. And at this time, Lin Zia's body slowly emerged from the ocean. What is this? As Lin Zia's figure slowly emerged, Huan Fubai's eyes widened. Lin Zia's body was surrounded by a huge circular source strength. The energy contained in the sphere produced by the mixing of these source strength and air is extremely terrifying. Even Huan Fubai, who has now acquired a powerful ability, is full of shock, and there is a touch of fear. Whoosh whoosh. And at this time, it wasn't over yet. The terrifying energy contained in the ocean was still frantically gathering towards Lin Ziu. The huge sphere formed by that massive source air was still expanding, courting death. When Huan Fubai saw this scene, he couldn't bear it any longer. He waved his hands frantically, and the golden energy beams, as he waved his hands, immediately charged toward Lin Ziu. When the golden energy beam, which seemed to be able to break through space, hit the huge sphere formed by source air, it disappeared directly. This is impossible. When Huan Fubai saw the scene, he immediately roared. A smirk appeared on the corner of Lin Zia's mouth. At this time, he felt that his body was enveloped by this huge source air, and every part of Lin Zia's body seemed to be filled with majestic power. System skill source strength control. This was the first time Lin Ziu had used this system skill. Unexpectedly, this source strength control skill is so powerful. Now Lin Ziu can feel that the source of the entire Sage Warrior space seems to be gathering towards him. Those creatures in the ocean, the source strength of microorganisms, all rushed towards Lin Ziu. In an instant, such a huge source strength ball was formed. Go! At this time, holding the dark edge spear in his hand, Lin Ziu waved directly at Huan Fubai, who was not far away. Boom! At this moment, with the waving of the long spear, the incomparably huge ball of source strength charged toward Huan Fubai. Huan Fubai's eyes widened, and he felt a strong sense of oppression. He actually had no way to dodge at this time. Chapter 1008 Huge Source Strength Ball. Chapter 1008 Huge Source Strength Ball. Can't hide. Can't hide. Watching this huge ball of source strength rush towards him, Huan Fubai actually felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. I am God, he roared, his eyes full of unwillingness. At this moment, from his hands, 2 extremely terrifying energy light clusters were released again. Boom boom boom. These energy light clusters continuously hit the huge source strength ball, but they were useless. In the next moment, this terrifying source strength ball directly hit Huan Fubai's body. The golden light on Huan Fubai's body burst out, desperately trying to resist the impact of the source strength ball. But this source strength ball was formed by gathering most of the source air in this Sage Warrior space. The energy is extremely powerful. With the release of the source strength of Huan Fubai's body, immediately, his body was enveloped in golden light. But even so, the terrifying power of this source strength ball still instantly annihilated the layer of golden light on his body. Damn! The look on Huan Fubai's face became extremely hideous. Although Huan Fubai was a warrior at the level of Sage Warrior and could withstand most of the power brought by this god descend, but he had used too much power during the battle just now. Also, the power transferred from the god descend couldn't last very long on the planet Namur. Now Huan Fubai could no longer use his power. Could it be that this kid has been dodging just now because he realized this fact? Thinking of this, Huan Fubai's eyes were full of disbelief. In the next moment, no matter how loudly Huan Fubai roared in his heart, his body slowly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, like sand particles blown away by the wind. Boom! The source strength ball has not disappeared, and it directly hit the ground in the distance, blasting out a huge sinkhole. The entire Sage Warrior space shook violently. Some warriors in other places were knocked to the ground. Those with quick responses flew directly into the air, and their eyes were full of shock. At this time, they couldn't imagine what happened just now. At this time, Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the air, looked at the moment Huan Fu Bai's body dissipated and a golden light flew out. He seemed to want to fly away, trying to flee He. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, he immediately shouted. As soon as his body moved, he flew over there at the next moment. At this moment, a black source mark flashed on Lin Xiu's forehead. With the appearance of the source mark, in the next moment, one after another matrix appeared in the sky over there. The golden light seemed to be able to predict the direction of the matrix in advance and kept dodging at this time. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly at this moment, and in the next moment, a matrix directly encased the golden light group in it. Bang bang bang. At this time, the framed light group was colliding frantically. But even so, there is still no way to break free from the shackles of this matrix. I'm here. You're still trying to flee. Lin Xiu's figure flew in front of the matrix. Looking at the golden light group in the matrix, he said faintly, "Boy, do you know who I am?" This golden light group shouted loudly at this time. His voice was exactly the same as Huan Fu Bai's voice just after God descend. There is no doubt that he was the one who controlled Huan Fu Bai's body just now. It was you two previously. Right. Lin Xiu looked at the golden light group and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the Tianjiao competition before, the two warriors used God descend, and one of the warrior gods that descended had the same voice. As Lin Xiu spoke, he stretched out his hand to approach the matrix. What do you want? That ball of golden light seemed to sense something and suddenly let out a loud roar. I'm a warrior god. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu's hand reached directly into the matrix. This ball of golden light couldn't get out, but Lin Xiu's hand could directly reach into the matrix. The moment he reached in, Lin Xiu directly grabbed the golden ball of light. At this moment, a tingling sensation struck and Lin Xiu felt that his hand was instantly scalded. But even so, Lin Xiu didn't stop what he was doing. While holding the ball of light, he used the engulf skill directly. He wants to swallow the golden light group directly. What? With the activation of Lin Xiu's engulf skill, this group of light suddenly let out a wailing sound. But at this time, Lin Xiu ignored it and continued to use the engulf skill. Let me go, he screamed loudly. But there was no way to break free. With the use of the engulf skill, this golden light group slowly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, with the continuous engulfing, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that the strength of his body was constantly recovering. Moreover, the body was also filled with powerful energy. The energy of this golden light group was extremely strong, and Lin Xiu, who devoured this energy, felt that it has benefited him a lot. Phew! As the golden light group disappeared, Lin Xiu exhaled a breath of turbid air and his body suddenly fell down uncontrollably. The effect of fury disappeared and the sequelae also followed. Boom! Lin Xiu's body fell heavily in the ocean. Gurgle! The body could not move at all and fell directly to the bottom of the sea. If it were a normal person, they would definitely drown at this time. But Lin Xiu, who has unlocked the gene lock, would not be affected. At this time, Lin Xiu was lying directly on the seabed. Although his body could not move, with Lin Xiu's thoughts, his body was still absorbing the energy of this golden light group. PFFD. At the same time, somewhere in the warrior god realm, an old man who was sitting cross-legged spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Huan Fugu, what's wrong? At this moment, another old man came over with shock in his eyes. Without thinking much, he directly helped the old man up. Damn boy. The man known as Huan Fugu turned extremely grim at this time. Your strength. The old man who helped him up felt that his strength was significantly reduced at this time, and his expression changed slightly. That kid devoured your divine power. He seemed to have thought of something and said, last time, it was the power of the two of them that descended on Huan Fu Tan and Huan Fu Lin, but in the end their power was swallowed up by Lin Xiu. He will not forget this matter. Chapter 1009 Absorb the Power of a God. Chapter 1009 Absorb the Power of a God. That's right. That kid, Huan Fugu was half sitting on the ground at this time, as if his Kai and blood were a little out of order. Most of your power descended and you still didn't manage to kill him. The old man beside him frowned and said, in Namir planet, the most powerful warriors were only sage warriors. How could they not be killed? This kid's skills are too weird. Huan Fugu gritted his teeth and said, originally, with the power he descended on Huan Fugu's body, he should have been able to kill Lin Xiu. But in the end, Lin Xiu killed him instead. Moreover, Lin Xiu devoured his power again. This is the second time. Let's go to the planet Namir. Huan Fugu stared at the old man in front of him and gritted his teeth. Now he has a wave of anger in his heart and there is no way to relieve it. No. There is a sealing force over there. We can't go directly. When the old man heard Huan Fugu's words, he immediately shook his head and said, but, Huan Fugu's face became extremely ugly. He was very upset. His power was just swallowed up by Lin Xiu, and twice in a row, especially this time. He was hit hard. Don't worry. Someone is already looking for a way to break the seal over there. Give it some time. There should be no problem going down then. At this moment, the old man continued to speak. Very good. At this time, Huan Fugu had a ferocious look on his face. Thinking of Lin Xi's figure, his eyes were filled with infinite killing intent. At this time, Lin Xiu, who was under the sea, was still automatically absorbing the energy by the engulf skill. Huan Fugu's energy was really too pure. At this time, Lin Xiu was constantly absorbing this energy and a crisp sound suddenly sounded in Lin Xi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully upgrading. The current level is 66. Ding! Congratulations to the master for winning the lottery once. Upgraded. At this moment, when he heard the system prompt in his mind, Lin Xi's eyes showed a look of surprise. Now with the continuous leveling up, the required experience points increased more and more. Therefore, Lin Xiu rarely checked how much experience he had gained. At this time, Lin Xiu couldn't move much, so he directly entered the system in his mind. Level 66. Experience points 8,100. Strength 8,100. 7,310. Physique 7,310. 2,934. Speed 2,934. Potential points 66. Skills, Analytic Eye Fury Disguise Engulf Mirror Image Heavenly Array Reset Power of the Stars Golden Body Immortality Exotic Summoning Sacrifice Skill Enhancement Source Strength Control Title Sage Warrior Unworn Titles Rank 1 Warrior Rank 2 Warrior Rank 3 Warrior Rank 4 Warrior Rank 5 Warrior Rank 6 Warrior Rank 7 Warrior Rank 8 Warrior Rank 9 Warrior Master Warrior Respected Warrior Rage Build-Up to Level 66. Comfortable. Lin Xiu looked at the information in his mind and immediately found it pleasing to the eye. But now he needed too much experience to level up and Lin Xiu felt dizzy when he saw the number of zeros. It is really difficult to reach the level of a warrior god. Strength. Recovered. At the same time, Lin Xiu felt that the strength of his body had recovered a lot. The sequelae of fury have begun to disappear. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide and his body rushed out of the ocean as soon as his thoughts were triggered. Wow! As he rushed out of the ocean, Lin Xiu felt that his whole body was very comfortable. He got 66 potential points, which was directly added to the strength attribute by Lin Xiu. Although there were only 66 points, when the 66 points were added to the strength attribute, Lin Xiu could clearly feel the difference. Boom boom boom. At the same time, at the next moment, the artificial angel also shook its 6 wings and flew over at an extremely fast speed from the other side. Stayed on the shore of this ocean. Lin Xi's body was suspended in the air, then flew beside the artificial angel. Taking a closer look at this time, he saw that the armor on the shoulders of the artificial angel was dented. Looking at this scene, a look of surprise appeared in Lin Xi's eyes. Lin Xiu couldn't even cause any damage to this armor. He didn't expect that Huan Fu Bai, after God Descend, would cause a dent on it. Elder Yi. Just now. At the same time. Outside the sage warrior space. Those sage warriors looked at Yi Zhankong curiously and said aloud. The sage warrior space, which was suddenly broken open, was automatically closed at this time, and the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds, at this moment, also cleared up. The god descend of the divine domain. Yi Zhankong seemed to understand something and said lightly at this time. God descend. Some of the sage warriors who had heard of it were surprised. No wonder the powerful force just now directly caused such a change. But it seems that it has failed. Yi Zhankong looked into the distance, as if speaking to himself. So many divine domain warriors died. Who did it? At this time, Yi Zhankong looked over at the huge monument not far away. The first one was a warrior named Sun Jian, and next to his name, there is the number 4 to 5. 4 to 5 source rings. Huh. Not bad. The harvest is good. Lin Xiu stretched and walked to the other side. You are Lin Xiu. Right. At this moment, a voice came from the front. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu raised his brows immediately, looked ahead and realized that there was a group of warriors coming over. And among this group of warriors, there were two familiar figures, Duan Zhan and Wang Kang. At this time, the two of them had a lot of scars on their bodies. They looked disheveled. The man walking in the front was carrying a black long sword. This long sword was very long and wide and it looked very strange. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Energy Source Stone. Handed over. The man with the black long sword on his back stared at Lin Xiu and said lightly, I didn't say it. He used. Duan Zhan's hands were restrained by two warriors and he said with difficulty, Shut up. But when he spoke, a warrior next to him slammed his fist directly into his abdomen. PFFD. A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth in an instant. Lin Xiu looked at this group of people without saying a word. At this moment, with a movement of the right hand, the source strength from his body was directly released. Chapter 1010 Sun Jian. Chapter 1010 Sun Jian. Boom! As the power of Lin Xiu's body was released. In the next moment, the powerful source strength attacked them directly. Those warriors who had restrained Duan Zhan and Wang Kang were directly hit and flew out. After Lin Xiu waved his right hand again, the two flew to Lin Xiu's side. Are you guys alright? Lin Xiu looked at Wang Kang, who was in a bad shape, with a lot of injuries on his face and asked. Fine. Wang Kang said with difficulty at this time. I'm sorry. I have embarrassed the master. It's okay. Lin Xiu said lightly. This person has a special secret technique that can search our memories. Duan Zhan sat on the ground at this time and said, Painting. Hearing Duan Zhan's words, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. No wonder this man knew his name. You guys have a rest first. Lin Xiu said lightly. Looking at the warriors in front of him, he slowly walked forward. The warriors on the opposite side looked at Lin Xiu's movements and their eyes were filled with caution. At this time, they were holding the weapons in their hands and the source strength of their bodies burst out. Because Lin Xiu has 33 source rings in his hands, it was enough to prove the strength of Lin Xiu. At this time, Lin Xiu looked at the man. In his hand, there were more than 40 source rings, emitting a dazzling light. The other 2 source stones are in your hands. Lin Xiu looked at him, then said lightly. And sounds like you already have 3 energy source stones. The man with the black long sword on his back looked at Lin Xiu and said lightly. Hand them over. I should be the one saying that to you. Lin Xiu said lightly. Then he glanced at the warriors behind him. But before that, you should clean up the rubbish. Lin Xiu's words just fell and at this moment, he waved the dark edge spear in his hand directly. One after another dark blue flaming birds rushed towards the front in an instant. The man with the black sword on his back stood there and didn't move at all. It seems that there was no fear of these flaming birds at all. But the warriors in the back all had horror in their eyes at this time. All of them unfolded their sphere and wanted to resist the incoming flaming birds. What? Soon, as the flaming birds slammed into their sphere, wailings and screams came over. The temperature of these flaming birds was really terrifying. At this moment, even if they enfolded the sphere, they felt that their sphere would melt away. In the next moment, as their spheres melted away, their bodies directly touched those dark blue spheres. Soon, their bodies were directly burned into coke. Pretty strong. With a wave of the man's right hand, the flame that burst out from a flaming bird was directly extinguished by him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu raised his brows immediately. This man's strength seemed a little unusual. By the way, my name is Sun Jian. Before dying, you should remember this name. At the same time that the man said out loud, he slowly pulled out the black giant sword behind his back. For some reason, Lin Xiu felt that the black giant sword he pulled out was very strange. The moment he drew his sword, he charged directly toward Lin Xiu. Dang! The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank and the spear in his hand directly blocked his attack. The black giant sword he held in his hand was very sharp, and when it collided with the dark-edged spear, Lin Xiu felt an extremely strong impact. You are the first person on this planet who can catch my blow without retreating. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was holding a dark-edged spear and confronted him head-on, but didn't take a step back, Sun Jian showed a hint of approval, like an aloof warrior looking at a low-level warrior who showed surprising strength. But it's not going to be that simple. As Sun Jian spoke, the giant sword in his hand continued to swing. Lin Xiu didn't let down his guard at all. At this time, the dark-edged spear was in Lin Xiu's hands, as if it had become one with Lin Xiu. And now Lin Xiu was practicing the hollow-level destiny spear art. The spear art was many times better than before. Dang dang! Under the collision of the two's weapons, a deafening sound suddenly erupted. Because of the title of Sage Warrior, when Lin Xiu attacked him, one of his power would be recovered, and with the frantically waving of the spear, some skills with the wind attribute were automatically released in an instant. Sun Jian, who was at ease just now, began to frown, because he felt that Lin Xiu's spear art was not only superb, but also released some wind blades from time to time when the spear attacked, making him uncomfortable, especially every time Lin Xiu attacked. He felt that the power of his attack was being resisted by some kind of strange energy, losing most of the power of his attacks. At this time, Lin Xiu's rage buildup was already full, and without any hesitation, he directly used the power-up strike. Dang! Because of the power-up strike, the shot that stabbed out was full of majestic and terrifying strength. Sun Jian also clearly felt it. At this time, he subconsciously used the body of his black giant sword to block it. As the spear stabbed at his sword, the incomparably powerful force directly caused Sun Jian's figure to fly out. Damn! After flying out a certain distance, Sun Jian stabilized his body. Looking at Lin Xiu not far away, his eyes were also full of caution, and he wasn't as confident as before. At this moment, Sun Jian's face became ugly. The source strength in the body began to slowly burst out. The powerful source strength that erupted from his body caused a large number of cracks to appear in the surrounding ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. Just now, Lin Xiu used his analytic eye to see that this man's strength was at peak respected warrior. But at this time, when he used his analytic eye to look at him again, the strength of this man has instantly become Sage Warrior level. Undoubtedly, he was able to hide his strength in a special way. Interesting. When Lin Xiu found out about this, the corners of his mouth twitched. When Sun Jian used the disguise skill, he thought that Lin Xiu's strength was ordinary. But after the battle, he realized that Lin Xiu must be a warrior at the level of Sage Warrior. Chapter 1011 Not Human. Chapter 1011 Not Human. Go to hell. At this moment, Sun Jian clenched the black giant sword with both hands. In the next moment, he roared with both hands, and the black giant sword slashed into the air. Boom! The moment he swung his giant sword, a black energy charged directly towards Lin Xiu. Leave. Lin Xiu watched this scene, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. With a stroke of the dark-edged spear in their hands, Wang Kang and Duan Xian's bodies flew directly to the other side. And at this moment, Lin Xiu's figure also flashed and disappeared in place. Boom boom boom. At this moment, those black energies directly impacted the ground in front of them, making a loud sound. The entire ground was destroyed by those black energies. Here, Sun Jian looked at Lin Xiu, who had disappeared in place, turned around suddenly and found that Lin Xiu had appeared behind him, holding the black giant sword in his hand. He volleyed towards Lin Xiu again and attacked. This time, the black energy emanating from his long sword turned into crescent-shaped sword aura and charged towards Lin Xiu. Bang bang bang. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu frantically waved the dark edge spear in his hand, directly blocking the black sword aura. And while resisting, with a backhand wave, the dark blue flaming birds were also released directly. Looking at the flaming birds that were charging towards him, Sun Jian snorted coldly and waved the black giant sword in his hand, and suddenly some black energy was released again, directly blocking the dark blue flaming birds. Those dark blue flaming birds dissipated directly in the next moment. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help frowning. His flames were useless against this man. HMPH. Insignificant skills. Looking at another flaming bird that was still charging toward him, Sun Jian sneered, and at the same time, he waved the black giant sword in his hand. Those black energy substances appeared again, at the same time that the flaming bird disappeared into the black energy substance. It burst out directly and charged toward Lin Xiu instead. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu's eyes showed surprise. His own skills actually turned around. Boom! This flaming bird directly hit Lin Xiu's body. But for Lin Xiu, it couldn't cause any harm at all, because Lin Xiu had a strong resistance to flames. Interesting. This person's skills were too strange. However, this did not make Lin Xiu feel intimidated. On the contrary, he became a little excited. Sun Jian looked at Lin Xiu and also did not treat Lin Xiu as an ordinary warrior. The black giant sword in his hand swung into the air again. Whoosh whoosh. As the black giant sword was swung, a large amount of black energy substance was emitted. He directly attacked Lin Xiu. Those black energy substances turned into huge black snakes, and they charged towards Lin Xiu with their teeth and claws. On the other side, Duan Ziyan got up from the ground. Looking at this thing, both eyes were full of surprise. Those black giant snakes, just looking at them from such a distance, made him freeze on the spot. Master, be careful. Wang Kang also stood up slowly at this time and said with difficulty. He was caught by those people and was beaten up badly, so now it was very difficult to move his body. Reverse skill. I can do that too. Lin Xiu looked at the black, giant snake that was charging towards him with its claws and said indifferently at this moment. Adjudicate. With a wave of the dark edge spear, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. Those black giant snakes were directly reversed by this force and charged towards Sun Jian. When Sun Jian saw this scene, his face changed and the source strength of his body burst out, forming a sphere to protect his body. Those black giant snakes directly impacted him and exploded in an instant. The powerful impact made him fly straight out. Flashing souls. Lin Xiu's body skill was activated and he instantly appeared behind Sun Jian. With the dark edge spear held in both hands, he swung it hard. Boom! Sun Jian, who flew out, had not stabilized his body, and was directly blasted to the ground by Lin Xiu's long spear. But because he had unfolded the sphere, it didn't cause too much damage to him. Sun Jian, who quickly stood up from the ground, let out a loud roar. He looked very sinister. The scum from the lower plains dared to attack me. He looked at Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the air, and shouted loudly. Although he unfolded the sphere just now, the powerful impact caused his body to be injured. A smear of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. As he roared, a large amount of black matter appeared on his body. Lin Xiu looked at this scene, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. What is this? Those black substances seemed to be materialized source strength. Terrifying energy. His face also slowly changed. His chin became sharper and his face also looked a little darker, and there was a faint purple light in the eyes. He didn't look like an ordinary human being. This person, Ancestral Star. Seeing this scene, Duan Ziyan seemed to know something and said subconsciously, not human. Lin Xiu frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and it can be clearly felt that after Sun Jian became this state, His power began to increase crazily again. Sun Jian looked at Lin Xiu in the air and with a wave of his right hand, the Source Stone of Water and the Source Stone of Earth in the smartwatch instantly floated beside him. Go! By triggering a thought, the Source Stone of Earth emitted a yellow-colored light, and in the next moment, the entire ground shook crazily. With this crazy vibration, a lot of cracks appeared on the whole ground. In the next moment, the surrounding rocks assembled wildly. Soon, the huge rocks combined into a large number of rock snakes, charging towards Lin Xiu in the air. Obviously, he created these using the Source Stone of Earth. And at this moment, the Source Stone of Water beside him also lit up. Soon, the seawater in the ocean not far away began to surge. A large amount of seawater flew directly into the air. At this moment, those seawater turned into water cones and they rushed over. Chapter 1012 It's over. Chapter 1012 It's over. Lin Xiu's expression changed when he saw what was happening. But soon, he gathered his thoughts and the energy source stones that were in his watch appeared by his side. Did you think that you're the only one who knows how to use it? Lin Xiu looked at the energy source stone that was shining brightly next to Sun Jian before asking him a question. As he waved his hand, the Source Stone of Darkness, Source Stone of Electricity and Source Stone of Fire immediately appeared next to Lin Xiu. Go! Lin Xiu gently placed his hand on the stones and placed the energy in his body into the Source Stone of Darkness. Suddenly, the Source Stone of Darkness started glowing brightly with a peculiar black glow. Soon, the large amount of energy that were black in color covered the entire area. It had completely enveloped Lin Xiu's body. Boom! The rock snakes and the water cones formed by the waves were all headed towards the black glowing energy. But they were all instantly blocked by it, and it couldn't get to Lin Xiu. Then, Lin Xiu did the same thing and placed his energy into the Source Stone of Electricity. The stone started shining brightly and it was followed by thunder and lightning appearing in the sky. The lightning that was thick and horrifying started coming at them. All of them were directed at Sun Jian. Damn it! Sun Jian was looking at what was happening and he had an awful expression on his face. He started moving in order to dodge the attacks from the lightning. Boom! As for the ground beneath their feet, there were already huge craters formed because of the horrifying lightning. It was obvious to them how strong these lightning bolts were. Lin Xiu, whose body was still in the air, started pushing energy into the Source Stone of Fire. With that, the Source Stone of Fire started shining brightly with a red flow and there were flames appearing out of nowhere. These flames were filled with source energy. Slowly, all of the red flames gathered together and formed a flaming dragon. Lin Xiu gently moved his hands and with that, the huge flaming dragon started attacking Sun Jian. The flaming dragon was huge and it completely covered the sky above their head. It was a glorious scene to experience. Such a horrifying skill. Looking at what was happening, Duan Jian widened his eyes in shock. Lin Xiu's strength surprised him even more. Move! Seeing how the large flaming dragon was heading towards him, Sun Jian roared in rage. He continued pushing energy into the Source Stone of Rock and Source Stone of Water. The rocks from around them slowly formed a huge rock snake and the sea water soon gathered together and formed a huge water snake. HMPH. Lin Xiu sneered. He gathered his thoughts and transferred a minimal amount of energy into the stone source of fire. Then, the stone source of fire was shining even brightly. The flaming dragon that was already huge became much bigger than it previously was. It immediately went head to head with the rock snake and water snake. The rock snake and water snake were immediately crushed into ashes by the flaming dragon. That's impossible. Sun Jian screamed in horror as he looked at his snakes. That's when he noticed that the flaming dragon was now headed towards him. He was screaming in rage and immediately released his sphere in order to protect himself. Boom! As the huge flaming dragon rushed towards him, the entire ground started shaking as well. The sphere that he had released could be seen to be disappearing slowly with their naked eyes. Goodbye. Lin Xiu gathered his energy into his long spear and with that, the entire spear had turned transparent. Only the markings on the spear were now glowing with a bright red glow. He held his spear with both his hands and drew a line in the sky. Boom! There was a bright white light gathered at the tip of it, and as a small crescent shape was drawn in the air with a spear. It formed a huge white crescent sword aura that was headed towards Sun Jian. The air around it as the crescent passed were all destroyed. Heaven-breaking strike. What on earth is this? Duan Jian and Wang Kang, who were standing far away, looked shocked as they stared at the scene before them. This was horrifying. With this warrior skill, Lin Ziyu was about to break the space around them. Move! Sun Jian's face looked hideous as the veins all around his face were popping out. All of the energy in his body has now turned into a black atomic material. The black atomic material slowly formed a huge black shield. He was trying to stop Lin Ziya's attack with it. But then, the black shield was then sliced into 2 pieces. Sun Jian was in disbelief when he saw what happened, but before he could react, the white crescent have already went through his body. Boom! His body was then cut into 2. He's still alive. Lin Ziyu looked at Sun Jian's body that was already cut into half, but he still didn't receive the notifications from his system. This meant that Lin Ziyu was not dead. Sun Jian's eyes were still staring at Lin Ziyu in rage. Then, Sun Jian's body slowly disappeared in the air as if it were sand being blown by the wind. There were still black atomic materials that were slowly being formed as his body disappeared. The black atomic material tried to fly towards the cut in the space that had been sliced open. It was trying to run away from that cut. Lin Ziyu immediately activated his source mark that was on his forehead. Ziyu! An array instantly appeared in the air, and it immediately trapped the black atomic material. Lin Ziyu then slowly flew towards the array. When Lin Ziyu got close to the array, the black atomic material suddenly showed Sun Jian's face. He was looking mad as he glared at Lin Ziyu. You brat, let me go. The black material formed the head of Sun Jian. He was screaming at Lin Ziyu relentlessly, but Lin Ziyu was not bothered by it. He gathered his thoughts and the array started expanding. Let me out, let me go now. Sun Jian suddenly had a bad feeling about it and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, the entire array exploded. Boom! With the huge explosion, all of the black atomic material disappeared into thin air. That's when a notification from the system appeared in his head. It's over now. Lin Ziyu looked at where Sun Jian was earlier and there were 2 energy source stones floating in the air. Chapter 1013 The Ultimate Reward. Chapter 1013 The Ultimate Reward. Lin Ziyu slowly got back onto the ground. He looked at the 2 energy source stones that were still in the air and then logged onto his watch. As the projection appeared, Lin Ziyu clicked onto the collect button. Then, the source stone of darkness, electricity, and fire shone brightly before disappearing into the watch. Lin Ziyu reached out to the source stone of earth and he could feel a strong energy coming from it. One of his arms suddenly turned into rocks. These rocks were slowly growing upwards on his arm. HMPH. Lin Ziyu sneered and with a small shake, all of the rocks that were formed on his hands turned into ash as they fell onto the ground. The source stone of earth glowed brightly and it immediately entered into the watch. Lin Ziyu had 4 energy source stones now. Now for the last one. He looked at the energy source stone that was bright blue in color. He reached out for it and the source stone of water immediately glowed brightly in blue color. Water droplets started appearing on Lin Ziyu's arm. Ziyu, ziyu, ziyu. These tiny droplets immediately penetrated through Lin Ziyu's arms and there were holes formed in his arm. Just when blood was about to come out of the holes, the wounds had already healed on their own. It does hurt a little. Lin Ziyu gasped a little. But, Lin Ziyu's body now was much stronger than before and his wounds were able to recover within seconds. When he touched the source stone of water with his fingers once again, the stone shone brightly and it disappeared as it entered into the watch. The watch was still projecting the collection and there were 5 windows in it. There were also 5 stones in each window. Master. At the same time, Wang Kang came running towards Lin Ziyu. Master, are you alright? Wang Kang was panting as he spoke to Lin Ziyu. When Lin Ziyu looked at him, there were wounds all over Wang Kang's body. I should be the one asking you that. Lin Ziyu smiled as he looked at Wang Kang. After hearing what Lin Ziyu said, Wang Kang felt a little awkward as he answered. It's minor. Thank you. Duan Jian walked towards them as well as he thanked Lin Ziyu gratefully. He looked at Lin Ziyu and noticed that there were numerous rings on it. They were all shining with an eye-piercing glow. 82 rings in total. Lin Xiu looked at his arm and thought of something. Suddenly, Wang Kang had 30 rings on his arm, and Duan Jian had an additional 10 rings. Wang Kang and Duan Jian were both shocked. They didn't think that Lin Xiu would give them so many rings. It's useless even if I have lots of it. Lin Xiu said calmly. It was unquestionable that he was won the first. Boom! Suddenly, the entire ground started shaking. There's someone coming. When they felt the shake, Wang Kang and Duan Jian started getting cautious. Looks like it's coming. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Then, he noticed that there was a bright light coming from his watch. All the energy source stones that he had collected started coming together. Soon, all 5 of them were combined together into the shape of a handprint. Should he be pressing it? Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw what happened. He hesitated a little before pressing on it. Boom! As Lin Xiu placed his hands on it, there was a bright sound that came from the ground, causing the ground to shake even more vigorously. Look! Wang Kang seemed to have realized something as he pointed to the sky. Lin Xiu looked up as well, and there was a huge city that appeared in the air and was slowly headed towards the ground. What on earth is happening? Lin Xiu was shocked as well when he saw what was happening in front of him. What is this? Wu Mei as well as the remaining warriors were surprised as well as they looked at the mechanical city that appeared in the sky. The city that was floating in the air started glowing brightly. The glow was directly pointed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu subconsciously wanted to release his fear. But then, he realized that this bright light was warm and gentle when it touched his body. Soon, his figure disappeared into thin air. Master, when he saw what happened, Wang Kang couldn't help but call for Lin Xiu. He should be up there now. Duan Jian looked at Lin Xiu, who had just disappeared, and the mechanical city above them disappeared as well. Would he be in danger? Wang Kang got a little worried. No. Duan Jian shook his head. He should be receiving the ultimate reward. Duan Jian told Wang Kang with an envious look in his eyes. Crackling. At the same time, the angel that was on the ground previously seemed to have been summoned as it started moving as well. Her eyes suddenly lit up brightly and the wings behind her back gave a white glow. Soon, she flapped her wings and headed into the sky. Lin Xiu felt a blinding light coming from in front of him, and he soon realized that he was in an open space. There were lots of weird machinery traveling around him. They did not have any armor on, and he could see the gear wheels that were spinning inside them. It had a very antique vibe. Then, there was a huge piece of machinery that suddenly appeared in the air above him. Boom! The entire ceiling that was above him was torn into 2 pieces. The angel then came down from the sky. It landed on the ground and got on one knee. Lin Xiu frowned when he saw the angel. He doesn't recall summoning this angel. How did she suddenly come up here? Just when Lin Xiu was still confused with what was happening, another man appeared from the other side. Your armor is dented so badly. These people really? Lin Xiu took a good look at the man who came out of nowhere. It was an old man dressed in a long robe. As he appeared, he walked next to the angel, shook his head as he muttered to himself. Chapter 14 Godly Weapon. Chapter 14 Godly Weapon. Well, luckily nothing else is broken and you can still be fixed. As the old man spoke, his body floated into the air. He landed on top of the angel's shoulder. As the old man swung his right hand, there was a hammer that appeared in his hand. An energy source materialization. Lin Xiu was surprised when he saw the hammer. With that skill, they would be able to turn into whatever shape they wanted to with merely a fixed amount of energy. This was something incredibly difficult. It would be difficult for Lin Xiu as well. Most importantly, Lin Xiu wasn't able to analyze the old man standing right in front of him even when he had already activated the analytic eye. There was only one possibility. This meant that this old man was much more powerful than him. Could he possibly be a warrior god? Lin Xiu's pupil shrank uncontrollably when he thought about it. But this felt a little impossible. The warriors from the divine domain were able to use the skill God Descend. Some of these warriors God would be able to transfer their energy onto another warrior. However, this planet seemed to have a special seal that made it impossible for warrior gods to enter this space. It's weird. Clang clang clang. With the knocking happening, the old man managed to fix all of the broken parts on the angel. Almost done. The old man stretched his back. The hammer in his hand disappeared as he turned towards Lin Xiu. Young man, have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Xiu shook his head. For him, the time that he spent waiting was nothing. You are definitely the first one to be able to collect all 5 energy source stones ever since this space has been opened. The old man was gently stroking his beard as he spoke to Lin Xiu. He slowly landed on the ground as well as he was previously still floating in the air. When he got on the ground, he slowly walked towards Lin Xiu. Just when he got close to Lin Xiu, he reached out his hand and nodded his head. Suddenly, there was a wave of water rippling in the space. Lin Xiu then noticed that there was a bright light coming from his watch. Soon, all 5 of the energy source stones flew out of the watch. Boom! As they got into the air, there was a muffled sound that appeared in the air and all of the stones were crushed into the ashes before disappearing. After seeing what happened, the look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed. These aren't the real energy source stones. The old man stroked his beard once again before informing Lin Xiu. These aren't the real stones. After hearing what the old man said, Lin Xiu was caught off guard. Let me think about where it is. The old man scratched his head in confusion. He was cracking his head to figure out where he was until he suddenly slapped his own head. Found it. He moved his right hand and suddenly, an opening was formed in the air next to him. He stuck his hand into the opening and started scavenging around before grabbing onto a necklace with his hand. This is your reward. The old man moved his hand and the necklace flew towards Lin Xiu. Slap. Lin Xiu caught onto the necklace subconsciously and realized that the necklace was made out of 5 invincible crystal balls. In each crystal ball, there was something different inside it. In one of them, there was a tiny flame in the middle of the crystal ball and it was burning continuously. The other crystal ball had a bulk mist in the middle of it while the remaining 3 each had a droplet of water, a piece of rock and a lightning inside them. There was overpowering energy inside each crystal ball. These energies were much stronger than those that came from the energy source stone. Such powerful energy. Plus, all of them were compressed and compacted into the crystal balls, which were why they could be made into a necklace. Put it on then. It should be helpful for you. The old man said lightly to Lin Xiu. Thank you. Lin Xiu nodded his head. This was definitely something considered as a godly weapon as it was too powerful. You would be able to control them in the future. The old man continued speaking to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head obediently and put on the necklace as he was told. But, as soon as he put it on, there was a sharp pain that came from his neck. It felt like the necklace suddenly had a needle that had been pierced into his skin. Don't get nervous. It's recognizing its owner. The old man explained it to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head, allowing the shaped needle to be pierced into his skin. After taking a few droplets of blood from him, the entire necklace turned blood red in color. Soon, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that he had a special connection with the necklace. It felt as if this necklace was already a part of his body. I wanted to give you energy as well so that you can reach another level, but you are already a sage warrior. The old man muttered to himself as he looked at Lin Xiu. What's your name? The old man paused for a moment before asking. Lin Xiu. How should I address you? Lin Xiu asked respectfully. The old man was different from all the other warriors that he knew. This old man gave a peculiar feeling to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu would feel that this old man was much more powerful than he looked. The aura coming from the old man was overpowering. If he were to fight this old man, he would have no odds in defeating him. My name. The old man was shocked. He patted his head and said, I forgot. After hearing what the old man said, Lin Xiu pursed his lips as he was confused as well. This old man forgot his name. Is this a joke? All of them call me the gatekeeper. The old man said to Lin Xiu. Oh, I think. My family's name is Yi. The old man thought hard as if he was trying to remember something that had happened a century ago. You're from the Yi family. After hearing what he said, Lin Xiu's pupil shrank. On the Namir planet, there weren't many warriors that came from the Yi family. especially those who were incredibly powerful. The Yi family. The Yi family. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, he tried to think of the connections. But, as Lin Xiu stared at him with hope, the old man shook his head. I have no idea. What about this? Lin Xiu was not in a rush as well. He slowly took out the Imperial Order from his expansion space. When Lin Xiu took out the Imperial Order, the old man immediately took it away from his hand and started playing with it. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes when he saw what the old man was doing. Looks like things were going as what he had expected. This old man was definitely related to the Yi family. Chapter 15 The space collapsed. Chapter 15 The space collapsed. It's good material. I can use it for repairs. The old man suddenly spoke out of nowhere. After hearing what the answer was, Lin Xiu almost fell to the ground. You can't use this as random material. Lin Xiu snatched the Imperial Order from him and placed the Imperial Order back into his expansion space. Where did you put it? The old man looked at Lin Xiu from top to bottom, and he realized that the Imperial Order was no longer with Lin Xiu. I kept it. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders and answered the old man. Right. What else are you going to give me? Elder Yi. Lin Xiu asked the old man. The old man seemed to have loads of treasures. If he could get a few more, it would be better than walking out with nothing. That was the prize. Elder Yi looked at Lin Xiu in suspicion. He slowly and carefully pointed at the necklace on Lin Xiu's neck. When Lin Xiu saw how he reacted, Lin Xiu almost lost it, as it made Lin Xiu look like a scammer trying to take away things from an elderly. So, that belongs to me. Right. Lin Xiu pointed at the angel standing behind him. The armor of the angel was made up of some unknown material and it was extremely hard. Even if it was Huang Fubo who received the God Descend, he still couldn't break the armor. The only damage he did was a small dent on it. I can give that to you. Elder Yi nodded his head. By the way, how did you break through my system? The old man was suddenly reminded of something and he asked Lin Xiu about it. It's a secret. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders. You brat. Elder Yi widened his eyes in rage when he heard the answer. This is the strongest robot that I have built. Plus, it has the potential to grow. Elder Yi said to Lin Xiu. Potential to grow. Lin Xiu was stunned when he heard the words of the old man. After this, if you have any powerful odd crystals, you can place them inside her forge. Usually, she would automatically absorb the energy from the air and turn it into the energy that she could use. As Elder Yi continued introducing the angel, Lin Xiu was thoroughly shocked. Alright, you should go. This space is about to collapse. Lin Xiu was still in shock when Elder Yi told him another shocking news. Collapsed. Lin Xiu was stunned as he asked subconsciously, of course you have been fighting relentlessly in this place and even broke the space. Now, the entire space is extremely unstable. If you don't want to be pulled into the current, you should leave now. With that said, Lin Xiu did not have the time to answer before he was thrown out of the place by the old man. Damn it. Seeing how his body was being thrown into the air, Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, the angel flew towards him and caught Lin Xiu. The huge machinery city then disappeared into thin air. That old man. Lin Xiu couldn't help but swear when he saw what happened. He was now standing on the shoulder of the angel. As he looked around, he noticed that there were multiple cracks in the sky. This space was no longer as stable as before. It looked like it was about to collapse anytime soon. Looks like the battles that he had previously must have been too harsh on the space, making it extremely unstable. If this continued, the entire space would definitely collapse. Those who are here for cultivation, please leave right away. At the same time, there was a huge opening that appeared in the air. Then, Yi Changkung's voice rang throughout the space. The warriors with the rings suddenly felt their body being pulled by an anonymous force. Then, they were all dragged into the sky. Wang Kang couldn't help but shriek as well, as he looked into the air and saw how his master, Lin Xiu, was riding the angel towards the opening in the air. He let out a breath of relief. When Duan Jian saw his body flying towards the air, his eyes were filled with joy. He's leaving this place. He has been in this space for 10 years and now he's finally leaving. Wu Mei and the rest of them were pulled by the same force as well as they flew into the air. Lin Xiu sat on the angel and looked down at the ground beneath him. He could clearly see that the entire place was falling apart. The grounds cracked open and water suddenly rushed in. Xiu. At that moment, Lin Xiu followed the rest of them and left the space. Finally back. Duan Zhayan's body appeared outside the space and he was feeling excited. As he laughed out loud, there were tears in his eyes as well. He has been stuck inside for too long. Lin Xiu, you got out as well. Wu Mei got out of the space as well and she was delighted to see Lin Xiu who had just jumped off the angel. Lin Xiu nodded his head in return. Warriors, please gather here. Yi Changkong called out to the warriors. His voice rang through the space. All of the warriors who had gotten out of the space walked closer to him, including Lin Xiu. Yi Changkong looked Arrow 7 und and noticed that there were only 8 of them left. This was something unexpected. The Sage Warrior space has been destroyed and therefore, the cultivation will be ending now, Yi Changkong said to the rest of them. After hearing the announcement, the rest of them nodded their heads. This was because they could clearly see that the entire space was breaking down. First on the ranking, Lin Xiu. Yi Changkong looked at the crowd and looked at Lin Xiu as he made the announcement. After hearing the announcement, everyone turned towards Lin Xiu. Seeing how many rings Lin Xiu had on his arm, their eyes were filled with shock, including Wu Mei. She didn't think that after Lin Xiu left the ancient ruins, he still got so many rings. Then, she thought of the huge commotion that happened inside the space. It was as if everyone could hear the fight. Could it be because of Lin Xiu? As she put things together, she was looking at Lin Xiu with admiration. Looks like you have the most rings as well. Yi Changkong looked at Lin Xiu's arms that were filled with rings. Xiu. He swept his left hand and there were 2 golden boxes made of a special material that appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Chapter 1016 Jai Mei's Present. Chapter 1016 Jai Mei's Present. The golden boxes were made of some unknown material and it was glowing brightly. Lin Xiu reached out his left hand and kept both the boxes. You are the one who killed the men from the divine domain. Yi Changkong looked at Lin Xiu and asked, what do you think? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes before saying, alright, you can all leave now. The cultivation ends here. Yi Changkong did not say much before waving off the rest of the warriors. This was because everything was self-explanatory. The warriors from the divine domain were all killed by Lin Xiu. Yi Changkong, who was usually unwaved, was now filled with shock. How could such a young man have such strength? Next time, there will not be Sage Warrior space left for the cultivation. Yi Changkong looked at the rest of the warriors before saying. As he told them about this, Yi Changkong looked a little disappointed. The Tianjiao competition has been held for years and with the space breaking down now, he still felt a little sad. The other sage warriors next to him looked disappointed as well. Changkong. Suddenly, an old man riding on the android cow came out of nowhere. Gatekeeper. When the rest of them saw him, the look in their eyes changed. Greetings, Gatekeeper. When Yi Changkong saw Elder Yi, his eyes were filled with shock as well. But he still managed to answer him respectfully. When Wang Kang and the remaining warriors were answering so respectfully, they were all shocked. These were the 10 sage warriors. Why were they being so respectful towards this old man? Plus, Gatekeeper, what does that even mean? All of them looked puzzled. The sage warrior space might have disappeared, but I will create another one. The next Tianjiao competition can still be continued. Elder Yi told the rest of the crowd. Really? When Yi Changkong heard what the old man said, he looked surprised. And, when they created the space, it was not firm enough. It was only a matter of time before the space collapsed. The old man explained to the rest of them. Fellas, you have been lucky. Elder Yi looked towards Wang Kang and the rest of the warriors. He swept his right hand and there was a bright light that came out from his palm. Soon, the bright light directly entered their body. Wang Kang and the rest of them felt a strong surge of energy entering into their body. Such a powerful force. Their bodies were then completely enveloped by the white glow. Absorb the energy now. Lin Xiu told Wang Kang, who was still completely confused with what was happening. And, after hearing what Lin Xiu said, He immediately sat on the floor cross-legged and started running his cultivation technique, trying to absorb the energy around them. What about me? Lin Xiu looked at the old man and asked. The energy from the old man entered each of the warriors' bodies except for Lin Xiu. You already have the best. What else do you want? The old man answered him without any hesitation, and Lin Xiu turned speechless. The best. At the same time, there were two warriors behind Lin Xiu with masks on. Glaring at Lin Xiu. That's it. Yi Changkong, come with me to that place now. Elder Yi had a serious look on his face as he looked at the 10 sage warriors before him. What's the matter? When they heard the term that place, the look in their eyes changed. The seal is becoming unstable. Elder Yi answered bluntly. The rest of the sage warriors looked solemn when they heard what the old man said. All right, come along. Elder Yi did not say much. He swept his left hand and there was a crescent-shaped opening that appeared in the air. When it happened, Lin Xiu was stunned. He managed to open it so early. Lin Xiu and the rest of them were shocked. This old man was definitely a warrior god. His abilities now were already at its peak. Yi Changkong and the rest of them suddenly disappeared through the crescent-shaped opening. As soon as they got into the other space, the entire opening closed. The seal, what's that? Lin Xiu overheard the conversation and he was starting to get curious. He turned towards the rest of them who were sitting on the ground, absorbing the energy that had been given to them. Lin Xiu did not waste any time. He sat on the ground as well, trying to recover all of the energy that he had lost. Soon, after half a day, all of the warriors managed to absorb all of the energy around them. I'm a sage warrior now. Jai Mei opened her eyes and she was looking shocked. Lin Xiu, who had finished much earlier than them, answered Wu Mei, who was already covered in shock. Jai Mei was feeling extremely excited. A sage warrior. At the peak of a respected warrior, it was extremely hard for them to break through and become a sage warrior. When she first heard that the sage warrior had collapsed, she thought that there wouldn't be any chance left for her to break through. But she didn't think that she would be able to become a sage warrior. Thank you. She looked at Lin Xiu before thanking him. Why are you thanking me? Lin Xiu found it funny after hearing what Jai Mei was saying to him. The reason why she could become a sage warrior was not because of him. It was because of the energy given to her by the old man. Thank you for giving me the angel's tears. Jai Mei continued asking. Although she was now a sage warrior, she still felt that Lin Xiu was still a mystery to her. It was impossible to see him through. It's nothing. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders. Where are you going to go? Jai Mei thought about it before asking. I don't know. Out and about. Lin Xiu joked around with Jai Mei. Jai Mei rolled her eyes at Lin Xiu and a smile appeared on his face. She felt that Lin Xiu wouldn't stay here for anyone. He definitely wouldn't stop at Namir Planet. He would be heading for somewhere else that could offer him more things. Although she felt a little disappointed, she thought about it for a moment before taking out a flat box from her pocket. This is for you. Jai Mei looked at Lin Xiu with a smile on her face. This. Chapter 1017 Revenge. Chapter 1017 Revenge. Lin Xiu looked at the box that she was giving to him and he was surprised. What's this? You will know once you see it. She was afraid that Lin Xiu would reject it, which was why she immediately placed the box in Lin Xiu's hand and left. Bye. Wu Mei waved her hands and walked out of the place. She was looking very casual about the parting. Lin Xiu couldn't help but laughed and shook his head. Master, Wang Kang had awakened from his cultivation as well. Looks like you're at the peak of a respected warrior now. Lin Xiu couldn't easily tell what level he was at by just one look. The peak of a respected warrior. He was only one step away from being a sage warrior. And, after hearing what Lin Xiu asked, Wang Kang nodded his head as well. He gently touched his head and said, well, I still have a little bit more before I become a sage warrior. And you will be able to break through it very soon. Lin Xiu told his apprentice. Then, there were two men behind them with masks on. We're getting excited too. From the looks of it, their strength has improved drastically as well. One of them looked at Lin Xiu and Wang Kang and there was a murderous look in his eyes. Boom! He raised his hand and aimed it at Wang Kang. At that moment, A bright light appeared on his palm as it was covered by a bright white energy. All of these were aimed at Wang Kang. Lin Xiu noticed all of it with the corner of his eyes, and he swept his right hand. A barrier formed by his source energy appeared that blocked the man's attack. He managed to block all the white energy that came from the other man's palm. At the same time, Lin Xiu moved his left hand and a thick lightning bolt flowed through his arm and onto the man with the mask on. The lightning bolt was like a vicious snake that rushed straight to his face. Boom! Then, the mask on the man's face broke into two. Anda? Wang Kang quickly realized who it was. As he looked at the man with the mask removed, he could clearly see that it was Anda. Anda was staring at both Lin Xiu and Wang Kang with a vicious look on his face. You didn't think that I would still be alive now? Anda gritted his teeth as he spoke. The man standing next to him seemed to realize that he no longer needed the mask. He removed the mask and threw it on the ground. Lin Xiu raised his brows as he looked at the man. This was because Lin Xiu could clearly feel that this man was different from the rest of them. His abilities were much stronger than the rest. With the help of his analytic eye, it was obvious that this man was a safe warrior. He was definitely considered one of the strongest one here. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Du Wenjian opened his eyes and started laughing. He had been in space for many years and never broke through. But now, he was now a sage warrior. Why wouldn't he be delighted? As he stood up, he saw Lin Xiu and quickly bowed to him. Thank you. If it wasn't because of Lin Xiu, it would be impossible for him to be free from that space, and he would never be able to get the energy from the old man that allowed him to be a sage warrior. Lin Xiu shook his head as he didn't do much. Du Wenjian then noticed Anda and the man standing next to them, especially when he saw the murderous look in Anda's eyes. He already knew what was about to happen. Just go. I will settle this. Lin Xiu could sense what Du Wenjian wanted to do and he stopped him. Du Wenjian was stunned. He really wanted to help in order to repay Lin Xiu. But, when he thought of how strong Lin Xiu might be, he realized that Lin Xiu might not need his help. By the way, the person that you fought earlier is called Sun Jian, from the ancestral star. Du Wenjian thought of something and told Lin Xiu about it. He knew that Lin Xiu had things that he had to do. Then, he passed Lin Xiu a mini-computer. There will be information about them on this computer. Lin Xiu took the mini-computer and nodded his head in gratitude. Goodbye. Du Wenjian nodded his head and gave another bow to Lin Xiu as a token of appreciation before leaving. As for the two remaining warriors, they left immediately. They didn't want to be part of this mess. Wang Kang, would you like to take revenge on your own? Lin Xiu looked at Anda with his eyes narrowed. Of course. Wang Kang clenched onto his fist and nodded his head. Go ahead then. Lin Xiu told him calmly. With that, Wang Kang immediately started attacking Anda. You're asking for it. When Anda saw how Wang Kang was coming at him, he screamed in rage. He was prepared to attack Wang Kang as well. None of them had weapons, but they had already started fighting. Boom boom boom. As they continued fighting, there were continuous loud explosives that rang throughout the place. The other men seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to join the fight between Anda and Wang Kang. But soon, Lin Xiu appeared right in front of him. It's not good to ambush. Lin Xiu said to the man. HMPH. The man sneered and immediately reached out for Lin Xiu. Xiu. Suddenly, the hand that was about to grab Lin Xiu turned into a black material. When Lin Xiu saw what was coming at him, he frowned and immediately took a few steps back to dodge the attack. But, even when he dodged it, some of the black material still landed on Lin Xiu's arm. At that moment, there were rotten wounds that appeared on his arms. However, with Lin Xiu's ability to heal, the wounds quickly recovered. Lin Xiu couldn't help but frowned when he saw what happened. This man's source energy seemed a little peculiar. Young man, I'm warning you not to mingle into this. The man glared at Lin Xiu and warned him. The Yin family is protected by me now. So, Lin Xiu was not bothered at all. So you will end up dead. Seeing how Lin Xiu was not taking him seriously, he screamed in rage. As his body moved, he continued attacking Lin Xiu. Then, his nails started growing. The nails turned black as well as they got longer and it looked incredibly disgusting. Plus, There was a black color energy source that surrounded the finger which made it look even more peculiar. Chapter 1018 Black Energy. Chapter 1018 Black Energy. Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts and the black spear instantly appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Seeing how the man was about to attack him again with his claws, Lin Xiu gave a cold smile. He started twisting and turning his black spear. Clang clang clang. As the black spear collided with the man's black claw, the sound of it sounded like two metal sticks hitting each other. Not only were those claws sharp, they were sturdy. Lin Xiu wasn't able to destroy his claws. Plus, there was still black energy around his fingers. Within a blink of an eye, the black energy traveled along the black spear and headed towards Lin Xiu. When he saw how the black energy was coming at him, Lin Xiu's skin was rotting so quickly that it could be seen with the naked eyes. But Lin Xiu's healing abilities were strong as well, and the energy was only able to rot the outer layer of Lin Xiu's skin. All of the wounds that were formed on Lin Xiu instantly healed on its own. It was as if nothing had happened to Lin Xiu. He suddenly realized that the man was quite shocked by what he saw. How was this possible? Now, it's my turn. Lin Xiu gave a cold smile and there was a terrifying current that came from his black spear. When the man's claw touched Lin Xiu's spear, all of the current immediately traveled onto his body. Ah! The intense pain caused the man to scream in vain. Go to hell! The man shrieked in rage. All of the energy in his body turned into millions of black energy and were rushing to Lin Xiu. There was a large amount of smoke that came from the ground beneath them as the black material touched the ground. When he saw what happened, Lin Xiu raised his brows. He remembered that one of the crystal balls on his necklace was similar to it and started activating it. When the black energy was about to reach Lin Xiu, all of them were completely absorbed into the crystal ball. Everything completely disappeared. The man was looking hideous at first. He was thinking that all of the energy that he had released would be enough to devour Lin Xiu. But when that particular scene happened, it shocked him. All of the black energy that he had released had disappeared completely. This is impossible. He roared as he moved both his hands as he continued moving the energy in his body. He released even more black energy and targeted it at Lin Xiu. This energy of darkness was something that he had been proud of. He had killed many warriors with this energy of his, even those who were much stronger than him. But now, all of the energy of darkness had disappeared within a blink of an eye. It was as if Lin Xiu had absorbed them. On the other hand, Lin Xiu was shocked as well. He never thought that the crystal balls of darkness would have such skills. If that's the case, does it mean that all the other crystal balls would be able to do the same? Would they be able to absorb all of the warrior skills of the other elements like fire, water, electricity and earth? Go to hell, you're gonna die. The man was about to turn crazy. He rushed towards Lin Xiu, ready to attack him. Clang clang clang. As Lin Xiu continued moving his black spear, Lin Xiu could easily block all of his attacks. No way, this can't be happening. He couldn't believe his eyes and was moving his claws frantically. Boom! But at the very next moment, Lin Xiu stopped blocking his attack. Instead, he pointed the black spear at him and threw his body into the distance. When the back of his body hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly got onto his feet and there was a bright source mark that appeared on his forehead. The man was about to release the energy from his source mark. But before he could do anything, there were dark blue flaming birds that were rushing towards him. When the man saw the flaming birds, the man's pupil shrank uncontrollably. He didn't even have the time to clean up the blood coming out of his mouth as he had to release his fear. Boom! The flaming birds came rushing from the sky one by one. The flaming birds were like meteors falling from the sky and directly landed on the man's sphere. Ah! The man was still screaming in rage deep inside. With the heat coming from the flames, it felt as if his entire body was about to melt. His sphere was useless. It wasn't able to stop the heat from the flames. Soon, he could see that his sphere was slowly melting away. As the flames started burning his body, he still couldn't believe what was happening. He was a sage warrior who could handle the energy of darkness. How did it? How was it that he was dying so easily? His body was soon rotting away because of the flame. The skeleton that he left behind was all toasted black. It was obvious to them how scary the flames were. Lin Xiu looked down at the fire crystal ball that was hanging on his neck. When he released the Awe Phoenix earlier, it felt as if the fire crystal ball had helped him as well. It made his flames even more powerful than before. Anda saw with his eyes how the man was easily defeated by Lin Xiu, and he started feeling frightened. He was aware of how powerful the warriors were, but how did Lin Xiu defeat him so easily? Boom! Just when he got distracted, Wang Kang's punch landed on his body. His body was then thrown into the air before landing heavily on the ground because of the impact. PFFT. Blood started coming out of his mouth. You're a dead piece of meat. Anda crawled onto his feet and released the purple source mark on his forehead. Crackling. At that very moment, there was a large amount of energy coming from the source mark. There were large lightning bolts that were headed towards Lin Xiu. The source mark of electricity. HMPH. When Wang Kang saw what Anda was trying to do, he sneered. Then, a similar purple source mark appeared on Wang Kang's forehead, but his mark seemed to be much darker than Anda's mark. Soon, there were terrifying lightning bolts that came out of Wang Kang's forehead. Boom boom. Lightning bolts came out of both their source mark and collided with each other. However, it was obvious that Wang Kang's lightning bolts were much stronger. Soon, the currents released by Anda returned into his source mark. Then, Wang Kang's lightning bolt completely covered Anda's body. Chapter 119 The Information. Chapter 119 The Information. Although Anda's body was resistant to the lightning bolt, the strong current coming from Wang Kang caused him to feel an intense pain all over his body. Suddenly, there was smoke coming out of Wang Kang's body. As the lightning bolts disappeared, he fell onto the ground. It was as if he had lost all the bones in his body. Wang Kang walked towards him and stood next to Anda, watching him from above. If you dare to touch me, I will kill your entire family. Anda was feeling an intense pain all over his body. He couldn't move his body at all, and was still trying to threaten Wang Kang, who was standing in front of him. Wang Kang glared at Anda and then gave him a good punch. Boom! As his fist landed on Anda's face, there was blood spitting out everywhere. How dare you? Boom! Before Anda could finish his sentence, Wang Kang threw another punch. Let me go. Please. Let me go. This was because Wang Kang had punched Anda's head and he has been having blurred vision. He could still feel the murderous intention coming from Wang Kang and he couldn't help but trembled. That's impossible. Wang Kang heard Anda's threat earlier and now he just wanted to kill him. Crackling. His right fist was now covered with a large amount of current. Then, it went for Anda's head. Boom! With a loud explosive noise, his head instantly exploded. Anda dead. Hoo! Wang Kang widened his eyes as he stared at the body before him. He couldn't help but tremble as well. Lin Xiu walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Let's go. Wang Kang nodded his head. After being bullied by Anda and his family all these years, he finally got his revenge. Then, the angel followed right behind Lin Xiu as they walked back into the city. After arriving at the city, Wang Kang headed back home and Lin Xiu went in the other direction. Brother Lin, you're back. Wu Hao, who was still sipping onto his cigarette, stood up the minute he saw Lin Xiu walking into the room. Wu Hao was now looking extremely excited. The respected warriors who were standing behind Wu Hao looked surprised as well. This was because they noticed that compared to the last time they saw Lin Xiu, he has now become much more mysterious. Lin Xiu walked to the table and sat opposite Wu Hao. Did you find it? Wu Hao asked as he tried to suppress his excitement. God knows how nervous Wu Hao was feeling. Of course. Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts and took out the box that held the angel's tears. With the box in his hand, Lin Xiu gently opened the box. At that moment, there was a bright purple liquid found inside the box. Wu Hao widened his eyes in shock and his body was trembling. Back. Suddenly, the box was shut close. Give it to me, Wu Hao said to Lin Xiu. He was already trying his best to stop himself from grabbing Lin Xiu. This was because he knew that the warriors behind him wouldn't be Lin Xiu's opponent. But, he really needed the angel's tears. The information. Lin Xiu answered calmly. The Orchid of Heaven. He has to find the Orchid of Heaven. I understand. Wu Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then, he waved his hand and the warrior standing behind him passed a document over to Wu Hao. Take a look. Lin Xiu took the document from Wu Hao. He slowly read through the things that were written on it about the Orchid of Heaven. The Orchid of Heaven was a very rare treasure. Not many people have heard nor seen the flower. According to the document, the flower would only exist in a place where there was extreme heat and extreme cold. But, where would such a place exist? As he continued reading the document, the place with both extreme heat and extreme cold do exist. It was located in the northern parts of the planet. However, the environment there was bad. Not only were there terrifying evolved beasts, there were also warriors from other planets trying to explore the place. An ordinary warrior would never land his foot at that place. Here, as he read through the document, Lin Xiu picked up the box with the angel's tears and passed it to Wu Hao. When Wu Hao held the angel's tears in his hands, his body started shaking. I will transfer the shares over to you now. Wu Hao could no longer control the excitement in him as he spoke to Lin Xiu. And Lin Xiu did not reject the offer given. This was because he would be needing lots of money to continue his plan. The Wu Corporation was the richest corporation on the planet. By having 51 of its shares, he would have the final say. Once you return with me, you will be the head of the Wu Corporations. Wu Hao said to Lin Xiu. Wu Hao didn't seem to care about it nor felt sad about it. No, that won't be necessary. You can continue to manage it. Lin Xiu shook his head. He has done his research on Wu Hao as well. This man may look like he's wasting his time in the bars, but according to what he found about him, Wu Hao was definitely a smart businessman. However, for some reason, he slowly fell out. I still have other things to do. I will look for you when I need you. Lin Xiu told Wu Hao. After this, he would have to return to the Wildfire City. Amongst the 4 sage warriors who tried to kill him, Huang Filan had been killed by him, Zhao Rui, Hai Long and Bai Long. They are the only ones left. Plus, he had no idea what the situation was in the Wildfire City. Alright, sure. When Wu Hao heard what Lin Xiu said, he wanted to say something in return but soon stopped himself from it. Right. If I could know, why do you want this angel's tears so badly? Lin Xiu was curious. Wu Hao was a little stunned when he heard the question. A bitter smile appeared on his face and there was a sad look in his eyes as well. My wife has been in a condition where she has been unconscious for years. I heard that the angel's tears would help, which is why I have been looking for it. As he talked about his wife, Wu Hao grabbed onto the box tightly. He was really trying his best to control his emotions. Lin Xiu then gently patted on Wu Hao's shoulder. He thought of Liu Yu as well. Now, he should head home to Earth first. Chapter 1020 Men from the Yin Family. Chapter 1020 Men from the Yin Family. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came out outside. What's the matter? Wu Hao quickly put aside the box that held the angel's tear. He couldn't help but frown when he heard the loud noise. Boom! Just when he was about to walk out to see what was happening, there was another loud explosion at the door. The entire door was blasted. Lin Xiu quickly released his sphere and protected the entire region behind him. Wu Hao was shocked to see what was happening before him. The entire place was covered in flames. There was also a large part of the bar that had been destroyed. Then, as the flames got smaller, there were a large number of warriors that rushed into the bar, surrounding Wu Hao and his men. There was a young man amongst the warriors that led the crowd. His eyes were sharp as it was filled with a murderous intention. And Ruking, what are you doing? Wu Hao stared at the young man and he was looking extremely unhappy. The young man that blasted into the bar was Ruking from the Yin family. Wu Hao, this has nothing to do with you. And Ruking did not look at Wu Hao. Instead, he kept his eyes on Lin Xiu and he was ready to kill him. If his eyes could murder another man, Lin Xiu would have died multiple times. So, you're called Lin Xiu. And Ruking glared at Lin Xiu. As he asked, there were 2 other warriors that were dragged along, 2 commoners with them. On your knees. Both them looked familiar. When Lin Xiu took a closer look, he realized that they were Wang Kang's parents. The warriors that were holding them kicked their knees and the both of them kneeled on the ground. Their heads fell forward and landed on the ground, causing blood to spill all over the place. Their son killed my dear Anda and he's now missing. And Ruking looked at Wang Kang's parents as he laughed coldly. I heard that you were Wang Kang's parents, you shall die with them too. With that, he took out a laser gun and aimed it towards Wang Kang's parents. Stop. Lin Xiu didn't get the chance to do anything when a loud cry came from behind. As they turned around, they noticed that it was Wang Kang. Wang Kang's eyes were bloody red. He gathered all of his energy in his body and rushed towards his parents. He hadn't reached home when the news of him killing Anda had already spread. On his way home, there were already a large number of warriors from the Yin family looking for him. Wang Kang had no other choice but to hide. However, he didn't think that the Yin family would go after his parents. They even tortured his parents. Catch him. When Ruking saw who it was, he screamed. This was what he wanted. He was trying to get Wang Kang to show himself. Everything was going according to his plan. Wang Kang was mad as he tried to fight the warriors from the Yin family. However, there were sage warriors amongst the warriors from the Yin family. This was why Wang Kang was soon caught by the men from the Yin family. See with your own eyes how I am about to shoot them. And Ruking picked up his laser gun once again, pulled the trigger and aimed it towards his parents. "Nu!" Wang Kang screamed from the top of his lungs. But he could not move at all with the sage warrior holding onto him. Back. Suddenly, there were scratches all over the laser gun that Ruking was holding onto. Then, there were cracks and the gun suddenly exploded. Ah! With the impact from the explosion, both his hands turned black. And Ruking was screaming in pain as well. Have you forgotten about me? Lin Xiu finally walked towards them with a smile on his face. Lin Xiu waved his left hand and with the surge of energy, Wang Kang's parents got onto their feet. Are you alright? Lin Xiu checked on Wang Kang's parents. We're fine, but Wang Kang. They shook their heads before looking at their son. They were worried as their son was being held by another sage warrior. Don't worry. Lin Xiu tried to comfort them. Both of you move to the back. As soon as Lin Xiu said that, Wu Hao swung his hand as well. He got his warriors to step forward and protected Wang Kang's parents. When Wang Kang saw that his parents were saved, he let out a breath of relief. However, the sage warrior was holding onto his scapula. His nails were dug deep into his back and were holding onto his scapula. It was so painful that he could not move at all. Kill him. And Ruking took a few steps back before ordering his men. The men behind him quickly raised their laser guns and aimed it at Lin Xiu. Xiu Xiu Xiu. Just as these horrifying laser beams were about to hit Lin Xiu, his sphere appeared once again. All of the laser beams were blocked by the barrier. Boom! Then, there were large, thick lightning bolts that covered Lin Xiu's body. The electricity crystal ball that was part of his necklace started shining as well. At that moment, all of the lightning bolts released by Lin Xiu were so much scarier and stronger. Go! Lin Xiu said calmly. Suddenly, all of the lightning bolts headed towards those who held onto the guns and were shooting Lin Xiu. Boom boom boom! When the lightning bolts hit their body, all of them exploded on the spot. Even the laser guns in their hands exploded as well. The rest of the warriors were terrified after seeing what had happened to their comrades. All of them started walking backwards subconsciously. As for Ruking, he was shocked as well. All of the warriors have exploded because of the lightning bolt. Then, there was a smoky smell in the air. The warriors' ashes were also found all over the ground. I don't think you brought enough warriors with you today. Lin Xiu spoke to Ruking. As he continued walking towards the hundreds of warriors before him, all of them started walking backwards. The pressure that Lin Xiu had given them has caused them to feel frightened. Chapter 1021 Killing Frenzy. Chapter 1021 Killing Frenzy. Why are you afraid of him? Kill him. And Ruking saw how his men were trying to run and he screamed in rage. With his loud voice, all of the warriors finally came out of the fear that they once felt for Lin Xiu. That's when they released their spheres for self-protection. This was because the lightning bolts that Lin Xiu had released earlier were extremely scary. Dirty tricks. The sage warrior who was holding on to Wang Kang's scapula muttered to himself as he stared at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as well. Then, He moved his right hand and Wang Kang's body started flying towards Lin Xiu. The sage warrior was confused. He soon realized that he could not hold on to Wang Kang. Xiu, soon. Wang Kang landed next to Lin Xiu. Are you alright? Lin Xiu looked at him and asked. There were 5 bloody holes that could be seen behind Wang Kang's back. These were formed by the sage warrior when he dug his nails into Wang Kang's back. I'm fine. Although he was still in pain, he still gritted onto his teeth and said he was fine. Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts, and the water crystal ball on his necklace started glowing brightly. Droplets of water that were blue in color flew towards Wang Kang and his parents. As the droplets of water landed on their wounds, they felt a warm feeling on it that ran throughout their body. Soon, their wounds started recovering on their own. The Yin family is the strongest family in Tianjiao City. Lin Xiu asked. HMPH, it's too late for you to regret now. And Ruking glared at Lin Xiu as he laughed. He thought that Lin Xiu had finally felt frightened by the power of the Yin family, and had regretted messing with them. No, I wanted to say that the Yin family will no longer exist after today. Lin Xiu shook his head as he spoke to Ruking. Nonsense. Ruking turned pale when he heard what Lin Xiu said. Kill him now. With that, hundreds of warriors started running towards Lin Xiu. Boom! Some of the warriors who had their sphere released wanted to attack Lin Xiu when there was a huge noise that came from above. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared from the sky. Some of the sphere that have been released immediately exploded. Then, the warriors in it turned into meat patty. What on earth? All of the warriors were shocked. When they took a closer look, they noticed the angel that was in the air. Kill them all. Lin Xiu spoke to the angel. Instantly, the pike the angel was holding onto started glowing brightly. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the angel started attacking all of the warriors on the ground. Even with their sphere released, it was immediately destroyed by the sharp pike. The pike pierced through their sphere and then through their bodies. Nuo! And Ruking couldn't help but scream when he saw what was happening. This angel was overpowering. She was killing all of the warriors from the Yin family. As for his warriors, they had no chance of fighting the angel. Sun Tao. And Ruking suddenly screamed towards the sage warrior. The sage warrior released his energy as well and dashed towards the angel. Boom boom. As he released his warrior skills, he started attacking the angel's body. But the armor of the angel was much more sturdy than he had imagined. The sage warrior wasn't able to do any damage to the angel. Plus, the angel has an energy barrier around him and she was able to block most of their attacks. You brat, you even killed those from the Qian family. I have already told them about it. You better stop fighting us now. And Ruking looked at the scene before him and his heart was bleeding. These were elites that the Yin family had accumulated all these years. He didn't think that they would all be destroyed by this robot. The thing that he felt most helpless about was that there was nothing he could do. He could only threaten Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as well. The man from the Qian family that Ruking was talking about should be the young man that was with Anda. The man was still young, but he was already a sage warrior. This meant that he was no ordinary person. Plus, the skills that he used were peculiar as well. It belongs to the energy of darkness. However, Lin Xiu was not afraid of it. He gathered his thoughts, and as the black source mark appeared on his head, there were arrays that appeared around Ruking's body. Seeing how the arrays were now all over his body, Ruking started to panic. He was trying his best to free himself from the array, but he noticed that it was useless. Sun Tao. He looked over to the other side and screamed for help. The sage warrior known as Sun Tao was still busy fighting the angel when he heard Ruking calling for him. Then, he quickly flew towards Lin Xiu. Move aside. As he looked at Lin Xiu, he screamed out loud. He moved his right hand and there were sharp wind blades that headed towards Lin Xiu. The wind warrior's skills. These wind blades were invisible to the eye, but from the sound of it, one should still be able to figure out where it was coming from. Lin Xiu gathered his energy and his body disappeared. Flashing souls. Xiu. Lin Xiu suddenly appeared behind the sage warrior and he clenched onto his fist. Crackling. There were thick lightning bolts that appeared all over Lin Xiu's fist. This time, Lin Xiu would not be using the lightning rupturing fist, but the new skills that he had learned, explosive strike. But, after modifying it, it should be known as the explosive lightning strike. As the lightning bolts appeared, there was a bright light surrounding his fist as well. What's this? Sun Tao could feel a strong energy coming from Lin Ziya's fist as well. As the bright light entered his eyes, the only thing that he could see was a bright white light before him. He didn't think much and quickly released his sphere. Boom! As soon as his sphere appeared, Lin Ziya's fist landed on it instantly. Chapter 1022 The Yin Family Annihilated. Chapter 1022 The Yin Family Annihilated. Boom! There was another explosion that happened. Lin Ziya was holding onto his huge fist and it immediately caused his sphere to explode. It has to be noted that this was the sphere of a sage warrior. With that one punch, the entire sphere exploded. PFFD. As Lin Ziya landed the punch, Sun Tan spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back as well due to the impact. Spheres were formed by the source energy inside the warrior's body. Once the sphere has exploded, the energy that he used to form the sphere would disappear as well. This would cause a great impact on the warrior's body. Seeing how Lin Ziya was still coming at him, Sun Tao became terrified and immediately released his domain forces. With the domain forces released, his speed became much faster than before. Ziya, Lin Ziya, who was about to punch Sun Tao, suddenly missed his target. Then, Sun Tao suddenly reappeared behind Lin Ziya. Although there was blood coming out of her mouth, Sun Tao still had a cold smile on his face. This was his domain force. His speed was already the fastest known to all warriors. There was no one existing that could be faster than him. At the same time, he gathered all of his energy onto both hands and turned them into wind blades, aimed at Lin Ziya's back. Ziya, with a blink of an eye, Lin Ziya disappeared right in front of him. What just happened? Seeing how he missed his shot, Sun Tao was stunned. From his experience, as long as he had his domain forces, he was already the quickest. How did Lin Ziya dodge his attack? Boom! At that very moment, he felt something coming from behind him. When he turned around, he was immediately welcomed by a huge punch on the face. His entire body flew into the air and landed on a brick wall behind him, causing a huge crater on the wall. PFFD. There was blood coming out of his mouth. He slowly crawled to stand with his hair in a mess, looking confused. He was a sage warrior, how could he be so easily defeated when he has his domain forces released? That's all you have. Lin Ziya looked at him and asked in a sarcastic tone. Sun Tao might be a sage warrior, but for Lin Ziya, he was one of the weakest sage warriors that Lin Ziya has met so far. One may be a sage warrior, but it wouldn't necessarily mean all of them were powerful. Quick, use your source mark. And Ruking, who was still stuck inside Lin Ziya's array, quickly screamed to Sun Tao. The strongest warrior that he had was Sun Tao. If Sun Tao were to die because of Lin Ziya, they would be ruined. Sun Tao heard and Ruking's cry and he came back to his senses. Seeing how Lin Ziya was slowly coming closer to him, he cried in rage. Then, a green source mark appeared on his forehead. As soon as the source mark appeared, there was a strong wind that blew towards them. Wu Hao and his men had to block their faces as well with their hands. As the wind continued blowing, there was a huge tornado formed amongst them. The tornado was already uprooting all of the houses nearby. Go to hell! Sun Tao screamed in rage. He shook his hand and soon, the horrifying tornado headed towards Lin Ziya. Boom! At the same time, the angel suddenly appeared and stood right in front of Lin Ziya. She instantly activated her energy barrier as well. Boom! The terrifying tornado kept hitting the energy barrier formed by the angel and it gave out loud explosions. However, the energy barrier was too strong. No matter how the tornado tried to attack it, it was impossible for it to break through the energy barrier. Get lost! Lin Ziya's body was slowly being pushed back by the tornado as well and he quickly leaped into the air. As he leaped, the dark spear appeared in his hands. He turned the spear in his arms and went towards the tornado that was continuously hitting the energy barrier. Adjudicate. As the bright white light shone, the tornado started heading back towards Sun Tao. Sun Tao widened his eyes in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. The skills that he had just released from his source mark was coming back at him. Ah! He roared in rage as he released his sphere trying to protect himself. However, he had exhausted most of the source energy in his body, and the sphere that he had released was much thinner than usual. As the tornado kept coming at him, his sphere was slowly destroyed by the tornado. Without the protection of the sphere, his entire body entered into the tornado as if it was a huge blender. Sun Tao's body then turned into minced meat. It's over. Everything's over. When Enruking saw what happened to Sun Tao, he looked lost. The angel had already destroyed all of the warriors from the Yin family. As for the sage warrior, Sun Tao, Lin Xiu had just killed him. The Yin family had nothing left now. Please don't kill me. When he noticed that Lin Xiu was coming towards him, his body shivered in fear. His entire body felt cold. Goodbye now. Lin Xiu stared at Enruking and said calmly, Nuo. He cried out loud and soon, the entire array exploded. Enruking, who was stuck inside the array, was blasted into ashes as well. Wu Hao and the rest of them gasped when they saw the scene. The Yin family, who was also known as the strongest family in Tiaogiao City, was now completely destroyed by Lin Xiu. The sage warrior from before was like a pet for Lin Xiu. It didn't take much effort for Lin Xiu to destroy him. It's over now. Lin Xiu looked around him before saying to the rest, Wang Kang. Lin Xiu turned towards Wang Kang. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Wang Kang heard his master calling for him and thanked Lin Xiu gratefully. If it wasn't because of Lin Xiu, his parents and him would have been killed by the Yin family. From now on, you will take over the forces belonging to the Yin family. Lin Xiu announced to the rest of them. Wu Hao, you would help him, right? Lin Xiu turned towards Wu Hao, standing at the back. Before asking, Chapter 23 The Triple Source Mark Technique. Chapter 23 The Triple Source Mark Technique. Of course. Wu Hao was a little caught off guard when he heard Lin Xiu talking to him, but he still nodded his head. The Wu Corporation was also one of the strongest in Tinjiao City. Master, are you leaving now? Wang Kang sensed something different as he looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head. He only hid in this city because he was hurt from the battle. Then, he heard that the sage warrior would make him one, which was why he stayed. Since he was already a sage warrior now and he got his hands on the information for the Orchid of Heaven, it's time for him to get to the place where the flower could be found. Work hard. We will be soon. Lin Xiu smiled. Before Wang Kang had the time to answer him, Lin Xiu leaped and landed on the angel's shoulder. The eyes of the angel lit up brightly with a purple light, and her wings started flapping. The huge wings blew up a strong breeze. Goodbye, everyone. Lin Xiu smiled. He looked at the rest of them on the ground and soon disappeared with the angel. Master, I will not disappoint you. When Lin Xiu left, Wang King clenched onto his fist and made a promise to himself. Thank you. Wu Hao stared at the direction where Lin Xiu left and held onto the box that contained the angel's tears. He had finally found the angel's tears after all these years. When he thought of how his wife may be awakening soon, his eyes turned red. Huu! Lin Xiu was flying across the sky with the angel. There was still some time before they would reach Wildfire City, which was why he took out a mini computer. He clicked onto it and there was a projection that appeared. The ancestral star. Lin Xiu raised his brows when he read through the information given by Duan Jian. Sun Jian, the man that he had just killed, was from the ancestral star. The ancestral star was the name of a planet. It was a small planet, located on the other end of the Namur planet. Although it was small, it had everything that was necessary. The people from the ancestral stars looked a little different from normal human beings, and the energy that they had was different as well. All of them had the energy of darkness. The most surprising thing was it would not be enough to kill them by just destroying their physical body. This is because they can live in the form of a mass substance and get attached onto another living thing. This is weird. Lin Xiu was surprised as well as he read through the information from the document. There was one thing that all of them had in common, which was revenge. If one of them got killed, the rest of them from the planet would take revenge for their comrades until the day they die. The energy from the ancestral planet was exhausted years ago and has been destroyed. The rest of them had escaped to Namir planet. Most of them from the Namir planet would choose not to mess with those from the ancestral star. This was because after killing one, the consequences would be the fury of the entire clan from the ancestral star. When Lin Xiu read this part, it didn't bother him. If they wanted to kill him, they could, but he could kill all of them first. As he thought about it, Lin Xiu had a cold glare in his eyes. Oh! Suddenly, Lin Xiu thought of the box that Jai Mei passed to him earlier, and he quickly took it out from the expansion space. It was a flat box. Lin Xiu had no idea what was inside it. When he opened the box, there was a card placed in it. Triple source mark technique. Seeing the writings carved on the card, Lin Xiu was stunned. It looks like some unique technique. This should be used like a normal warrior skills card. As he took a good look at the special card in front of him, he muttered to himself. Then, Lin Xiu gently placed the card on his forehead. He gathered his energy onto his forehead and soon the card was glowing brightly. A large amount of information rushed into Lin Xiu's mind. As the news was slowly being accepted into his brain, Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Such a mysterious skill. Lin Xiu continued talking to himself as he was surprised by what he had just learnt. This was because the triple source mark technique would allow him to take in another 2 new source marks. In addition to the one that he already had, he would have 3 in total. These source marks were practical things as they would elevate his warrior skills. Lin Xiu didn't think that Jai Mei would give him something this priceless. Lin Xiu quickly took a deep breath and started cultivating according to the instructions given. Soon, there was a large amount of energy that rushed towards his head, and there was a golden mark that appeared on his forehead. The golden light slowly turned into a source mark. A golden source mark. This was not the end. The golden source mark suddenly liquefied and disappeared from Lin Xiu's forehead. Then, another bright purple light appeared and formed a new source mark once again. Those who are below the level of a sage warrior, they would only get 1 source maker with this skill, but as a sage warrior, he would be able to get 3. This was how he had 3 source marks in total now. They have the elements of ice and fire. Lin Xiu continued muttering to himself. As a sage warrior, it was a piece of cake to cultivate a new source mark. Getting 1 each from the element of ice and fire was already something within his expectations. However, being able to use the strength of all 3 was a huge surprise for Lin Xiu. With the angel flying in the sky, Lin Xiu soon returned to Wildfire City and was above the poor regions of the Dark Shadow team. 111. As there was a weird sound all around him, Lin Xiu suddenly noticed that there were drones everywhere. All of them were surrounding him and the angel. Who are you? How dare you fly across Wildfire City? There were warriors on the drones and they were questioning Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at them and noticed that they were dressed in both BLSCK and white combat suits. Lin Xiu was familiar with these combat suits. They were those from the black and white troops. Chapter 124 Destruction of Dark Shadow. Chapter 124 Destruction of Dark Shadow. In the past, the people of the black troop and the white troop were fighting with each other. Why do the 2 troops seem united now? Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Since when is Wildfire City managed by your black and white troops? Lin Xiu looked at them and said lightly. Joke. Wildfire City was originally controlled by our troops. One of the warriors in the black troop laughed loudly at this moment, and the next moment, the heavy laser gun in his hand shot at Lin Xiu. Bang bang bang. Those laser rays shot at Lin Xiu's body, but they did not cause any damage to Lin Xiu at all. How is this possible? Looking at the scene, the surrounding warriors opened their eyes wide. Their eyes were full of disbelief. That kind of laser ray has extremely strong penetrating power. Lin Xiu stood here, not even moving. Those laser rays shot at his uniform and even his uniform was unharmed. Laser of this level doesn't seem to be very effective. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and in his fingers, there was a white light condensed from the source, which directly charged at the warrior who was shooting at him with a laser gun. Boom! This laser ray, in the next moment, directly penetrated his head. The warrior of the black troop fell from the sky at this time. When the rest of the warriors saw this scene, Their expressions changed drastically. Kill him. At this time, the warriors of the Black Troop and the White Troop all shouted loudly at the same time. As they roared loudly, the heavy weapons on the aircraft all shot at Lin Zia's body. Bang bang bang. But at this moment, the energy barrier system of the artificial angel was automatically activated. The energy barrier, like a huge sphere, enveloped Lin Zia's body in it. The energy beams emitted by those heavy weapons were all blocked. Lin Ziu looked at this scene and the fire attribute ball around his neck emitted a fiery red light. Snapped. As Lin Ziu snapped his fingers, in the next moment, a flame pattern appeared between the eyebrows of the surrounding warriors. In the next moment, these people were covered in flames. What? There was a sound of wailing and screaming and these warriors all turned into flames and fell from the air. As they fell, those aircraft also all fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. Those aircraft that fell to the ground exploded directly. As soon as Lin Zia's thoughts were triggered, the artificial angel flew straight down. The surrounding warriors, seeing the scene, all subconsciously dodged to the other side. They didn't want to be in trouble. Lin Ziu looked around at this time, and suddenly found that the surrounding scene seemed to be a little different from before. At this time, Lin Ziu walked in the direction of the Dark Shadow base, and found that the area in front of him seemed to be blocked. The entrance to the entire Dark Shadow base seemed to have been bombed by something. At this time, if you look closely, you can see that there is a man standing in front, looking at the entrance of the base. When Lin Ziu saw this person's figure, he immediately found it a little familiar. Isn't this man a member of the Dark Shadow who stole his android battle horse and sold it? What happened to the Dark Shadow? Lin Ziu walked over at this moment and said in a light voice, "It's over for Dark Shadow. It is over." The man mumbled to himself. At this time, it seemed that he heard Lin Zia's words and he turned around. Chief. Looking at Lin Zia's figure, his eyes widened. His eyes filled with disbelief. Because Sima Qiang had appointed Lin Ziu as the new leader, it can be said that everyone in Dark Shadow already knew Lin Ziu. This man will never forget. What happened to Dark Shadow? Lin Ziu looked at this scene and said lightly, They destroyed Dark Shadow's base. When the man said this, he clenched his hands tightly, gritted his teeth and said, It turned out that after the battle, the Black Troop and the White Troop, the two mortal enemy organizations, suddenly united for some reason, coupled with the Divine Domain and the Zhao family. Dark Shadow was eradicated in an instant. Sima Qiang was also arrested by the Zhao family. After hearing what the man said, Lin Zia's eyes narrowed slightly. In his eyes, there is infinite killing intent. Take me to Zhao's house, Lin Ziu said lightly at this time. Hearing his words, the man was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Chief, you, go. With this man leading the way, Lin Ziu went directly to the Zhao family. The Zhao family of Wildfire City is a powerful force entrenched in Wildfire City. At this time, Lin Ziu and the man had already arrived in front of the Zhao family. What's your name? Lin Ziu said lightly. After looking to the front, Lin Ziu said to the man standing beside him, Little Zhao Quan. The man quickly nodded. Well, Zhao Quan, right, you go back first and find a way to call back all the members of Dark Shadow, Lin Ziu said. Although Dark Shadow's base was destroyed and its members were slaughtered, many people survived. Yes, Chief. When Zhao Quan heard Lin Zia's words, he said excitedly, because he had a faint feeling that Lin Zia's return would make Dark Shadow revive again. As Zhao Quan left, Lin Ziu was already standing at the gate of Zhao's house. Who are you? Seeing that Lin Ziu was about to enter the gate, the guard at the gate immediately came over and shouted at Lin Ziu. The person standing guard at this gate is a warrior at the level of respected warrior. Although he was not a peak respected warrior, but using a respected warrior to guard the gate is enough to see that the Zhao family is not an ordinary family. I'm asking you a question. Answer me. At this time, one of the gatekeepers frowned when he saw that Lin Ziu didn't speak and walked forward. Boom! Just when he reached out to push Lin Ziu immediately reached out and grabbed his wrist. Call Zhao ran to get out here. Chapter 1025 Tearing the Arm. Chapter 1025 Tearing the Arm. When the guards heard Lin Zia's words, their expressions changed greatly. This person dared to scold the head of their Zhao family. Let me go. The guard who was pinched by Lin Zia's wrist felt the sharp pain coming from his wrist and couldn't help crying out. He was about to wave his other hand and attack Lin Ziyu. Boom! But at this moment, Lin Ziyu lifted his foot and kicked him out. Boom! He didn't even have time to mobilize his own power and was kicked out by Lin Ziyu. He hit the wall behind him and knocked a big hole in the wall. A warrior at the respected warrior level was kicked away by Lin Ziyu like a piece of trash. Those respected warrior level warriors who were guarding the door were full of horror in their eyes at this time. Cao Zhao ran to get out here. Lin Ziyu said lightly. Kill him. When the gatekeepers saw that Lin Ziyu was still so arrogant, they immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, all the source energy of their bodies burst out, holding the weapons in their hands. They all attacked Lin Ziyu, just as their weapons were about to hit Lin Zia's body. Lin Zia's sphere unfolded directly. As Lin Zia's sphere unfolded, all their weapons attacked Lin Zia's sphere. Bang bang bang. With a loud noise, Lin Zia's sphere unfolded, resisting all their attacks. And what's even more terrifying is that Lin Zia's sphere has a dark blue flame. These flames are too terrifying. Let the weapons of these warriors attack the sphere and instantly feel a severe pain in their arms holding the weapons. Makes them almost unable to hold the weapons in their hands. Lin Zia's thoughts moved at this time. He waved his right hand and dark blue flames burst out directly towards them. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the bodies of these people were covered by a large number of flames. What? The flames were so terrifying. As soon as they touched their bodies, they burned like crazy. Even if they tried their best to use source strength to resist, it would not help at all. Soon, these warriors turned into coke and fell to the ground. These were warriors at the respected warrior level. They died so easily. The warriors who were inside the Zhao's house were full of shock when they saw the situation outside. Once again, Tell Zhao ran to get out. Lin Zia's body was suspended at this time and he said indifferently, whoosh whoosh. At this moment, those heavy weapons below Zhao's house immediately shot at Lin Ziyu. A large number of energy beams, as well as various laser rays, all impacted Lin Zia's body. Lin Zia's figure was suspended in the air without moving. As soon as the sphere was unfolded, it immediately blocked a large number of beams. Unscathed. Damn. The Zhao family members below were stunned when they saw this scene. Boom. And at the next moment, with a loud noise, they saw a huge figure descending from the sky. Artificial angel. Kill. Lin Ziyu said lightly. The next moment, the artificial angel waved the spear in her hand frantically and attacked the surrounding buildings. Boom boom boom. The surrounding ground shook in an instant, making a loud noise after another. Those warriors, as well as those who control heavy weapons, all attacked the artificial angel at the same time. But artificial angels have energy barriers. After the artificial angel deployed the energy barrier, all those attacks were blocked by the energy barrier. The artificial angel did not suffer any damage at all. And at this time, a lot of energy gathered on the spear of the artificial angel. Boom! As she waved the spear in her hand again, a loud noise erupted from the front. At this moment, the entire ground vibrated crazily again. The entire Zhao family building, under the attack of artificial angels, kept collapsing and being destroyed. Not coming out. Huh. Then I will tear down your Zhao family. Lin Ziyu said lightly. Enough. Just when Lin Ziyu sent an order to let the artificial angel continue to attack, a loud shout came from the other side. At this moment, as soon as his words fell, two figures flew over from the other side and flew into the sky. Looking at this scene, the pupils in Lin Ziya's eyes shrank slightly. At this moment, Lin Ziyu clearly saw that Zhao Ran appeared in the air opposite him carrying an old man. The old man was undoubtedly Sima Kang. It's just that the current Sima Kang looks extremely battered. The clothes on his body were tattered. His hair was disheveled and there was an iron cable passing through his shoulder blade. I didn't expect that you kid would come back alive. Zhao Ran stared at Lin Ziyu with murderous intent in his eyes. But at the same time, he also had a cautious look in his eyes. Because Lin Ziyu dared to come back again, then his strength must have improved and he had the confidence to deal with him. Let go of him. Lin Ziyu looked at Zhao Ran and said lightly. Let him go. Do you think it's possible? With his left hand holding Sima Kang's body, he said with a strange smile. Is that so? Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, the body instantly disappeared. Seeing the scene, Zhao Ran's pupils shrank suddenly. When he reacted, Lin Ziyu had already appeared behind him. Boom! Lin Ziyu, who appeared behind him, directly grabbed his arm and tore it off violently. What? Zhao Ran let out a whimper at this moment, and as his arm was torn off by Lin Ziyu, blood spurted out in the air. Although he suffered such severe pain, he still reacted quickly and his body disappeared. Humph! Lin Ziyu snorted coldly, then helped Sima Kang to fly to the ground. Zhao Ran's left hand, which was torn off by Lin Ziyu, was still holding on to Sima Kang's body. Lin Ziyu pulled the broken arm away with a little tug. Boom! And in the next moment, the arm instantly burst into a dark blue flame, burnt directly. Are you alright? Lin Ziyu put Sima Kang on the ground, then asked. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Sima Kang shook his head at this time. Although he said so, it was still obvious that his current state was very bad. Moreover, on the shoulder blade, there was an iron cable running through the bone and blood was constantly seeping out. Chapter 1026 The Death of Zhao Ran. Chapter 1026 The Death of Zhao Ran. Hang in there. Lin Ziyu looked at the iron cables and said aloud. Okay. Sima Kang nodded slightly. Lin Ziyu looked at the iron cable running through his shoulder blade, and in the next moment, he stretched out his hand and yanked it violently. Sima Kang was obviously in great pain and his eyes suddenly widened, but he still gritted his teeth and didn't make any sound. The iron cables that ran through Sima Kang's shoulders had all been pulled out. At the same time, the water attribute energy ball on Lin Ziyu's necklace radiated blue light in the next moment. Drops of blue water droplets flew towards Sima Kang's wound. As those blue water droplets entered Sima Kang's wound, in the next moment, his wound was quickly repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Sima Kang saw the scene, his eyes were full of surprise. On the other side, Zhao Ran had a grim expression on his face and his face was full of infinite killing intent. His arm was torn off by Lin Ziyu. He continued to use his source strength to gather around his wounds. Soon, his wounds began to heal quickly, but the broken arm could not grow back. At this moment, his body was suspended in the air. Looking at Lin Ziyu and Sima Kang below, a purple source mark flashed on his forehead. With the appearance of the source mark, the surrounding sky became densely clouded. Go to hell, he growled loudly. Boom boom boom. At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed suddenly. One after another terrifying lightning strikes directly towards Lin Ziyu and Sima Kang. Humph. Looking at this scene, Lin Ziyu snorted coldly. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and waved, and Lin Ziyu's electric energy ball also emitted a dazzling purple light. As if even more terrifying lightning burst out directly. Two terrifying lightning bolts collided with each other and a loud sound suddenly erupted. The lightning released by Lin Ziyu was obviously even more terrifying for Zhao Ran. The lightning instantly crushed the lightning released by Zhao Ran and charged directly towards Zhao Ran's body. This is impossible. Looking at this scene, Zhao Ran's face was filled with incomparable horror. The body subconsciously unfolded the sphere. Those terrifying lightning bolts all hit Zhao Ran's sphere. Boom boom boom. Those bolts of lightning covered his sphere in an instant. These lightning bolts were so terrifying that Zhao Ran's sphere became unstable because of the impact of these lightning bolts. Impossible. This is impossible. In this short period of time, how could this kid have such a powerful strength? Zhao Ran roared in his heart at this time. In the next moment, Lin Ziyu moved his body and jumped directly and charged towards them. Lin Ziyu's speed was very fast, reaching the limit. Swoosh! With a wave of his right hand, the dark edge spear appeared in Lin Ziyu's hand. Holding the dark-edged spear in both hands, he slashed directly at Zhao Ran's sphere. Boom! In the next moment, Zhao Ran's body was blasted down. At this moment, his sphere also broke directly. Without the protection of the sphere, his body slammed heavily on the ground below. PFFD! A mouthful of blood spat out directly from his mouth. Before he could react, a huge flaming phoenix rushed down from the sky, directly hit his body. No! Seeing this scene, Zhao Ran's expression changed drastically. Can't help screaming loudly. But now, he has no way to resist. Boom! As the flaming phoenix crashed down from the sky, the entire ground shook wildly. Zhao Ran's body was also maddened by the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye and was directly annihilated, burned to the point where not even slag was left. The surrounding Zhao family's warriors all opened their eyes wide when they saw this scene. Their most powerful patriarch was killed by Lin Xiu just like that. Chief, your strength. At this time, Sima Qiang looked at Lin Xiu who came down from the sky. His eyes were full of shock. He had no idea that Lin Xiu's strength had improved so much during the time he disappeared. Zhao Ran was a warrior at the Sage Warrior level. Was killed by Lin Xiu so easily. Sage Warrior. Lin Xiu said lightly. Sima Qiang opened his mouth slightly, but his eyes were still full of shock. Sage Warrior. Such a young Sage Warrior level warrior. Moreover, Lin Xiu, who became a Sage Warrior, was obviously much stronger than the veteran Sage Warriors like Zhao Ran. This is good news for Sima Qiang. The Yi family's revival is hopeful. Boy, how dare you come back? At the same time, a loud sound came from the air. Boom! At the moment when the sound came over, terrifying energy beams charged from all directions. Lin Xiu, who saw the scene, narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the sphere on the body instantly unfolded, surrounding himself and Sima Qiang. The extremely hard sphere directly blocked all their attacks. Raising his eyes and looking at the sky, he could clearly see the silhouettes of the Black Dragon and the White Dragon. These two people had already arrived, and a large number of warriors from the Black Troop and the White Troop also rushed over. All surrounded Lin Xiu. Where's Zhao Ran? Bai Long looked around, but found that Zhao Ran was gone. He and Hai Long had already rushed here when they heard the news of Lin Xiu's return. At this time, they also surrounded the place with all the warriors and their troops. What do you think? Lin Xiu raised his eyes and looked at the old man in the sky. Holding the spear in his hand, he pointed to the huge pit. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Bai Long's eyes looked over there and he saw the pit that was burnt to pitch black by the flames. Zhao Ran was killed. Thinking of this, the pupils in Bai Long's eyes could not help but shrink slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Kill this kid. How dare he snatched my beast saint level odd crystal. Hai Long roared at this time. He was obviously still hung up about what happened before. Lin Xiu actually took the beast saint level odd crystal from under his nose, and they didn't manage to kill Lin Xiu in Wildfire City. It was a shame. Kill! Bai Long also waved his right hand and shouted loudly. Hundreds of thousands of warriors around, all rushed towards Lin Xiu at this moment. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear in his hand, without the slightest fear. Break. Chapter 1027 The Only Force in Wildfire City. Chapter 1027 The Only Force in Wildfire City. As the long spear in his hand drew an arc, terrifying energy burst out directly. The surrounding space seemed to ripple for a moment. Those terrifying energies directly formed an arc and charged toward the warriors of the Black Troop and the White Troop. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the bodies of those warriors were instantly cut in half by this terrifying power. And at this time, the movements in Lin Xiu's hands have not stopped and both hands continue to wield the dark edge spear. Boom boom boom, one after another. Dark blue flaming birds continued to be released at this moment. What? Those warriors who had just rushed over were hit by these incomparably hot flaming birds and suddenly screamed in pain. Although some warriors responded quickly and unfolded the sphere, the temperature of the flaming bird was too high. When they unfolded the sphere, they found that their sphere was directly melted by the flaming birds released by Lin Xiu. Damn! The black dragon and the white dragon, who were watching this scene in the sky, clenched their hands into fists. The elite warriors of their troops were simply killed as if Lin Xiu was mowing the grass. Where are the people from the divine domain? Seeing that Lin Xiu was constantly attacking the people and their troops, Hai Long asked Bai Long. Could not be reached. Bai Long shook his head and said. At this time, he was also very puzzled. The people of divine domains suddenly withdrew from Wildfire City. Even Huan Fu Lin disappeared. Never mind. Let's go together and kill this kid. Hai Long looked at Lin Xiu below and felt more and more that Lin Xiu was a great threat. He let out a loud roar, and in the next moment, he and Bai Long rushed straight down. At this time, as the flaming birds rushed around, there was no way for the warriors of the black troop and the white troop to charge over again. Looking up, Lin Xiu saw Hai Long and Bai Long rushing down. Lin Xiu snorted coldly, holding the spear in his hand, and went up to fight. Dang dang. The two held the long swords in their hands and kept attacking Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's long spear collided with their long swords and a lot of sparks burst out. Hai Long and Bai Long clearly felt that Lin Xiu's power became stronger and stronger. Now they directly unfolded the sphere to avoid being attacked by the spear in Lin Xiu's hand. Destiny Spear Art. At this time, as Lin Xiu used the Destiny Spear Art, the spear in his hand stabbed wildly in an instant. The spear art was extremely powerful. The long swords held by Hai Long and Bai Long continued to collide with the long spear, and they suddenly felt severe pain in the hands holding the swords. Dan dan. At the next moment, all the long swords they were holding got hit. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly, and the spear turned into thousands of stabs. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Bang bang bang. As Lin Xiu attacked, both of them felt the strong impact and flew out directly. PFFD. Hai Long and Bai Long, who had just been blasted out, spat out a mouthful of blood. But fortunately, their sphere was not destroyed. Go! Hai Long and Bai Long, whose bodies flew to the back, looked at each other. At this moment, source marks appeared on their foreheads. Two energies, one black and one white, burst out from their source marks in an instant. What is this? When Lin Xiu saw this scene from a distance, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. It was the first time he saw that the source mark power could be combined. Roar! In the next moment, as if hearing a huge roar, Lin Xiu saw the black energy and white energy that converged together, turning into a black dragon and a white dragon. They were dragons formed by a real energy body. These two black and white giant dragons showed their teeth and danced their claws and charged directly toward Lin Xiu. Go to hell! Following their roar, the two giant dragons charged directly towards Lin Xiu's body. Boom! At this moment, the ground trembled wildly. The surrounding buildings all collapsed. The rest of the surrounding area exudes thick dust. HMPH. This time, he's definitely going to die. Hai Long and Bai Long were suspended in the sky, and they looked at the area below, and there was thick dust everywhere. Although the two of them were mortal enemies in the past, the combined strength of the two is indeed very powerful. It was impossible for ordinary sage warriors to resist this blow. Lin Xiu, this boy, is sure to die. That bit of strength, huh? But at this moment, a voice came from below. Hearing the voice, Hai Long and Bai Long were surprised. Lin Xiu, this is Lin Xiu's figure. Whoosh! At this time, with a gust of wind around, all the fake dust was blown away. Lin Xiu's figure appeared. Behind Lin Xiu was Sima Kang. The sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded protected both of them. Moreover, their skill had no way of destroying Lin Xiu's sphere. This is impossible. Hai Long's face became extremely sinister. They used their most powerful joint source mark just now, but they didn't expect that even Lin Xiu's sphere could not be broken. Chief, are you alright? Sima Kang had almost recovered from his injuries at this time, standing behind Lin Xiu, and said aloud. Certainly, Lin Xiu said lightly. The ability attached to the skill title just now was triggered, with a 30 chance of resisting the upcoming 50 attack. 50 of the power of their skill was resisted. Therefore, The power of their skill has no effect on Lin Xiu at all. Lin Xiu's sphere can easily resist the attacks. At this moment, Sima Kang's eyes became more and more filled with shock. Lin Xiu became so strong after his return. He was so much stronger than before. But it's only been a short time. From today, there is only one force in Wildfire City, and that is Dark Shadow. Lin Xiu raised his eyes to look at Hai Long and Bai Long and said lightly, in the words, there is a look of incomparable confidence. Nonsense. Bai Long snorted coldly. All the source strength of his body was mobilized. The same is true for Hai Long, but none of them released their domain force, because they have experienced previous battles. They all know that Lin Xiu has the ability to cover their domain force. Chapter 1028 Once the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. Chapter 1028 Once the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. As they gathered their source energy, they swung their right hand, and the sword that Lin Xiu had thrown onto the ground once again returned to them. The swords in their hands were glowing brightly in white as they transferred their energy into it. They were moving around as they released their skills. Soon, they were standing right in front of Lin Xiu. They held onto their swords and were attacking Lin Xiu's sphere. Boom boom boom. The swords that were covered with a bright light seemed to be filled with energy. As the loud sound rang in the air continuously, they still couldn't break Lin Xiu's sphere with their sword. Elder Kang, head back to the Dark Shadows. I've told them to gather. Lin Xiu informed Sima Kang. He was not moving at all and allowed both Hai Long and Bai Long to attack his sphere. Alright. Sima Kang hesitated a little, but decided to listen to Lin Xiu and quickly flew to the Dark Shadows. Trying to leave, Hai Long, who was busy attacking Lin Xiu, noticed Sima Kang who was about to leave. He held onto his sword and went after him. At the same time, the crystal ball of earth hanging around Lin Xiu's necklace started glowing brightly. Boom! The rocks nearby then floated into the air. The sword aura that came from Hai Long were all blocked by the huge rocks. Alright. That's enough. I'll be serious from now on. Lin Xiu looked at Bai Long and Hai Long, who were right in front of him, before attacking them. Boom! As Lin Xiu swung his long spear, it collided with Bai Long's sword. There was a loud noise and Bai Long's sword flew out of his hands. Xiu! Then, one of the warrior skills got activated and there were wind blades being released. Bai Long was not prepared for it and one of his arms got chopped off by the wind blades. Ah! Bai Long screamed in agony. He didn't even have the chance to fight Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu was already aiming the tip of the long spear at his body. As the long spear was thrusted outwards, there was a huge black dragon that appeared and it went directly towards Hai Long. He no longer had energy left to release his sphere, as the black dragon moved past his body. Bai Long's body was instantly annihilated. Hai Long was beyond shocked when he saw what happened. Bai Long, who was a sage warrior, got killed by Lin Xiu. Although they were mortal enemies, Hai Long still felt a little sad when he saw that Bai Long was dead. Now it's your turn. Lin Xiu turned towards Hai Long and warned him. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, Hai Long felt frightened. He had just witnessed the death of Bai Long and he no longer had the courage to fight Lin Xiu. Then, his body disappeared and he tried to run. Are you leaving already? Lin Xiu remained at the same place and did not go after him. Instead, there was a black source mark that appeared on his forehead. As Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts and stared at the direction that Hai Long ran, there were rays that appeared in the sky. Hai Long noticed the arrays that appeared and was shocked. He was still trying to run away, avoiding the arrays at all cost. But, it didn't work. Within a blink of an eye, he was stuck inside these arrays. Let me go. Hai Long screamed in rage as his body was now stuck inside the array. He was wriggling his body, trying his best to escape from the array. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't set himself free. He tried gathering his source energy, but soon realized that while he was inside the array, he could not use any of his energy. There was no way where he could set himself free. Goodbye. Lin Xiu looked at Hai Long, who was struggling inside the array from afar. Before bidding goodbye, The entire array slowly expanded with Lin Zi's control. Boom! With a loud noise, Hai Lon's body was then blasted into ashes. Then, there was a notification that came from his system. Lin Zi looked around before disappearing into thin air. 3 of the sage warriors from the Wildfire City were dead. Every single warrior in Wildfire City were shocked. The 3 strongest parties in Wildfire City, the Zhao family, the Black Troops and the White Troops, were all annihilated. The Dark Shadows, led by Sima Kang, suddenly became the only party left. Have you recovered from your injuries? A few days later, Lin Zi appeared in Wildfire City. I'm much better. Sima Kang smiled. In the past few days, the members of the Dark Shadows have all returned. There were also new members that joined them. The Dark Shadows base has turned from underground to above ground. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Zhao Rui. Sima Kang was beyond grateful towards Lin Ziyu. When he was captured by Zhao Rui, he knew that he would die. He didn't think that Lin Ziyu would return to Wildfire City. In the end, not only did Lin Ziyu return, he was much stronger than before. Lin Ziyu shook his hand. He suddenly thought of something and asked Sima Kang, I told you to look up something for me. Any news about it? The Orchid of Heaven. Lin Ziyu had gotten the Dark Shadows to look for it. Although Wu Hao had already given him the information, Lin Ziyu still wanted to make sure if they were true. I already got them to look for it, but we didn't find anything useful. Sima Kang shook his head. You couldn't find any? Lin Ziyu raised his eyebrows after hearing Sima Kang's answers. Then, how did Wu Hao find it? We couldn't find anything now, but I have told them to continue looking for it. Sima Kang nodded his head. Alright, I will leave Wildfire City to you then. As Lin Ziyu walked out of the building, he could see the entire Wildfire City. No problem, Sima Kang answered confidently. After this, I will be gone for a period of time. By the time I return, I hope to see a new Dark Shadow. Lin Ziyu smiled as his body slowly disappeared. Sima Kang started in the direction where Lin Ziyu was previously standing. Yo master, I will be waiting for your return. Lin Ziyu was now riding on the Angel, flying in the opposite direction. It was time for him to head back to Earth. Chapter 1029 Back to Earth. Chapter 1029 Back to Earth. Soon, with the help of the Angel, Lin Ziyu soon arrived at the place where he first landed on Namir planet. As he looked at the ruins ahead of him, Lin Ziyu slowly moved the rocks with his mind. All of them rose to the air and disappeared. That's when the tunnel to the basement became visible. Lin Ziyu walked into the tunnel. You can stay here and wait for me to come back, Lin Ziyu said to the Angel as he walked into the tunnel. The Angel was too big for the tunnel and he would not be able to bring the Angel along through the space teleportation device as well. Angel stood by the tunnel and guarded the place like a guardian of the place. Lin Ziyu quickly headed towards the space teleportation device as soon as he got to the basement. As he stared at the empty holes on the device, Lin Ziyu quickly took out the odd crystals that he had prepared earlier and placed them on the space teleportation device. Boom boom. With the loud noises, the entire space teleportation device started glowing with a bright, white light. The settings have already been keyed into the device and he only had to activate it. With the device activated, the entire space was covered with a bright light. By the time Lin Ziyu got to see his surroundings clearly once again, he noticed that he was on another planet. He was back on Earth. Boom! Lin Ziyu pushed open the door of the device and noticed that he was inside a cave. I'm back. Lin Ziyu took a deep breath as he mumbled to himself. After walking out of the cave that hid the teleportation device, Lin Ziyu took a good look around before making sure that he was already back on Earth. Lin Ziyu could feel that his body was much lighter than before. It felt as if he was floating the entire time. I've been used to the gravity on the Namir planet and it's a little uncomfortable here. Lin Ziyu was heading back as he muttered to himself. Who are you? Lin Ziyu was about to enter the Luo mansion when a sword suddenly appeared behind him. Yuo Yan. Lin Ziyu didn't have to turn around to know who it was. Lin Ziyu. The person who was standing behind Lin Ziyu with the sword in her hand was none other than Luo Yan. She couldn't help but widened her eyes in shock when she saw the familiar figure. I'm back. Lin Xiu turned around and smiled. Where's Liu Yu? Lin Xiu felt excited as he thought of Liu Yu. It has been months and Lin Xiu was truly missing her. Every time he looked at the crescent jade pendant on his neck, he would always think of Liu Yu. You bastard, you have finally returned. When Liu Yan heard Lin Xiu talking about her sister, she got furious. Then, she wanted to kick him, but it was easily dodged by Lin Xiu. Liu Yu was taken away from us. Taken away. After hearing what Liu Yan said, Lin Xiu's pupil shrank and his eyes turned cold. Thunder roared across the sky. Lin Xiu could no longer control the energy in his body, and the ground started shaking. What's happening? Liu Yan suddenly felt the ground shaking and she was shocked. What's happening? Liu Yan's father walked out of the house as well. Lin Xiu, you're back. He was surprised to see Lin Xiu standing in the courtyard. Hoo! Lin Xiu took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Uncle, where's Liu Yu? Lin Xiu looked at Liu Zhen and asked for Liu Yu. Liu Zhen was stunned, but he still told Lin Xiu everything that happened. After hearing the incident, Lin Xiu couldn't help but frown. Warrior God Realm. Where's that? The woman said that she wanted to make Liu Yu her apprentice and become a warrior god. Liu Yan added on to the story. Do you know how to get to that place? Lin Xiu asked Liu Yu's father about the location. The woman is too powerful. She cut open the space and took Liu Yu with her. Liu Yan looked helpless. A sage warrior. A sage warrior that took Liu Yu to meet another person in the warrior god realm. Lin Xiu felt much better after thinking about it. This was because it meant that the other party meant no harm, since it was true that Liu Yu had the physique of a warrior god. The woman probably admired Liu Yu's talent and wanted to take her away. I will try my best to find her. Lin Xiu promised Liu Yan and her father. Lin Xiu, how have you been? Liu Zhen finally spoke up. I'm fine. Lin Xiu answered accordingly. There shouldn't be any more of them coming onto Earth with the teleportation device. As he told them about it, Lin Xiu was suddenly reminded of something and he asked, by the way, has there been anyone dangerous that suddenly appeared on Earth? I don't think so, but weird things have been happening recently. Liu Zhen thought about it before telling Lin Xiu. Weird things? Lin Xiu was stunned. There seemed to be lots of robots that appeared all over Earth. Liu Yan was the one who told Lin Xiu about it. She mentioned that the robots were artificial robots and they aren't the ones that were seen previously on Earth. These were artificial robots that have the consciousness and intelligence of normal human beings. These robots are the ones that have been banned on Earth. There had been a crisis previously and these robots almost took over the world. This was why the Federation had stopped the production of these robots. There are still robots like these being created. Lin Xiu was aware of the ban on these robots, which was why he got curious as well. Not long ago, they found a similar robot in the waters under the Sacred Region Academy. They were also the ones who broke the space and summoned some of the scariest evolved beasts that they have seen. I'm not sure. Liu Yan shook her head. The government is doing an investigation on it. Other than that, has anything else happened? Lin Xiu asked once again. Nothing special. Lin Xiu didn't stay with the Liu family for long, as he quickly headed towards the Sage Region Academy. It has been a long time since he returned to the academy and he wanted to pay a visit. His pets, Rolier and Xiaobai, were still there. Lin Xiu could now travel freely in the air and with his strength now, he was able to fly at a super fast speed and got to the academy in no time. When Lin Xiu got to the academy, he couldn't help but frowned when he saw what was happening. Chapter 1031 Hit KO. Chapter 1031 Hit KO. Lin Xiu was flying above the Sacred Region Academy, and he could clearly see that there was a large crowd at the gate of the academy. Other than warriors who were dressed in the uniforms of the Sacred Region Academy, there were those who were dressed in the uniforms of another academy. Bailey Tao. Looks like the warriors from your school aren't that great as well. There was a young man, dressed in the uniform of another academy, mocking at the students from the Sacred Region Academy. They were in fact students from the Interstellar Academy. They were supposed to be here for an exchange problem, but they decided to mock and disgrace the Sacred Region Academy. This was because the Sacred Region Academy was too powerful last year and even defeated the Interstellar Academy. They have been waiting for an opportunity to do this. After hearing what they said, Bailey Tao's face turned solemn. Some of the warriors from the Sacred Region Academy who were involved in the fight felt furious as well. Almost all of them have lost to the warriors of the Interstellar Academy. Bailey Tao, shall we have a battle then? The young man looked at Bailey Tao and challenged him. Mujai, you shouldn't be too arrogant. Bailey Tao was furious after being challenged by the man. These students from the Interstellar Academy were here to humiliate the Sacred Region Academy. What's wrong, you're scared? Mujai let out a cold laugh. So, that's how useless this school is. Even the headmaster himself refuses to fight me. I think it would be best for all the students from this useless academy to join us. Mujai continued laughing. Bailey Tao looked even more furious than before. The man, known as Mujai, was powerful. Bailey Tao wasn't sure if he could defeat him. If Bailey Tao lost to his young man, it would be worse for the students of the Sacred Region Academy. You're just a small warrior who is still studying. How dare you challenge us? Suddenly, there was a voice that appeared in the sky. The crowd subconsciously looked up in the sky when they heard his voice. That's when they noticed that there was someone floating in the sky. Students from both the Sacred Region Academy and the Interstellar Academy were both shocked. He's in the air. Lin Xiu. Bailey Tao was surprised to see that it was Lin Xiu. Xiu. Within a blink of an eye, Lin Xiu was already back on the ground, standing next to Bailey Tao. Headmaster. Long time no see. Lin Xiu greeted Bailey Tao with a smile on his face. You fella, when did you come back? Bailey Tao gently stroked his beard and laughed. I just got back. Lin Xiu laughed as well. Lin Xiu, that's Lin Xiu. The rest of the young warriors around them asked subconsciously. They were a new batch of students. This batch was much stronger than the ones that they ever had before, since most of them were already rank 8 warriors. But then, Lin Xiu noticed that most of them from the Interstellar Academy were rank 9. They were already considered the stronger ones on Earth. Who are you? Mujai couldn't help but frown when he saw Lin Xiu. He had an odd feeling about Lin Xiu. He could feel that Lin Xiu isn't that powerful, but he couldn't find out the true potential of him. It felt as if Lin Xiu had blended with the surroundings. It was just a peculiar feeling. You're from the Interstellar Academy. Lin Xiu ignored Mujai and asked another question. With those weak abilities, you have the guts to come to the Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xiu took a good look at them before speaking to those from the Interstellar Academy. Idiot, you're asking for it. Mujai was the one who got mad after being provoked by Lin Xiu. From how Lin Xiu was able to stay in the air for so long, he knew that Lin Xiu wasn't a nobody. But, no matter how strong Lin Xiu was, he was still no match for Mujai. All of you can come together. Lin Xiu looked at all of them once again before telling them. All together. They were all shocked when they heard Lin Xiu's request. Nonsense. One of the warriors screamed, and with the weapon in his hands, he attacked Lin Xiu. He had a sword in his hand, and with the source energy instilled in it, there was a bright glow coming from the long sword. Boom! Just when his sword was about to hit Lin Xiu managed to hold it with only 2 fingers. You! The young man widened his eyes in shock. He tried to pull it back, but he soon noticed that it was impossible. What? How was this even possible? Boom! Lin Xiu gently bent his fingers and the sword broke into pieces. The rest of the warriors were shocked. That was an extremely sturdy sword. How did Lin Xiu break it so easily? You aren't strong enough. Lin Xiu shook his head as he spoke. Ah! The warrior turned mad and screamed as he continued attacking Lin Xiu with the broken sword. Lin Xiu frowned and suddenly, his entire body disappeared. The warrior missed his target. Before he realized what was happening, he felt a strong surge of energy from behind him and he was thrown into the distance. Lin Xiu had suddenly appeared from behind him and gave him a good kick. How? How did this happen? Mujai was watching the fight the entire time and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was because the warrior that had just attacked Lin Xiu was a rank 9 warrior. He was known as a genius in Interstellar Academy. How did Lin Xiu kick him around as if he was just a piece of garbage? You're too weak. Lin Xiu looked at the students from the Interstellar Academy and commented. That's when all of them got furious. Who are you? Mu Zhai glared at Lin Xiu. I was just a student of the Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xiu answered the young man. The rest of the students from the Sacred Region Academy started cheering. The rank 9 warrior that fought Lin Xiu seemed powerful, but Lin Xiu managed to defeat him easily. This was definitely something that cheered them up. Do you still want to play? If you do, then do it together. Lin Xiu looked at the students from the other school and gave them another chance. You're dead. Mu Zhai couldn't hold it in anymore after hearing what Lin Xiu said. As he rushed towards Lin Xiu, all of the warriors from the Interstellar Academy attacked Lin Xiu as well. The students from the Sacred Region Academy panicked, and they wanted to help Lin Xiu. It's alright. He can do it alone. Bailey Tao looked at his students before stopping them. Chapter 1031 Another Planet. Chapter 1031 Another Planet. He can settle them on his own. The students from the Sacred Region Academy were all stunned. At the same time, Mu Zhai led the warriors from the Interstellar Academy and were all headed towards Lin Xiu. They have released all of the energy in their body and were attacking Lin Xiu together. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the warriors who were running towards him. He did not move at all. Those from the Sacred Region Academy had cold sweats on their foreheads, as they felt worried for Lin Xiu. There were so many of them headed towards Lin Xiu and he wasn't moving at all. He was definitely going to die. Boom! But, just when they were about to hit Lin Xiu's body, there was a loud explosion. All of the students from the Interstellar Academy felt a strong burst of energy coming from Lin Xiu, and they were all hit by it. None of them had the chance to release their sphere as they were all thrown into the air. Boom boom boom. Their bodies fell onto the ground and they were moaning in pain. PFFD. As for Mu Zhai, he couldn't help but spat out a mouthful of blood. He laid on the ground with blood dripping out of the corner of his mouth and held onto his chest. He looked at Lin Xiu in disbelief. How was that possible? There were so many of them from the Interstellar Academy. They didn't even have the chance to get close to Lin Xiu before getting thrown away. It was terrifying, so terrifying. All of you are really weak. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who were lying on the ground in pain. When Mu Zhai heard what Lin Xiu said, he felt furious and more blood came out of his mouth. Mu Zhai, are you sure you want to continue the battle? Bailey Tao asked as he gently stroked his beard and looked at Mu Zhai, who was having trouble standing up on his feet. Mu Zhai was unhappy with how the situation turned out, but because he was afraid of Lin Xiu, he didn't dare to challenge the Sacred Region Academy. Let's go. Mu Zhai finally felt the pain in his body disappearing. He quickly got on his feet and instructed the rest of the students from the Interstellar Academy. As all of them slowly crawled to their feet, they quickly left with Mu Zhai. They were all shocked by the strength that Lin Xiu had just shown. They would have all died if that was what Lin Xiu wanted. All the warriors on Earth are getting stronger. When the warriors from the other school left, Lin Xiu turned towards Bailey Tao and asked about the current situation on Earth. Yes. Bailey Tao sighed. For the past 1 year, there has been an influx of powerful warriors and they were blooming like bamboo shoots after a rainy day. There were definitely so many more powerful warriors now compared to before. I have a feeling that something has been awakened on Earth. Bailey Tao thought about it before telling Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was surprised. Awakened. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and felt the surroundings. That's when he noticed that the energy in the air around him was thicker now. How did this happen suddenly? Lin Xiu thought that it was weird. I'm not sure as well, but the Federation has started investigating it. Bailey Tao shook his head and answered, I made tea. Do you want to head over there with me? Bailey Tao looked around before offering Lin Xiu to join him. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded his head. All of you should go back now. Bailey Tao waved his hands at the students. Also, remember to train hard. Yes, sir. All of the students were turning around to look at Lin Xiu as they were all extremely curious about him. Lin Xiu's name was a legend in the Sacred Region Academy, especially after how he had easily defeated the students from the Interstellar Academy. His abilities were much above those from the other school. Soon, Lin Xiu and Bailey Tao entered the dean's office. "Take a seat." Bailey Tao was pouring tea for the both of them with a wide smile on his face. It was obvious that he was quite happy to see Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head and sat opposite him. "Oh, where's He Yelling?" Lin Xiu suddenly thought of his own master and was wondering where she went. She went off to another planet to cultivate. Bailey Tao told Lin Xiu about Bailey He Yelling as he poured tea for Lin Xiu. "She probably felt pressured with how your abilities are progressing so quickly. Which planet did she go to?" Lin Xiu felt curious. "I'm not sure about that since the ancestors were the ones who brought her there." Bailey Tao shook his head. Lin Xiu suddenly thought of the ancestors of the Bailey family that he met during the competition in Sky City. They have been alive for such a long time, which meant that they were incredibly strong as well. "My pets went along with her." Lin Xiu continued asking. "You mean the ice crystal white bird and the things that look like a meatball?" Bailey Tao described them subconsciously after hearing Lin Xiu's question. He left Xiao Bai and Roly back on Earth and did not bring them along to Namir planet. Now that he's back on Earth, Lin Xiu thought that he would be able to meet them. But he didn't think that Bailey He Yelling would have taken them with her. "Let's hope that the next time I meet her, she wouldn't have bribed my pets so badly that they forgot who their owner was." Lin Xiu laughed. As they enjoyed their tea, they chatted about different things that have happened to them recently. Bailey Tao was extremely curious about what Lin Xiu had experienced in Namir planet. His eyes glowed brightly in excitement when he heard Lin Xiu talk about what he saw in Namir planet. "I didn't think that there were such strong warriors on that planet." Bailey Tao couldn't help but sighed. Rank 9 warriors were like kids play on another planet. Bailey Tao had a bitter smile on his face as he thought about it. "I already killed the rest of them. There shouldn't be anyone who would be able to find this place." Lin Xiu reassured Bailey Tao after taking another sip of the tea. He was talking about the God Hunters. These men were the ones who wanted to conquer Earth to get more resources, but in the end, Lin Xiu was the one who annihilated them. From the looks of it, Earth is still considered a weak planet. After hearing what Lin Xiu had been through, Bailey Tao couldn't help but give such comments. This was why he felt even more unsafe. If any one of those warriors got onto Earth, the entire planet would be in chaos. So, the warriors back on Earth should be prepared. Rank 9 is merely just the beginning. Lin Xiu chuckled. Then, he waved his left hand and took out a piece of Beast Emperor Odd Crystal. Chapter 1032 Meeting Aoyanghang. Chapter 1032 Meeting Aoyanghang. These odd crystals were easily found on Namir planet. With Lin Xiu's current strength, it was a piece of cake to kill a Beast Emperor. Before he came back to Earth and was preparing odd crystals to be used on the teleportation device, Lin Xiu had already killed a large number of evolved beasts. Bailey Tao looked at the odd crystal that Lin Xiu gave to him and he was shocked. "This is a high-grade crystal. Sir, you are now at the peak of a rank 9 warrior. Absorb this and you will be able to break through it." Lin Xiu smiled. This is too much." Bailey Tao shook his head as he looked at the crystal in Lin Xiu's hand. He could feel the immense amount of energy coming from the crystal. For years, he had never seen such a powerful odd crystal. "No, I can get crystals like these easily. I can get them whenever I want." Lin Xiu shook his head as well. "Here." Lin Xiu then placed the Beast Emperor's odd crystal into Bailey Tao's palm. Bailey Tao stopped refusing it as well and accepted the odd crystal. He looked at Lin Xiu and asked, "What are your plans now?" "You'll be heading back to Namir planet." Lin Xiu thought about it before answering him. Liu Yu was brought to another place known as the Warrior God Realm. He had no idea where that place is. Therefore, he has decided to head back to Namir planet first and get his hands on the Orchid of Heaven before looking for Liu Yu. "Alright, be careful." Bailey Tao nodded his head. Lin Xiu smiled and waved his hand once again. Then, a small mountain of odd crystals appeared on Bailey Tao's table. Seeing how there was a bunch of Beast King odd crystals before his eyes, Bailey Tao's eyes were wide open. Bailey Tao was already shocked by one Beast Emperor's odd crystal, and now that there was a mountain of Beast King's odd crystals, he was speechless. Although the Beast King was not as good as the Beast Emperor, The quantity of it beats the quality. There was a mountain of Beast King odd crystals. Give it to the new students as rewards. Lin Xiu smiled. These off crystals should be enough for the Sacred Region Academy to produce a large group of powerful warriors. That's all for now. Let's meet soon, sir. With that said, Lin Xiu disappeared into thin air. This boy, with Lin Xiu suddenly disappearing and the mountain of odd crystals on his table, Bailey Tao couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xiu's abilities were so powerful now that it was shocking. But Hailing should be the same as well since she has the unique physique. Bailey Tao mumbled to himself. Lin Xiu took a stroll around the campus, reminiscing the days where he was also a student before leaving the academy. The warriors on Earth seemed to be growing stronger as well. Even the energy in the air on Earth was getting thicker. Although Lin Xiu was a little surprised, there wasn't much time for him to stay. Tisk tisk. So this is Aoyang Hang from the Aoyang family, is this what you've got? In one corner of Sky City, Aoyang Hang was being forced onto one of the corners. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at the men before him with eyes filled with dissatisfaction. He was already a rank 8 warrior, but these men before him managed to become rank 9 warriors even when they were the same age. Who's the one who sent you here? Aoyang Hang glared at the men and asked. Although he knew he couldn't fight these men, he wasn't ready to give up just yet. No one. I just didn't feel happy once I saw your face. One of them sneered as he spoke to Aoyang Hang. As for the rest of them, they grabbed their weapons and surrounded Aoyang Hang. The weapons in their hands were glowing with a cold bright glow. You're planning on killing me? Aoyang Hang's pupil shrank when he saw what was about to happen. Initially, he thought that they just wanted to teach him a lesson, but from the looks of it now, they were planning to kill him. Well, you can't blame us for this. Kill him. One of the men raised his arm, and all of them started attacking Aoyang Hang together. Crap. Aoyang Hang had a bad feeling about it. All of them were rank 9 warriors. He may be a rank 8 warrior, but he was much weaker than them. Tisk. Aoyang Hang, I didn't think that you would still be the same after so long. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. This. When he heard the familiar voice, Aoyang Hang was confused. He quickly looked up into the sky and saw a familiar figure in the air. Who are you? The warriors who were about to kill Aoyang Hang noticed Lin Xiu as well. When they saw that he was floating in the air, all of them were shocked. This man, he's just floating in the air. Bastard. Aoyang Hang swore at Lin Xiu, but he bursted into laughter the next minute. Lin Xiu laughed as well. He didn't think that he would meet Aoyang Hang here. And it looks like Aoyang Hang was in trouble. You better come and help or else I'm screwed. Aoyang Hang wasn't bothered about his ego and immediately asked for help. HMPH, no one would be able to save you. Suddenly, one of the men from earlier started attacking Aoyang Hang once again. They were determined to kill Aoyang Hang, and all of them were using all of the energy that they had. Just as they were about to touch Aoyang Hang, a semi-transparent array appeared. Aoyang Hang's body was then trapped inside the array. This. Aoyang Hang was confused as well when he looked at his surroundings. Then, there was a surge of warrior skill energy that rushed towards him. Boom! The entire ground started shaking vigorously. HMPH, you're dead now. The warriors from before looked at Aoyang Hang with a hideous smile on their faces. All of them have released their warrior skills and it would be impossible for him to survive this. Even if he had released his fear, he would not be able to stop it. But, as the thick smoke disappeared, the semi-transparent array appeared before their eyes. Aoyang Hang was still standing inside the array, unharmed. What on earth? When they saw what happened, all of them were shocked as they couldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 1033 upgraded instantly. Chapter 1033 upgraded instantly. Their warrior skills did not harm Aoyang Hang. The array had appeared out of nowhere and had completely enveloped Aoyang Hang. This was how he was protected from their warrior skills. Boom! Then, Lin Xiu finally got back onto the ground and appeared in the alley. Back! With a snap of his fingers, the entire array disappeared. Lin Xiu! What was that? Aoyang Hang came back to his senses. Just when he was about to relax, He looked at Lin Xiu in awe. When he took a closer look at him, he could clearly see that there was a source mark on his forehead. The source mark was black in color and it was looking mysterious. Secret. Lin Xiu smiled. Stop playing tricks with me. The rank 9 warriors also noticed Lin Xiu, who suddenly appeared right in front of them. They roared in rage and started attacking Lin Xiu all of a sudden. It was obvious that they could feel that Lin Xiu was now their biggest threat. They have to first get rid of Lin Xiu who was getting in their way. Be careful. Seeing how the warriors were rushing towards Lin Xiu, Aoyongheng was shocked, and he shouted at Lin Xiu to warn him. But, as he finished his sentence, the warriors around them had already thrust their sharp weapons into Lin Xiu's body. But Lin Xiu was still standing on the same spot, motionless. It's not that he couldn't dodge it was because he didn't want to. Boom boom boom. As their weapons landed on Lin Xiu, there was a soft groan. Then, something shocking happened next. Even when they continued attacking him like madmen, there was nothing happening to Lin Xiu. He was still standing on the same spot, allowing them to attack him. This is impossible. The man that spoke earlier held a machete in his arm. He gathered all of the source energy in his body and transferred it onto his weapon. He screamed before throwing the machete onto Lin Xiu's head. Clang! However, when the machete landed on Lin Xiu's head, not only did he fail to break Lin Xiu's head, his machete was the one that broke because of the impact that it had. The man subconsciously took a few steps back. He stared at the machete in his hand that had been broken into two and he was lost. How did this happen? His machete was made of the strongest metal ever found and it was one of the sharpest amongst its kind. How did it break so easily? When Aoyongheng came back to his senses, he could clearly see that there was a layer of energy around Lin Xiu's body. This layer of protection was the reason why Lin Xiu's body was unharmed. You are indeed much stronger than before. Aoyongheng looked at Lin Xiu and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Lin Xiu's abilities were progressing much faster than he had expected. Each time he met Lin Xiu's abilities would have grown tremendously. No matter how hard he worked, it was impossible for him to follow behind Lin Xiu's footsteps. Do it yourself. Kill them on your own for revenge. Lin Xiu smiled. Then, he reached towards Aoyongheng and gently touched his forehead. Boom! It felt like the whole world was spinning, and a strong surge of energy entered into Aoyongheng's body. What is this? Aoyongheng could clearly feel his body being filled up with a strong powerful energy and his eyes widened in shock. The energy passed by each of the meridians in his body. It was slowly transforming his entire body. Boom! Then, as the energy entered his body, it felt as if his body was about to explode any time. He has leveled up. He realized that he had broken his rank. Not only has he become a rank 9 warrior, he was already at the peak of it. Deal with it yourself. Lin Xiu said to Aoyongheng. Kill him. The other man threw away his broken machete and glared at Lin Xiu and Aoyongheng in rage. Leave. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who were still attacking him and pushed them aside. Without seeing what happened, the warriors suddenly felt a surge of energy coming at them and they were thrown onto the ground. You destroy him. Aoyongheng grabbed onto his sword as well and went for the warriors. Damn it. The man clenched onto his fist and there were lightning bolts that appeared on his fist. He was ready to throw a punch at Aoyongheng. Xiu. However, when Aoyongheng was still moving towards him, he slightly turned sideways and perfectly dodged the punch. That punch missed its target. Suddenly, Aoyongheng was standing right behind him. Xiu. As a bright light appeared from behind his body, the man was then chopped into two halves. The rest of the rank 9 warriors were shocked. How did that happen? Aoyongheng was merely a rank 8 warrior. How did he kill their comrade? They stared at Aoyongheng and slowly realized that Aoyongheng's abilities have improved greatly from before. Not only was he now a rank 9 warrior, he was much stronger than they are now. The rest of you will be next. Aoyongheng held onto his sword that was drenched in blood. Without any hesitation, he instantly attacked the warriors. At this moment, he could feel that his body was filled with energy. He looked at the warriors whom he was threatened by earlier and now, he was no longer afraid of them. He knew that with his abilities now, He could kill them easily. Clang clang clang. The rest of the warriors decided to attack first as Aoyang Hang got closer to them. They grabbed onto their weapons and started fighting him. As the sound of the weapons colliding rang in the air, there was fresh blood being spilled out at every minute. Aoyang Hang killed all of them except for one. Tell me, who was the one who sent you here? Aoyang Hang placed the sword on the man's forehead and asked in a cold tone. I don't know. The man's knees turned weak and looked at Aoyang Hang in fear. He had no idea how Aoyang Hang's abilities became so much stronger in such a short period of time. This was definitely the strength of a rank 9 warrior. He looked behind Aoyang Hang and saw Lin Xiu. Could it be because of him? Chapter 134 Darkness Planet. Chapter 134 Darkness Planet. I don't know. Aoyang Hang gave a cold laugh. Then, with the sword in his hands, he chopped off one of the man's arms. Boom! One of his arms was gone. There was fresh red blood everywhere. Ah! When he felt the pain, the man gave out a loud cry in agony. Tell me who it is. Aoyang Hang continued asking him in a cold tone. There was no space for negotiation in his eyes. Then, he lifted up the sword that was now covered in blood. If this man didn't give him an answer that he was happy with, he would then chop him into 2 halves. It's the Sun family. The Sun family was the one who told me to do it. The intense pain and the fear of death finally forced it out of the man. He gritted his teeth as he told Aoyang Hang who it was. The Sun family. A murderous intention flashed in Aoyang Hang's eyes as he was suddenly reminded on something. Then, the long sword was swung and the man was then sliced into 2. Nuo! The man screamed out loud. As the sword went past him, a streak of fresh blood splattered on the ground. Huo! Seeing how the ground had now filled the ground, Aoyang Hang started panting. Thank you. He turned around and looked at Lin Xiu. He knew that it was Lin Xiu that allowed him to suddenly become so powerful. If it wasn't because of Lin Xiu, he would have died today. Lin Xiu shook his hands and joked with Aoyang Hang. Our dear Mr. Aoyang, how on earth did you end up in such a miserable state? He thought about the past that they had back in the academy and Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that time would pass so quickly. There are lots of rank 9 warriors that appeared on Earth recently. Aoyang Hang gave a bitter smile. For some reason, the energy in the air seemed to be much richer these few years. This allowed the warriors to cultivate and grow even faster. It was extremely difficult to raise a rank 9 warrior, but now there were a whole lot of them. Those people have been hired by the Sun family to kill me. I didn't think that they would go this far. Aoyang Hang spoke to Lin Xiu in a helpless tone. But, thank God you appeared. Aoyang Hang looked at him with eyes filled with gratitude. I was just passing by. You got lucky. Lin Xiu laughed. He was indeed telling the truth. He was just passing by in the air when he noticed that it was Aoyang Hang. If it wasn't because of him, Aoyang Hang would have definitely died. Should I buy the lottery then? Aoyang Hang joked as well. Right. How long would my strength last for? Aoyang Hang suddenly thought about it and asked. He thought that Lin Xiu had used some weird skills on him which allowed his strength to permanently increase. Aoyang Hang, that's an insult to me. Lin Xiu smiled uncontrollably. Aoyang Hang was stunned. His body trembled uncontrollably as he asked. You're saying that your strength now is permanent? Lin Xiu answered calmly. At his current level, Lin Xiu's body was completely filled with energy. It was a piece of cake to release a small amount of it in order for Aoyang Hang to reach rank 9. I feel that I owe you even more now. After trying to calm himself, Aoyang Hang told Lin Xiu in a bitter tone. It wasn't much. You don't have to think too much about it. Lin Xiu chuckled. Alright, I have to leave now. We'll meet again if we have the chance. He looked at his watch and said to Aoyang Hang, You're leaving Earth again. Aoyang Hang was surprised as he subconsciously asked. Lin Xiu nodded his head and with that, he completely disappeared. Seeing how Lin Xiu had disappeared into thin air, Aoyang Hang still felt that everything was a dream. He is still so strong. Aoyang Hang couldn't help but sighed. No, he's much stronger now. Ever since they were still in Sacred Region Academy, he has taken Lin Xiu as his lifetime nemesis. However, he didn't think that Lin Xiu would be so far ahead of him. As time passed, Lin Ziyu was only getting stronger. This time, Lin Ziyu only had to control his mind a little in order to help him get onto another level. I am indeed much worse than you. Yonghang sighed. But he didn't feel defeated, and instead, there was a smile on her face. Are you leaving now? Lin Ziyu had just returned to the Liuo family and was ready to bid them goodbye before leaving for Namir Planet once again. Back at the courtyard, Lin Ziyu nodded his head when he heard Liuo Yan's question. He only returned back to Earth to meet Liuo Yu, but he didn't think that such a thing would happen to him. It was completely unnecessary for him to stay on Earth. He only had two things to do now: get the Orchid of Heaven and get information about the warrior god realm. Be careful, Luo Zhen told Lin Ziyu. I will. Lin Ziyu answered him with a smile. I want to follow you there as well. Liuo Yu turned towards Lin Ziyu and asked. Ever since she went to the Marquee Planet, Liuo Yan knew that being a rank 9 warrior wasn't the end. The road of being a warrior was endless. No way. You should just stay here on Earth. Lin Ziyu shook his head and immediately refused her. Why not? I am a respected warrior now. I want to take a look there and find news about the warrior god realm. You are not dependable. Luo Yan stretched her eyes wide as she stared at Lin Ziyu. Yaner, that's enough. Luo Zhen couldn't help but frown as he stared at his daughter. A respected warrior? There are respected warriors everywhere on that planet. Even a 10-year-old boy can be a respected warrior. It is extremely dangerous for you to be there. Lin Ziyu quickly shook his head. HMPH. After hearing what Lin Ziyu said, Luo Yan could feel that the Namir Planet was a dangerous place, but she was still mad. Either way, Lin Ziyu, if it's possible, I may need your help with something. Luo Zhen hesitated a little when he saw Lin Ziyu leaving, but he still decided to ask for a favor. Yes, uncle. Lin Ziyu immediately asked. You'll get to the point. Could you please try to get some information about the Darkness Planet when you were on Namir Planet? Darkness Planet. Lin Ziyu frowned when he heard what Luo Zhen had asked him to do. Chapter 1035 Stealing the Angel. Chapter 1035 Stealing the Angel. Darkness Planet. That's a place Lin Ziyu has never heard of. Seeing how Lin Ziyu was looking a little confused, Luo Zhen continued. I have a son, Huatian, who said that he wanted to visit another planet, but we still have not heard from him. I don't know how he is now. I heard previously that he wanted to visit this planet. I'll try and see what I can find. Lin Ziyu quickly nodded his head. Luo Huatian. If it wasn't because of Luo Zhen, he would have forgotten about this person. Luo Yu's brother was already known as someone extremely strong when he was in his younger days. He went to another planet as well. Darkness Planet. The name itself doesn't sound like someplace fun. Why on earth would he be there? Alright, so sorry for troubling you. Luo Zhen felt bad and he sounded apologetic. It's alright. Lin Ziyu shook his head. I'll be leaving now. Then, Lin Ziyu turned around and walked back to the cave where the teleportation device had been placed. Lin Ziyu, you have to bring back my sister, or else you are not allowed back here. Seeing how Lin Ziyu was already leaving, Luo Yan screamed at him. Lin Ziyu continued walking out of the house. He raised his hand and gave her an okay sign. He will definitely find Luo Yu. This was something that he must do. No matter where you are, I will find you. Soon, Lin Ziyu arrived at the save once again. As Lin Ziyu placed the odd crystal into the device, he activated it and soon, there was a bright light that flashed across his eyes. Boom! A loud sound came from the teleportation device. Then, Lin Ziyu has once again returned to the basement. As soon as he returned to the basement in Namir Planet, Lin Ziyu could hear noises from outside the basement. The noise was getting louder. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but frown. It sounded as if there was a huge fight happening outside. Lin Ziyu slowly walked out of the basement, and that's when he noticed that there was a large number of warriors right outside the basement. All of them were attacking the angel. Continue attacking it so that we can destroy her energy barrier. There was a warrior standing on top of a flying android that shouted to the rest of the warriors. The angel was kneeling motionlessly on the ground because of the commands given by Lin Ziyu. She held onto her shield and she didn't defend herself. She could feel the warriors attacking them, which was why her energy barrier was released. I can clearly feel that there is a large energy core inside her body. We have to get her. One of the men had his eyes set on the angel, and there was a greedy look in his eyes. Kill them. Lin Xiu had just walked out of the basement, and he gave his commands when he saw how these warriors were continuously attacking the angel. With his commands, the angel's eyes shone brightly with a purple color in her eyes. The angel that was motionless the entire suddenly stood up on its feet. The rest of them, who were still trying to destroy the energy barrier with their warrior skills, were all shocked. How did she suddenly move? Just when they were still in shock, the angel picked up its pike and started attacking them. Boom boom. Seeing how the angel was attacking them, the entire ground started shaking vigorously. The warriors, who were still attacking the angel, were all killed by the large pike. Why is she moving? The rest of them were shocked to see what was happening. When they got here, the angel was in a resting mode and has always been this way. But suddenly, this thing started moving on its own. Who are you? Then, some of the warriors finally realized that near the tunnel, there was a man standing there. You are attacking my things. Lin Xiu looked at the rest of them and answered in a cold tone. Yours. This robot is yours. The warriors frowned when they heard what Lin Xiu said. Some of the warriors who were fighting the angel didn't get the chance to run, and there was a large number of them that died. But soon, they finally came back to their senses and quickly dodged the attacks. All of them look like elites who have been through life and death experience. They definitely weren't normal warriors. Anything wrong with that? Lin Xiu raised his brows and gave them another question. Alright then. Young boy, I'm telling you now that from this moment onwards, this thing belongs to our master. One of the men answered Lin Xiu. You better tell us how to control it, and we might just spare your life. The rest of the warriors quickly surrounded Lin Xiu. Boom! At the same time, there was a loud explosion coming from the angel. It seemed to have taken a hard blow and was forced to take a few steps backwards. A sage warrior. Lin Xiu took a look at the scene. He didn't think that there were sage warriors amongst these people. I'm talking to you. One of the warriors noticed that Lin Xiu was ignoring them and he frowned. He grabbed his sword and was about to place it on Lin Xiu's neck. Boom! Then, Lin Xiu moved his arm and caught the sword that was coming at him with 2 fingers. When the man saw how Lin Xiu was holding onto his sword with only 2 fingers, the look in his eyes changed. He threw some force into his sword. But, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his sword at all. The sword was being tightly held by Lin Xiu. What's going on? The rest of them asked impatiently. The warrior, whose sword was being held by Lin Xiu, felt helpless. This was because he realized that he couldn't do anything with Lin Xiu grabbing onto his sword. You're asking for it. The man got furious. There was a bright red source mark that could be seen on his forehead. It was a fire element source mark. Then, the source mark directly headed towards Lin Xiu. Boom! With the flames coming at him within such a short distance, Lin Xiu's body was completely covered by it. The man had a hideous look on his face as he thought that Lin Xiu would be dead after being buried in such thick flames. But, the thing that happened next shocked him. Chapter 1036 The Bai Family. Bai Zhanfei. Chapter 1036 The Bai Family. Bai Zhanfei. Nothing happened to Lin Xiu even when his entire body was covered in flames. While he was inside it, Lin Xiu smirked and was mocking the other man. Back. Then, with a slight force, Lin Xiu managed to break the sword that he was holding onto into 2. The flames that were covering Lin Xiu's body have disappeared completely. Let me show you how to really play with fire. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and there was a gold source mark that appeared on his forehead. As the energy gathered around his source mark, there was a powerful force that headed towards that man. Boom! Then, there was a bright golden flame that came out of Lin Xiu and directly attacked the man standing before him. As the flames got onto his body, a loud cry of pain and agony came out of the man's mouth. He instantly turned into a flaming torch and was rolling in pain on the ground. He wailed in pain, and his voice caused most of the warriors behind him to shiver in fear. They were aware that this warrior was an expert at using the fire element warrior skills and he had a strong resistance against fire. However, the flames that he had released earlier were useless and instead, he was being burnt by the flames that Lin Xiu had released. Soon, the man who became a flaming torch stopped screaming and the golden flame slowly disappeared. When they took a closer look, his body was completely burnt. The warrior died from the flames. A strong warrior who was an expert playing with fire was burnt to death. Kill him. When the rest of the warriors finally came back to their senses, all of them surrounded Lin Xiu. How dare you go against the Bai young master, you're dead. One of the warriors grabbed his weapon and went towards Lin Xiu. Yell Master Bai. Lin Xiu's pupil shrank when he heard the name being mentioned. He has been on this planet long enough to know that the name Bai was rare amongst the warriors. Only those who came from huge families would have such names. Perhaps those from the Bai family are really here. As he thought about it, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Just when Lin Xiu was still thinking about it, there was already a warrior with a machete in his hand, headed towards Lin Xiu. The machete was filled with energy and it was glowing brightly in white. With the machete being swung at him, there was a loud sound coming from it. Clang! Then, a long spear suddenly appeared in Lin Xiu's hand and he quickly blocked the attack. The look in the man's eyes changed as he didn't understand how there was a long spear that suddenly appeared. At the same time, the rest of the warriors started attacking Lin Xiu from all directions. Clang clang clang. Lin Xiu used all of the strength in his body to push away the warrior with the machete. Then, he continued swinging his long spear. All of the warriors were thrown into the distance after colliding with Lin Xiu's long spear. Torrential storm of rose flowers. For those who were still attacking him, Lin Xiu had decided to use these warrior skills on them. Within seconds, there were thousands of spears that appeared in the air. All of them were heading towards the warriors. Although most of them already have their sphere released, the spears were still able to penetrate through their sphere. Not only did it pierce through their sphere, it even pierced through their bodies, causing multiple bloody holes all over their bodies. Xiu Xiu Xiu. With the dark edge in his hands, it was like a vicious snake, and all of the warriors that were attacked fell onto the ground. Following that were notifications coming from the system. These were respected warriors and he wouldn't be able to get more EXP from them. For someone who needed a large amount of EXP to level up, these were barely anything. You. Who are you? The man, who was the first one to attack Lin Xiu with the machete but was thrown aside, looked at Lin Xiu as his body trembled. The skills that Lin Xiu had shown earlier were extremely horrifying. Within such a short period of time, he managed to kill more than 10 respected warriors. You mentioned young Master Bai. Is he from the Bai family? Lin Xiu asked in a low tone. The man was stunned when he first heard what Lin Xiu said. Then he put on an arrogant expression and answered, HMPH, you better know your place now. The Bai family is the strongest in the Namir planet. That man is Bai Shanfei from the Bai family. You better get on your knees and beg for mercy. Then, you'll have to tell us how to control this robot. You have killed so many of us here and the Bai family will never let you go. The man assumed that Lin Xiu was frightened after hearing that they were from the Bai family and then, he stopped walking backwards due to the fear that he had for Lin Xiu. Bai Shanfei from the Bai family, Lin Xiu muttered to himself. Then, he glared at the man before him with a murderous look in his eyes. Well, this is convenient. I wanted to kill people from the Bai family. You. The man's eyes widened after hearing what Lin Xiu said. This was because he could clearly feel the murderous intention coming from Lin Xiu. Out of reflex, he quickly released his sphere. At the same time, Lin Xiu appeared right in front of him and had thrusted his long spear at the man. I have the sphere, you can't kill me now. The man screamed in rage. Lin Xiu was not bothered about what he said and continued attacking the man with his long spear. Boom! His strong, resilient sphere was then easily destroyed by Lin Xiu's long spear. The spear then went straight towards his chest. This is impossible. His eyes were opened wide when he saw what happened. He only thought that his body would be thrown into the distance once again, but he didn't think that Lin Xiu's spear would be able to be pierced through his sphere. The sphere was made of the warrior's source energy. It was their strongest defense. Who told you that I can't kill you when you have the spear? Lin Xiu answered calmly and pulled out the spear from the man's body. The man then dropped dead on the ground until his last breath. His eyes were still opened wide and filled with disbelief. Lin Xiu turned around and noticed that the angel had been forced to a corner because of the attacks from the warriors. Quick, break the goddamn energy barrier. I want this robot. One of the warriors who was sitting on the android screamed at his men. The warriors on this end did not notice that the other half of their group had been killed by Lin Xiu. Chapter 1037 Killing Sage Warriors for EXP. Chapter 1037 Killing Sage Warriors for EXP. The man who was sitting on the flying android started screaming out loud at the warriors attacking the angel, and he was getting crazier with every passing minute. Boom! The warriors used a number of warrior skills to attack the angel. Although the angel had an energy barrier protecting it, the energy barrier was about to be destroyed due to how it was being continuously attacked. The angel then attacked them with the pike in its arm, but most of the warriors managed to dodge the attack. This robot is so powerful. It has the same abilities as a sage warrior. Break the energy barrier and hand it over to the young master. Some of the warriors started shouting, "Move!" Just as they were screaming and were heading for the angel, there was a loud voice that appeared out of nowhere. Boom! All of the warriors around the angel felt a strong surge of energy coming from the other direction. Then, all of them were forcefully pushed away by the angel. What's happening? The man on the flying android, who was busy eating while looking at the fight, suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. Young master, looks like there are other warriors in here. Shangsun and the rest of them near the tunnel have been killed. Another warrior ran from the other side and was panting as he reported it to his young master. This young man was their young master, Bai Zhanfei. It's that kid. Bai Zhanfei was still sitting comfortably on his android and pointed at Lin Xiu, who was floating in the air near the angel. I think so. The warrior nodded his head. Just kill him. Bai Zhanfei casually gave out another order. For him, killing Lin Xiu was a piece of cake. Yes, sir. The warrior nodded his head and ran towards Lin Xiu. Young master has given his commands to kill this man. As he screamed, all of the warriors around turned towards Lin Xiu, who was in the air. The rest of them, who had been thrown onto the ground by Lin Xiu, crawled onto their feet as well. They were staring at Lin Xiu with vicious eyes. 36 respected warriors and 3 sage warriors. Lin Xiu, who was in the air, took a look around and counted the number of warriors and their grades. Lin Xiu couldn't help but frown. It would definitely be a little difficult to deal with 3 sage warriors at the same time. But he could kill all of the respected warriors first. He could take it as a chance to get more EXP. Boom! At that moment, there was a large amount of warrior skills energy that rushed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu quickly released his sphere in return. All of their attacks were blocked by Lin Xiu's sphere. Lin Xiu, who was in the center of it, did not suffer any damages. Then, the crystal ball of earth started glowing around Lin Xiu's neck, and the entire ground started shaking. What on earth is happening? The warriors, who were all standing on the ground, looked shocked when they felt the ground shaking. Boom, boom, boom. Then, all of a sudden, the rocks on the ground turned into sharp cones that came rushing from the ground beneath them. Some of the warriors that did not notice what happened were pierced to their death as the sharp cone went through their bodies. Dirty tricks. The 3 sage warriors present were all middle-aged men. When they saw what Lin Xiu was doing, they roared in rage and headed towards Lin Xiu. Then, they started attacking Lin Xiu's sphere. Each of them were holding onto a sword, a machete and a spear as their weapons. Their weapons were gold in color as if they were made of a special type of gold. HMPH. Lin Xiu looked at the 3 of them that were attacking them and sneered. His body flickered and he disappeared into thin air. The sage warriors had to quickly stop themselves, in order not to hurt each other. What did the kid use? One of the warriors who held onto the sword was confused. His eyes were opened wide and he couldn't believe his eyes. He was also a sage warrior, but the kid had just disappeared instantly, as if he had teleported. Boom! However, when they turned around, they saw Lin Xiu behind them waving his long spear in the air. As the long spear was spinned in the air, There were countless terrifying flaming birds that were released as well. The temperature of these flaming birds was too high, which caused the place to get much hotter than before. Then, as the flaming birds rushed towards the sage warriors, there were screams of pain and agony that could be heard. Some of the warriors that were attacked by the flaming birds could still feel the temperature of it even with their spheres released. The sphere that they had felt as if they were about to melt. Without the sphere protecting their bodies would not be protected from the terrible hellfire, and all of them were burnt into ash. What on earth is that? It's getting so hot. Bai Jianfei threw his fruits onto the ground and screamed in anger. When he looked at the fight happening a distance away, he could clearly see Lin Xiu, who had released a large number of flaming birds that were attacking his men. They were killing all of the warriors that they came in contact with. Within a blink of an eye, dozens of warriors died. Please calm down, young master. One of the warriors next to Bai Jianfei quickly spoke up. As he swung his arm, the temperature around him dropped by a few degrees Celsius. Rubbish. Bai Jianfei looked at the 3 sage warriors that survived and shouted at them. Kill that kid now, I want that robot. At the same time, the sage warrior who was about to attack Lin Xiu noticed the angel who was coming from behind them with a pike in its arm. Damn it. The 3 of them were stunned and dodged it subconsciously. One of them, who had the spear, turned around and attacked the angel instead as he tried to dodge the attack. It seemed that the angel had exhausted most of its energy from before, and it could no longer use the energy barrier to protect itself. Clang! When the spear in his hands got into contact with the body of the angel, there was a loud sound along with sparks that appeared in the air. But there was nothing that happened to the angel. Chapter 1038 Killing 3 Sage Warrior Instantly. Chapter 1038 Killing 3 Sage Warrior Instantly. At the same time, the wings behind the angel lit up brightly. Then, with the wings behind it, there were thousands of dense energy rays that were aimed at the sage warriors. Crap. The sage warriors had a terrible look on their faces as they tried to dodge the attack. Where do you think you're going? As one of the warriors with the long spear tried to dodge the attack by moving backwards, Lin Xiu appeared in front of him all of a sudden. You're dead. Seeing how Lin Xiu was exposing himself, the look on the warrior's face changed and he was ready to kill. Then, with the gold spear in his arm, he thrusted it towards Lin Xiu, who was right in front of him. The long spear was shining brightly in gold and it was filled with a large amount of terrifying energy. Lin Xiu sneered and moved Dark Edge as well, and both the long spears collided with each other. Clang clang. Both the warriors had long spears as their weapons. As their weapons collided, there was a long sound that appeared in the air as if there was thunder coming from the sky. Damn it. This kid's skills. After fighting a few rounds with Lin Xiu, the sage warrior had a bad feeling about it. He always thought of himself as an expert with the long spears, but after a few rounds with Lin Xiu, he realized that his skills were beneath Lin Xiu. Don't come here. He is mine. Seeing how the 2 other warriors were rushing towards them, the warrior screamed to stop them. This was because Lin Xiu had picked the spear as his weapon as well. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill this kid with his skills. The sage warriors looked at each other and gave up attacking Lin Xiu. Instead, they turned their attention towards the angel who had just attacked them. Young boy, I will show you how the spear is used. The sage warrior screamed in rage, and there were terrifying currents that appeared all over the golden spear. As his spear collided with Lin Xiu's, the current started moving towards Lin Xiu's body. Crackling. With the current that appeared, there was a burnt smell that appeared in the air. It's current, I thought you had something else in mind. Just as Lin Xiu was speaking, there was a bright light that appeared from the electric crystal ball that was hanging around his neck. There was another scarier current that appeared, and with their weapons still in contact with each other, the current headed towards the sage warrior. When the current reached his body, the sage warrior gritted his teeth while trying to stop himself from screaming. Impossible, this is impossible. He was an expert with the long spear. Even if his skill with the spear was beneath Lin Xiu, he didn't think that the current formed by his source energy would be below Lin Xiu as well. Plus, even with the resistance that he had against the currents, he could still feel a sharp pain all over his body. These currents were about to destroy his body. You're good enough to play with the spear. Lin Xiu continued attacking the sage warrior with his spear with a provocative smile on his face. Go to hell. The words coming out of Lin Xiu's mouth have obviously landed on the most painful spot for the sage warrior. He roared in rage and immediately released his spear. He did not run and instead grabbed tightly onto his spear and took the damage head-on. Die. Lin Xiu's pupil narrowed and with the long spear thrusted ahead. It looked as if there was a huge tiger that leaped ahead. Tiger descends the mountain. Clang. When the golden spear of the long warrior touched the dark edge, there was a ear-piercing sound that rang in the air. Then, the long spear in his arm broke instantly. The sage warrior widened his eyes in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. His weapon was made out of one of the strongest metals, but it just broke so easily. Destroy it. Then, Lin Xiu held onto his long spear and transferred a large amount of energy into it, causing the entire spear to turn transparent like it was made out of purple crystal. There was also a bright red glow that came from the markings on the spear. Boom! Lin Xiu then used his long spear and attacked the sage warrior's spear from above it. There was a loud explosion and the sage warrior fell from the sky. His entire body landed heavily onto the ground. His sphere was still present, but because of the impact, there were cracks all over it. It looked like it was about to explode. Goodbye. Lin Xiu scoffed and headed towards the warrior with his spear. The long spear was aimed towards the sage warrior who had fallen onto the ground. Stop right there. The other sage warriors, who were busy fighting the angel, suddenly screamed. But now, they could no longer stop Lin Xiu. As for the sage warrior, who was laying on the ground, widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Lin Xiu who was coming at him with the spear. There was nothing else but fear in his eyes. He really wanted to run from it, but he realized that his body was being controlled. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. As Lin Xiu headed towards the sage warrior, his entire body was glowing with a silver glow. Boom! Then, as the spear pierced through the sphere, the entire thing exploded. The tip of the spear went straight for the warrior's head and it exploded as well. At the same time, there was a notification that came from his system. 5 increase in his EXP. That's quite a lot. As he stood by the body of the sage warrior, Lin Xiu was surprised. The EXP that he has gotten from killing this sage warrior was much higher than the ones that he has gotten previously. He only needed 93 more of EXP in order for him to move up another rank. If he killed the remaining 2, he should have about a 10 rise in his EXP. Right. Lin Xiu then looked above him and saw the 2 sage warriors who were running away from the attacks of the angel. Since Liu Yu has been taken to a place known as the Warrior God's Realm, Lin Xiu was being more impatient about improving his abilities. That kid killed Liu Da. Bai Zhanfei looked at the scene before him with his eyes widened. Young master, this man seems to be quite powerful. There was a middle-aged man that stood by Bai Zhanfei and he couldn't help but comment as he stared at Lin Xiu. What's wrong, are you all afraid of him? When Bai Zhanfei heard what he said, he asked the rest of the warriors around him with a dull look on his face. These warriors were only responsible for protecting him, and they would not join the fight, unless there was anyone who attacked Bai Zhanfei. Chapter 1039 Have you heard of the Yi family? Chapter 1039 Have you heard of the Yi family? No. The master told us that we have to be by your side to protect you. One of the middle-aged men answered respectfully. PFFD. When Bai Zhanfei heard the man's reply, he spat out a mouthful of water. The water then landed on the rest of the warriors, but they still remained in their position and did not move an inch. Rubbish. Young master, Zhang Ning and Gao Kang would be able to get rid of that kid. The other warrior standing on the other side decided to speak up as well. Although Lin Xiu has just defeated one of the sage warriors, for them, Lin Xiu must have used up all of the energy in him to do so. Then, the remaining 2 sage warriors should be able to kill Lin Xiu very quickly. Boom! At the same time, the sage warriors have just released powerful warrior skills headed towards the angel, causing it fly into the distance. Although their warrior skills were strong enough to destroy it, the angel's armor was made of some special material that it was impossible for them to destroy. These 2 men didn't even get to do any damages on the angel. They were the ones being thrown into the distance instead. Young man, You're dead. Both the warriors glared at Lin Xiu and spoke in a threatening tone. We want to know who's dying next. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. The angel has been attacked multiple times, but there wouldn't be any damages done to it. Since the armor that it has on was extremely sturdy, it was so strong that Lin Xiu himself couldn't have been able to destroy it. Both the sage warriors were still floating in the air. As they gathered their thoughts, there were two bright lights that came from their bodies. The bright land then slowly covered the ground. Both of them have decided to use their domain forces. Domain forces, huh? Lin Xiu watched them with his narrower eyes. Then, as he swung his right hand, there was also a bright light that came from Lin Xiu's body. Soon, the bright land covered the grounds beneath Lin Xiu. It started expanding and soon, it covered the domains of the two sage warriors. These sage warriors have been trying to use their domain forces to attack Lin Xiu. But, at the very next moment, they realized that they couldn't use their domain forces. It has disappeared. This is impossible. The sage warrior with the sword looked shocked. How did his domain forces disappear? This should be his domain forces. The other sage warrior that had the machete answered instead as he kept his eyes locked onto Lin Xiu. They felt ever more afraid of Lin Xiu with every passing minute. For such a young man to be so powerful, he must come from a very strong family. Young man, tell me, which family are you from? The warrior with the machete asked Lin Xiu instead. Which family? Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Have you heard of the Yi family? Lin Xiu paused before slowly telling them the answer. The Yi family. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, both of them were shocked as their pupils shrank. That's impossible, the Yi family has been. One of them was speaking halfway when he suddenly stopped and kept his mouth shut. Looks like I'm the lucky one. Lin Xiu gave a cold laugh. From their reaction, it was obvious that these people from the Bai family were the ones that he heard of. The ones who have killed the entire Yi family on the Namir planet. His heart started racing, as if it felt something. The bright light inside Lin Xiu's chest that has been dimmed for a long time finally started beating again. This bright light was the energy that he had inherited from the Elder in the Tower of Trials. You know it as well, it's them. Lin Xiu held onto his chest as he muttered to himself. Don't think too much about it. If we can't capture him alive, we'll have to kill him. The sage warriors that were in the air earlier looked at each other before dashing towards Lin Xiu. Both of their weapons were shining brightly with a golden glow. There was also an incredibly terrifying energy that came from it. All of them were headed towards Lin Xiu. Well, let's see who's stronger. Seeing how both the warriors were coming towards him with that incredibly horrifying energy, Lin Xiu smiled. This was what he was waiting for. With both his hands on the spear, he could feel a surge of energy coming from within him and the spear started shaking. Destroy it. With all the energy in his body gathered together, Lin Xiu roared in rage. The spear in his hands gave a huge cut onto the sage warriors that were approaching him. Boom! Then, the entire area started shaking once again. There were also deafening noises that spread into the distance. The dark edge drew a long arch in the air and there was a deadly energy coming from it. It immediately cut both the warriors into halves. It was useless even with their spheres released. Heaven-breaking strike. Lin Xiu has used up most of his energy by activating this warrior skill. At the same time, the damage from this skill was deadly. There was also a small crack in the space due to the impact. This was all because of the warrior skill. They're dead. The rest of the warriors that were standing next to Bai Xianfei finally steadied themselves and they were all stunned by the skill that they had just witnessed. Wait a minute. That skill? What was that? Bai Xianfei might be an arrogant man, but now, he was getting serious. That skill? I think, one of them thought of something and the look on their faces changed. They started stuttering and did not dare to speak the truth. As if they were worried about something. I want you to speak. Bai Xianfei glared at him. Yes, sir. I think that the warrior skill just now looked like one of the ultimate skills of the Yi family known as the heaven-breaking strike. There were droplets of sweat formed on the warrior's forehead, but he still answered as he was told. The Yi family. The family that was known to be the strongest in the Namir planet, but was then destroyed by us. Bai Xianfei gave a cold laugh when he heard the answer. What nonsense. As soon as he spoke, there was a figure that appeared in front of him. Lin Xiu was walking towards him with the spear in his hand. Kid, you're from the Yi family. Bai Zhanfei spoke in harsh tone while questioning Lin Xiu. Chapter 1040 Warriors of the Five Elements. Chapter 1040 Warriors of the Five Elements. Why should I tell you? Lin Xiu frowned as he answered calmly. Then, the angel flew back to Lin Xiu from the other corner. Boom! As the angel returned to Lin Xiu, her body then landed on the ground. That caused the entire ground to shake vigorously. You brat, you have guts. Bai Zhanfei had a hideous look on his face after hearing what Lin Xiu said to him. I want your robot. Give me control over it. Bai Zhanfei looked at the robot that just landed on the ground. Then, he pointed at her and commanded Lin Xiu to give it to him. Until now, you still don't have any idea about what is going on. After hearing what Bai Zhanfei said, Lin Xiu asked in a curious tone. These people from the Bai family were still talking in this manner. The one who has no idea about what's going on is you. The man chuckled. Then, Lin Xiu noticed that the warriors that were once standing next to Bai Zhanfei were now standing all around Lin Xiu. There were 5 warriors in 5 different directions. They were blocking Lin Xiu from every direction. When he saw what happened, Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The 5 of them have done a good job hiding themselves. Without using the analytic eyes, Lin Xiu had thought that these warriors were just normal warriors. After using the analytic eye, Lin Xiu finally noticed that the 5 of them were incredibly powerful sage warriors. Wow, this must have been costly. How did the Bai family have so many sage warriors protecting them? Perhaps there are sage warriors everywhere. Lin Xiu gave a remark after seeing the warriors around him. That's right. We have lots of sage warriors working for the Bai family. Bai Zhanfei stared at Lin Xiu and gave a cold smile. I am giving you another chance now. Give me control over the robot. I may be able to just take you as a stupid dog and let you go. Bai Zhanfei continued commanding Lin Xiu. It felt as if the 3 sage warriors and the number of respected warriors that were killed did not threaten Bai Zhanfei at all. It looks like you still do not understand my strength. Lin Xiu shook his head and then energy burst out of his body. Heavenly Array. With Lin Xiu in the center of it, there was a bright light coming from his body. A domain. When they saw what Lin Xiu was doing, this was the first thing that they thought of. Rage. With the heavenly array being used, Lin Xiu continued with using rage. The 5 of them here were different from both the sage warriors that he had just fought. Lin Xiu could clearly feel that they were much stronger. Although with Lin Xiu's current abilities, he had the confidence of killing one sage warrior. However, there were 5 of them here and there was a peculiar connection between them which made it difficult for him. He had no chances for error. Lin Xiu continued expanding his array. Then, due to the force that Lin Xiu was releasing from his body, the entire ground started shaking. The rocks that were beneath Lin Xiu's feet started breaking apart as well. Jin, be careful. This young man is pretty strong. One of the warriors warned the rest of them with his eyes locked on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu also took the time to look at the warriors around him. As he took a closer look, he noticed that these warriors were all holding onto sticks as their weapons. Lin Xiu couldn't help but think that this was weird. Most warriors would have picked swords and machetes as their weapons. He hasn't seen anyone who picked sticks. But now, there were 5 of them who were using it. If it's possible, don't kill him. I want him tortured. Bai Zhanfei, who was far behind them, gave the instruction to his man in a cold tone. From his knowledge, he was sure that Lin Xiu would be dead soon. Lin Xiu had the long spear in his hand. He looked around him at the 5 warriors and then suddenly, his body disappeared into thin air. All of the warriors were completely stunned. He's gone. They would have never thought that Lin Xiu, the man whom they have surrounded, would be able to go missing within a blink of an eye. Oh Shui, be careful. The man, who spoke earlier, noticed that something wasn't right and quickly warned the man who stood opposite him. Just when he was done, Lin Xiu's body appeared behind of the man known as Oh Shui, with the long spear in his hands. The weapon was aimed at the man's head. Boom! If it was done properly with no interruption, Lin Xiu could have killed this warrior without much effort. But, since this man was warned by his comrade, he had released his sphere at the very last minute. Lin Zia's attack then landed on his sphere instead. Boom! With a loud explosion, the man's body was thrown into the distance because of the impact. However, his sphere was released and he was only blasted away from the impact. The warrior inside it was not injured at all. Damn it, kid. After steadying himself, he wiped off the blood that was coming out from the corner of his mouth. Lin Zia's attacks were much stronger than he had expected. As he was blasted away, he was slightly injured as well. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Does this represent the elements that you have? Lin Ziu thought that it was a waste since he had failed the ambush earlier, but now, after hearing how they were calling each other, Lin Ziu had an idea in his mind. From their nicknames, they were all named after the elements. HMPH, it's useless even if you knew this. The man who just spoke was named Huo, which represented the fire element. He held onto his stick and started attacking Lin Ziu. All of the energy in his body was then transferred onto the stick. The black, boring stick from before was now shining brightly. The entire stick seemed to be covered with a huge flame. The flame was not an ordinary one since it looked extremely bright. Fire. Lin Ziu did not dodge the attack. Instead, the fire crystal ball around his neck lit up. The tiny flame that was inside the crystal ball was trying to get out. Boom! Then, there were flames that appeared on Lin Zia's spear as well. Compared to the flame seen on the man's stick, Lin Zia's one was different as his was dark blue in color. It looked odd. Clang! Lin Ziu immediately attacked the man who was coming at him with the long spear that was now covered with hellfire. Boom! As the weapons collided with each other, there were also sparks that came from the flames. There was a loud sound that came from it which sounded like an explosion. Chapter 1041 Pissing Off the 5-Element Warriors. Chapter 1041 Pissing Off the 5-Element Warriors. What were those flames? Seeing how Lin Ziu had dark blue flames all over his spear, the man was shocked. But, Lin Ziu did not give him the time to think. As he moved his long spear, Lin Ziu continued attacking the man. As for the rest of the warriors, they held onto the long sticks and did not directly attack Lin Ziu as they were waiting for an opportunity. However, if one took a good look at them, their sticks were gently shaking. It looked as if there was a large amount of energy that had been transferred onto their sticks, with the odd sound coming from it. It could be clearly seen that one of their sticks have turned golden. The other one turned into a piece of rock while the other looks like he was holding onto a stick made of water. The last one had a stick that seemed to be covered with plants. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. These were the 5 elements that each of the warriors have. Kill him. One of the warriors noticed that the fire element warrior was in trouble and they decided to step in. As soon as he gave the instructions, all of the other warriors immediately attacked Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu noticed what was happening from the corner of his eyes and his pupils shrank uncontrollably. Move! The energy in him exploded and even the long spear in his hand was shaking. Then, he managed to send the fire warrior element flying into the distance. Following that, there were flaming birds that headed towards him. Ah! Seeing how the flaming birds were coming at him, the sage warriors screamed. He quickly gathered all the energy in his body and released his sphere in order to cover his entire body. Lin Ziu had no time to continue attacking him. This was because there were 4 other warriors who were about to attack Lin Ziu. Clang clang clang. With his weapon covered in a dark blue flame, Lin Ziu continued swinging it in the air. These 4 warriors were attacking Lin Ziu with energy of different elements, but Lin Ziu didn't appear to be beneath them. Even when all 4 of them were attacking him at the same time, Lin Ziu managed to block all of it. With the rage activated, it can be said that Lin Ziu was extremely strong now. Damn it. The fire element warrior saw how Lin Ziu was fighting the other, and he had a murderous look in his eyes. He was also a warrior who was used to playing with fire, but Lin Ziu was one above him. This was a humiliation. He calmed himself down and wanted to release his domain forces in order to strengthen himself. But, as soon as he released them, he noticed that his domain forces were being washed away by some unknown energy. Leave. At the same time, Lin Xiu finally felt provoked after fighting with all four of them for some time. That's when he let out a loud cry. As there was a huge amount of energy that headed towards them, the four warriors had no other choice but to release their spheres. Although they were blasted far away, they were still protected by their spheres, which meant that they were not injured at all. Then, they finally got the chance to steady themselves. This young boy might be strong, but he would not be able to kill us. The water element warrior looked at Lin Xiu and spoke to his comrades. Well, continue attacking him. Once he is exhausted, we will be able to defeat him. The rest of the warriors nodded their heads in agreement as well. But there was something that they still couldn't understand. When the four of them were attacking Lin Xiu, they couldn't help but feel that their attacks were being blocked off by a certain type of force. The strength that they initially had was reduced to only half of it. Plus, each time Lin Xiu moved his spear, there were wind blades being released. These wind blades might not have caused any major damages to them, but their faces were still cut by these blades. Now, there was blood dripping off their faces from the cuts. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors before him and he was taking them seriously. He could feel that these sage warriors were different, with how they were working with each other and how they had control over their own elements. Go! The fire element warrior from before waved his stick and aimed it towards Lin Xiu. Then, there was a huge fire stick that appeared in the air and it was headed at Lin Xiu. A sage warrior skill. This skill was filled with energy and it was obvious that it was a sage warrior skill. Boom! Lin Xiu blocked the attack with both his hands on the long spear, but the huge impact caused half of Lin Xiu's body to enter into the ground beneath him. Amu! The fire element warrior then screamed for the other warrior. With that, the wood element warrior then waved the stick in his arm. There was a bright green light that appeared next to where Lin Xiu was. What's that? Lin Xiu had just blocked the horrifying attack and didn't get the chance to react to it. Then, he noticed that there was a bright green light all over the ground around him. Suddenly, there were plants growing around him and they slowly grew into long and thick vines. All of the vines headed towards Lin Xiu's body. Xiu Xiu Xiu. These vines then entangled themselves all over Lin Xiu's body and wrapped him up like a dumpling within minutes. The water element sage warrior then joined into the fight. There were large droplets of water that came from above Lin Xiu's head. Drip drip drip. As the water droplets fell onto the ground, more vines were growing like mad from the ground beneath Lin Xiu and he was continuously being wrapped by the vines. Go! The wood element warrior then sneered. He moved the rocks that were on the ground, causing them to rise into the air and turn them into ashes. After that, he gathered them together once again. All of the rocks turned into pointy cones and they were slowly headed towards Lin Xiu, who was still wrapped like a dumpling by the vines around him. Boom boom boom. With a dull groan, the sharp rocks then went directly towards the huge green dumpling. Is he dead? Bai Zhanfei, who was just nearby, didn't seem surprised as if this was something that he had expected to happen. He should be. The gold element warrior nodded his head. HMPH the Yu family, a bunch of useless people. Bai Zhanfei looked at the huge thing that was green in color and scoffed. Boom! Suddenly, there was a peculiar noise that came out from the green dumpling. Chapter 1042 Your fire is like a child's play. Chapter 1042 Your fire is like a child's play. What's that sound? Sage warriors tend to have very good hearing. When they heard the sound, all of them turned towards the direction from where the sound was coming from. They looked at the huge green dumpling that was made out of vines and it was shaking on its own. When the warriors noticed it, they couldn't help but frown. Xiu Xiu Xiu. The pointy rocks that had penetrated the huge dumpling were all coming out. When the warriors saw what was happening, all of them started walking backwards subconsciously. Boom boom. The pointy rocks then came out from its original place and landed on the ground with loud noises. That kid. The fire element sage warrior had his eyes wide opened in shock as he looked at the green dumpling that was shaking on the ground. Soon, all of the green vines were wilting at an extremely quick speed. In the end, all of them turned into dried vines. Boom! When the vines turned brown and dry, there was a huge explosion and the entire thing exploded. Lin Xiu's body once again appeared in the air. He's not dead. When the warriors saw what happened, The look on their faces changed. Lin Ziya's body was floating mid-air as he stared at the warriors on the ground. His eyes were filled with a murderous intention. The vines were made of something peculiar instead of actual vines. This was why when Lin Ziyu was completely covered by it, he was still able to suck the energy out of it by using rage. The warriors were powerful when they worked together, and it would be impossible for Lin Ziyu to kill them together. Now, he could only kill them one by one. With that in mind, Lin Ziyu gathered his thoughts and activated skill enhancement. All of the warrior skills that he was about to use after this would be the level of a sage warrior. With his eyes locked onto the gold element warrior, Lin Ziyu moved and he disappeared once again. Flashing souls. He's missing again. The warriors, who were standing on the ground, were still in shock as they watched what was happening to Lin Ziyu. Before they knew what was going on, Lin Ziyu appeared right behind the gold element warrior. Although Lin Ziyu had no idea what this warrior could actually do, Lin Ziyu had a feeling deep inside that this warrior would threaten him most. Therefore, while his powers are in full bloom now, he decided to get rid of him first. Lin Ziyu immediately held onto his long spear as he stood next to the gold element warrior. The gold element warriors could feel that there was someone behind him as well. When he turned around, he only saw the tip of the long spear that was coming at him. Holy level heavenly dragon wrecks the city. With that, the entire spear looked as if it had been melted into tiny dark particles. These black particles then came together and became a huge dragon. It was so big that it looked as if it could cover the entire sky. The huge dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. Ah! The golden element warrior screamed in fear. He could not run from it and had to release his fear. Boom! Then, the black dragon immediately went for his sphere. There was a loud explosion that followed and the entire sphere was destroyed because of the black dragon. This was his chance. Seeing how the sphere had disappeared, Lin Ziya's body then flashed before his eyes. With the long spear that was now covered in flames, it was aimed at the gold element warrior's body. Stop! The remaining warriors immediately released their warrior skills and attacked Lin Ziyu. They were trying to force Lin Ziyu to stop. But Lin Ziyu did not care about the warriors that were coming at him. In a blink of an eye, his body was covered with a golden glow. Golden body immortality. With the skills activated in his system, within seconds, Lin Ziya's body was similar to the golden body of a god. None of the strong warrior skills from the warriors were able to harm Lin Ziyu. As for the gold element warrior, he had suffered some internal injuries when his sphere exploded. At that moment, he had nowhere to run. Nu! Seeing how the long spear was already coming at him, he was screaming in fear deep inside his heart. But, he still had nowhere to go. Boom! Then, the sharp tip of the long spear pierced through his head. His head exploded on the spot. Jin. The rest of them couldn't help but scream in pain as well. His head had exploded, which meant that he was definitely dead. The four of them were furious as their eyes turned red and they headed for Lin Ziyu almost immediately. Lin Ziyu sneered. He pulled out the long spear that was still inside the men's head and was prepared for the next fight. Lin Ziyu had discovered that the gold element warrior was the leader amongst this group of warriors. Clang clang clang. The fight continued, but Bai Zhanjie's face was slowly turning pale. This group of men were known as the Five-Element Sage Warriors. They were considered quite famous on this planet. With the five of them working together, they were a strong group of warriors. But, Bai Zhanfei didn't think that Lin Ziyu was able to kill one of them, and the one that he did was the leader of the group. With that warrior dead, all of the combined skills of the group would now be useless. Boom boom boom. Then, with Lin Ziyu moving his long spear continuously, there were flaming birds that were released into the air. The four warriors who were busy attacking Lin Ziyu were frightened by the flaming birds and tried to avoid them when they saw them coming out of Lin Ziya's spear. These flaming birds had a very high temperature, and because of them, the air around them was scorched as well. Get lost. The fire element warrior looked at the flaming bird that was coming at him. He roared in rage and there was a red source mark that appeared on his forehead. Then, a huge flaming dragon was released and it started fighting the flaming birds. The flaming birds were instantly destroyed. As for the flaming dragon, it turned and went towards Lin Ziyu. Your fire is like a child's play. Lin Xiu sneered when he saw the dragon. He then moved the long spear in his arms once again. This time, there was a large number of flaming birds that were released from it. However, instead of rushing towards the enemies, they gathered in front of Lin Xiu. Chapter 1043 I am an ordinary person. As these flaming birds converged, a huge incomparable flame was instantly formed. From this flame, the flaming phoenix flew straight out. It's like being reborn from the ashes. Retreat. The other three sage warriors wanted to attack, but when they saw the terrifying flaming phoenix rushing towards the line, they were shocked. Soon, the flaming phoenix charged out. It collided with the flame dragon released by the source mark power of the fire attribute sage warrior. Compared with the huge flaming phoenix, this flame dragon was like a small insect. The flame dragon was annihilated directly. The flaming phoenix continued to charge toward the fire attribute warrior. Ah, fire! Hurry up and dodge! A sage warrior who had already jumped to the other side looked at the fire attribute sage warrior over there and shouted loudly. However, the battle of this fire attribute sage warrior and Lin Xiu just now made him doubt his life. He was a warrior who specializes in fire attributes. In the entire planet Namir, he has never met a warrior who specializes in fire attributes stronger than him. The flame he used was the most powerful. How could he be defeated by a young boy? His heart roared, and in the next moment, his body was also covered by a large number of fiery red flames. Destroy! Lin Xiu immediately showed a sneer when he saw that he wanted to fight fire with fire. With a wave of the spear in his hand, the flaming phoenix swooped down from the sky. What? The fire attribute warrior made a huge roar at this moment. All the source strength of his body has been mobilized, forming a huge red and bright flame, and it also charged towards the flaming phoenix. Boom! The two flames collided and made a dull sound. The fire attribute warrior was still roaring loudly. His source strength was constantly transformed into this terrifying flame. Those flames were still fighting against the flaming phoenix, but the flame of this flaming phoenix was indeed too terrifying. It was obviously stronger than the flame he condensed. Under this situation, the sage warrior realized that his own flames could no longer suppress the impact of this flaming phoenix. At the next moment, with a loud sound, the flaming phoenix finally charged down, directly hitting the sage warrior's body. Boom! At this moment, the entire ground made a loud noise. No! The incomparably hot temperature of the flaming phoenix made this sage warrior roar in his heart. His body, which had been tempered by flames, had an extremely powerful resistance to flames. Why? Why is his flame so much stronger than his own? But now he couldn't think so much. The terrifying power of the flaming phoenix directly roasted his body. Boom! As the flame slowly dissipated, his entire body fell directly to the ground. Another sage warrior died in Lin Xiu's hands. Ah, go to hell! The warrior representing the wood attribute immediately went crazy when he looked at the corpse of the fire attribute warrior. Boom! At this time, watching a large number of vines grow around and coming towards him, Lin Xiu's sphere was unfolded directly. Those vines touched Lin Xiu's sphere, and in the next moment, they were directly stained with those dark blue flames on the sphere. Soon, these vines were burned directly. For Lin Xiu, it didn't cause any harm. 3. Lin Xiu raised his eyes to look at them at this time, and said lightly, he just killed those two sage warriors, and his experience suddenly increased by 20. In other words, if he killed a sage warrior level warrior, he could increase his experience by 10. Now that he had reached this level, it was very difficult to continue to level up. The experience of killing these sage warriors made Lin Xiu excited. Looking at the remaining 3 sage warriors, Lin Xiu became even more excited. He had an adrenaline rush. What the hell are you? Who are you? The 3 sage warriors looked at Lin Xiu and looked towards them, and their eyes were filled with a hint of fear, from just killing 3 sage warriors in a row. Now Lin Xiu had killed 2 members of their 5-element sage warriors. What a terrifying strength this is. And Lin Xiu looks so young. Aren't you guys sick of asking the same question? Lin Xiu raised his brows and said lightly, I'm just an ordinary person. Lin Xiu said indifferently. holding the dark edge spear in his hand, and approached them step by step. Stop there. The wood attribute sage warrior watched Lin Xiu approach, and a green source mark appeared on his forehead. In the next moment, the surrounding ground surged and a large number of vines grew from the ground. Soon, the vines that grew out gathered together crazily. In the next moment, a huge vine giant formed and attacked the approaching Lin Xiu. This kind of thing should be very afraid of fire. Right. Lin Xiu looked at this scene and sneered. Against the power of the wood attribute, Lin Xiu had no fear at all. Looking at the giant vines attacking him, Lin Xiu waved the dark edge spear in his hand and flames burst out directly, charged towards the vine giant. At this moment, a blue light bloomed on the forehead of the water attribute sage warrior. Suddenly, a large number of water droplets condensed in the air. Soon, those water droplets gathered, forming a stream of water dragons. They charged towards Lin Xiu's flaming bird. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Heart of Frost was activated. Soon, the surrounding air seemed to become cold. Those water dragons that were directly solidified, and then fell to the ground. At this time, all the flaming birds hit the vine giant's body. Boom! The vine giant, at this moment, was directly hit by the flaming bird and burned instantly. Earth Dragon split. The Earth attribute sage warrior roared, and there was a khaki source mark on his forehead. The surrounding rocks gathered into huge earth dragons, which attacked Lin Xiu directly. The power of the Earth attribute. I know that too. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu didn't dodge at all, and he didn't even unfold the sphere. The Earth attribute energy ball in the neck collar lit up at this moment. Chapter 1044 What I'm looking for is the Bai family. Chapter 1044 What I'm looking for is the Bai family. With a wave of Lin Xiu's right hand, an Earth attribute power was immediately released. The surrounding rocks quickly formed into rock monsters, attacking the giant rock dragon that came over. Boom boom boom. Soon, both the rock monsters and the giant rock dragon shattered into countless pieces. At this time, the three sage warriors were completely panicked. They never imagined that Lin Xiu would be proficient in so many attribute energies. What a bunch of trash. Bai Zhanfei, who was at the back, saw this scene and his face became extremely ugly. He never imagined that things would develop to this level. The five element sage warriors, who had always been invincible, already had 2 people killed in this short moment. This time, not only was the loss heavy, even his life may be in danger. Damn it. Bai Zhanfei hesitated for a while. Then he wanted to control his huge mechanical mount and leave. Want to flee. Lin Xiu saw the situation over there from a distance and said coldly. Ignoring the 3 sage warriors, Lin Xiu rushed over there first and captured Bai Zhanfei. Don't think about going over. Looking at Lin Xiu's movements, the 3 sage warriors directly blocked Lin Xiu. Courting death. While Lin Xiu said lightly, a black source mark appeared on his forehead. The remaining 3 sage warriors had already played all their cards, and there was no threat to him. As Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered, in the next moment, one after another translucent energy matrix appeared directly on their side. What is this? Looking at the sudden appearance of the matrix, the 3 sage warriors were all startled. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, with the triggering of Lin Xiu's thoughts, a series of matrices appeared again and again, but these 3 sage warriors clearly felt the strangeness of these matrices. At this time, their figures were constantly flashing and those matrices were difficult to frame their bodies. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. His thoughts were triggered, and in the next moment, the source mark on his forehead transformed into a golden source mark. With the use of the power of the source mark, golden flame balls burst out from the source mark in an instant, then charged towards the 3 sage warriors. The temperature of these golden flames is no weaker than those of dark blue flames. At this time, as the flames rushed out, the 3 sage warriors had no choice but to quickly unfold the sphere to resist. And in the next moment, the source mark on Lin Xiu's forehead changed back to the black one. While they were dodging the flame ball's attack and predicting where they were about to dodge, Lin Xiu's matrix directly framed their bodies. At this moment, The three warriors felt that their bodies were being framed in these matrices and the expressions in their eyes suddenly changed greatly. At this time, they subconsciously wanted to break through this matrix, but found that they couldn't break through at all. And in this matrix, the power of the body seems to be suppressed. There is absolutely no way to escape. This is impossible. At this moment, the eyes of the three sage warriors showed horror. There is no way to use the source strength, which means that they were like lambs about to be slaughtered now. Bang bang bang. They slammed into the matrix frantically, but they still couldn't break through. At the same time, Lin Xiu ignored them and flew directly towards the side where Bai Jianfei fled. In the matrix, there was no way for their bodies to break free, so Lin Xiu didn't have to worry about it. Damn. At this time, Bai Jianfei was already riding this huge mechanical mount and fled to the other side. This time, he came out to travel and brought enough strength to protect him. When he was here, he met the huge artificial angel and he fell in love with it at first sight. For him, there is no way to get anything he wants. But when things developed to this point, he really did not expect it at all. His strongest protection team, 5 Elements Sage Warriors, Gold Sage Warrior and Fire Sage Warrior, were killed by Lin Xiu so easily. These two are the most powerful beings among the 5 Elements Sage Warriors. Although he was arrogant before, he is not a fool. At this time, he frantically drove the mechanical mount away. Where are you going? Although the speed of this mechanical mount was very fast, in the next moment, a figure appeared in the area ahead. How can that be? Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Jianfei opened his eyes wide with an unbelievable look in his eyes, because in front, the figure of Lin Xiu appeared. How could he be so fast? Get away! Bai Jianfei roared angrily at this time and continued to drive the mechanical mount toward Lin Xiu. He was going to knock Lin Xiu straight. Humph! Lin Xiu watched this scene, and the moment his mechanical mount charged over, he swung the dark edge spear in his hand. Boom! The spear attacked his mechanical mount, making a loud noise. This mechanical mount simply flew out. Boom! As the mechanical mount smashed heavily on the ground behind it, a loud noise suddenly came out. But soon, the mechanical mount, which fell to the ground, slowly got up again automatically. Taking a closer look, there seems to be an energy barrier around this mechanical mount, which blocked all the attacks from Lin Xiu just now. Damn! Bai Jianfei's body didn't seem to be hurt, but he looked at Lin Xiu who was not far away and his eyes were sinister. Why? You still want to escape? Lin Xiu looked at him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do you know who am I, huh? Bai Jianfei's face turned gloomy. His eyes fixed on Lin Xiu who was not far away and said aloud, although this mechanical mount has an energy barrier to help him resist the attack, if Lin Xiu thought about it, he could still destroy his mechanical mount in minutes. After all, Lin Xiu just killed several sage warriors one after another. By family right? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right. If you leave now, I might not pursue this matter. Bai Jianfei said coldly. I'm sorry. I'm looking for someone from the Bai family. Lin Xiu said lightly. As soon as his words fell, Lin Xiu's figure flashed and disappeared. While Bai Jianfei was shocked, Lin Xiu appeared in front of him again. The dark edge spear he held in his hand slashed directly toward Bai Jianfei. Part 13 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.